All right, good morning, everyone. Madam Clerk, are you ready? I think we were waiting on one more council member.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. We are all set to go.
Now connected?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right, we have a full house. Good morning. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It is Wednesday, January 28th, 2016, and we are going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would like the one and only Ron Trevor to lead us in the pledge. Oh, thank you. Oh, he's got one. All right, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Calling roll for Wednesday, January 28th, 2026 Reno City Council meeting. Councilmember Taylor. Here. Dewar.
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember Ebert.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Anderson. Mayor Sheevy.
Here.
You do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Madam Clerk, before we go into public comment, we have a very special guest in the house. No one can guess who it is, but it is our very, very dear friend, Ron Trevor. He has dedicated an incredible service to the city of Reno. All your beautiful SAVE officers are here. We really wanted to recognize you. You have been working with SAVE since 2016. You have also provided over 3,500 hours of community service. We are incredibly grateful to your dedication to our SAVE officers and our Reno Police Department. My friend, this is so deserving, and we just wanted you to know how much we appreciate you. And also, I want to reiterate how important your updates have been and all the work that you have done. You are truly a shining example of what community service looks like. So this morning, we have a special dedication for you. Councilmember Reese is going to start the show.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I know I speak on behalf of you and all of us that today is a very important day. Ron, if you want to join me up here for just a second. Sure. We'll gush about you for a minute. I'm going to first read a proclamation which says, whereas Ron Trevor has served the City of Reno's SAVE program with distinction since 2016 and earned leadership roles including presentations for administrator, administrative officer, administrator and vice chair of the operations before earning the honor of being named SAVE chairman in July of 2025. And whereas his chairmanship of SAVE is truly well-deserved thanks to the impressive 3,500 hours of volunteer service he has given the program since 2016, 3,500. Whereas Ron's friends and family say they are inspired by the 76-year-old's tireless work ethic and boundless passion for his family and his community, and whereas his deep dedication to the Reno Police Department and the SAVE program have made a lasting and big impact on the biggest little city, now therefore I, Devin Reese, on behalf of Hillary Sheevy, Mayor of the City of Reno, do proclaim January 28, 2026 as Ron Trevor Day in and for the City of Reno.
Wow.
Ask Ron to come up. Mayor Sheevy would like to present something to you, and then I'm going to turn it over to you to say a few words, okay? So if your family wants to come up, Mayor Sheevy has a small gift for you. Come on up.
Ron's like, is this the winning lottery ticket? My friend, this is a key to the city. This does not mean you can speed. This does not mean. But we wanted to give you this.
Well, thank you.
It's a very rare honor that we give out. So you are now in the company of the rock band Kiss. And, and we just wanted to say thank you so much. I'm serious. You are just a wonderful, shining example. I love you, my friend.
Thank you.
I'm just so proud and honored. And you have your family
Yes,
here.
this is my daughter,
Hello.
Patty.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Yes, we met. How are you? Thank you so much. Okay, now we want speech, speech, speech.
Yeah,
Oh, he's got
I had to
one.
go home and get it. I almost forgot it.
Oh, well, we just wanted you to know how special we think you are.
We are going to take some pictures probably with all the SAVE officers, but however you'd like to do it, we've got your speech ready and queued up for you.
Thank you. I want to extend my thanks to Mayor Sheevy, the Reno City Council, and the City of Reno for awarding me with this distinguished honor. I'm truly very humbled and overwhelmed by this award. I do have to say that none of this would be possible without my friends and colleagues within the SAVE organization. And I thank you, SAVE. My thanks also go out to the Reno Police Department, the support we received from Chief Nance, the entire executive staff. There's really too many to name, but I do want to thank Captain Gerald Hallert and the Public Information Officer Hunter Mercurio for their guidance, support, and friendship.
All the social media videos from. He's amazing.
Finally, I do want to thank my daughters, Timmy and Patty, for their husbands, Duncan and Alex, my granddaughter, Sophie, for their love and support. I thank you all. This is just unbelievable, guys.
Oh,
Thank
well,
you.
we are so proud. And we also,
Chief Nance, Captain Hallert, I think you were coming up too.
he's standing back there very humble, very shy. Yeah.
Yeah, don't leave.
Okay.
And the shy Captain Hallard's on his way. Just kidding. Thank you for this. Thank you for the acknowledgement of the volunteers that work so hard in our organization. I think it's evident by the overwhelming number of SAVE officers here to see you get this award, how much you also mean to them. And I think we all share in the joy of the hard work and dedication you all have to the city. And we couldn't do it without you. Literally could not do it without you. And just a plug, if anybody wants to be a SAVE volunteer, we are always hiring. Always hiring. But thank you very much for this, and thank you for acknowledging it. Thank you for everything you do, and all of you do. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Chief.
Well, obviously, if you were at the SAVE dinner, we all knew this was going to come. So, Ron couldn't be a more deserving individual than you. I've had the distinction of being a lieutenant of SAVE actually during 2020 before my promotion, and when Chief gave me the opportunity to take SAVE over, I was joyed and even more joyed when I knew I was going to get to work with you. So, you have a great team, and I always say, you know, the parts of the puzzle are the most important. You're a giant part of that puzzle, and obviously all of the SAVE members are the other pieces, but you guys are such a great team, and we're so blessed to have you as part of the city. Congrats.
Thank you, Charlie.
Call your family and you to join us in front. Mayor Sheev is obviously giving you the key to the city, but the SAVE officer should come up with you.
Okay.
So everybody down front so we can get a picture up here.
Hi, good to see you, Hunter.
All right, one last plug. The SAVE officers have the best Christmas party there is. If anyone wants to sponsor it, please do. It's a ton of fun, but it really is one of the best parties of the year. So if anyone ever wants to participate and help us sponsor it, please do so. Please reach out. And also, happy birthday to Margaret Montgomery, a friend of mine for probably 30, 40 years. I see you in the house. She didn't want me to call out her birthday, but I just wanted to recognize it. Mwah, love you. All right.
All right, Madam Mayor, if you're ready, we'll open general public comment, item A3.
Okay, we are ready.
Perfect. It should be noted for those in attendance that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you've stated your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting, may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If this behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Our first public commenter today is Jody Baden on behalf of News Literacy Week, followed by Steve Mulvenin on behalf of News Literacy Week.
All right, Jody, I heard you were coming.
Hey, good morning.
Excited to have you.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here. Mayor Sheevy, council members, thank you so much for having me. And I can really appreciate what you do because I was on the school board here for 8 years. So I have a sense about that.
Well, that's a little tougher, I think.
It was a nicer time, let's just say that. Well, you know, it's no secret that the trust in the media is at an all-time low. Both Pew research firm and also the Gallup polls say they confirm this. They're in agreement. You know, people are struggling to figure out who they can believe and what they can believe, and they really need help. The media landscape is fragmented. Social media is so prevalent that nearly half of people surveyed get their news from social media. And so we have a problem. So the News Literate Community Initiative is here to help with that, and we provide tips, tools, and techniques for folks to try to figure out better fact from fiction in news of all kinds. We are non-political, nonpartisan, and nonprofit. To heal divisions in our country and our community, we have to have a common set of facts. And the research shows that most Americans believe that Democrats and Republicans cannot agree on basic facts. So how do we have good dialogue about important things? I would like to close with a quote from a German philosopher who lived through World War II and the Holocaust, Hannah Arendt. She died in 1975, but her words are so powerful and really ring true and are so relevant to the time we live in. This is a quote. "The ideal subject of totalitarian rule is not the convinced Nazi or the convinced communist, but people for whom the distinction between fact and fiction, that is, reality of experience, and the distinction between the true and the false, that is, the standards of thought, no longer exist." So we're fighting truth decay, and hope that you all will visit our website, learn about News Literacy Week, which is February 2nd through 6th coming up. We have several activities going on, and we have some other projects going on as well. We now have a pledge posted on our website that you can go and sign about being a responsible consumer of news. So thank you, and I'm happy to entertain questions, but I appreciate the chance to be here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And you're local, right?
Yes, this is focused on Washoe County, but you know, we have big ideas that this could be a national model. We're working with the News Literacy Project, which is a national nonprofit, and they are consulting with us, and I think they see it as something that can be pushed out to communities all over the country because this is a problem for everyone. It's an even global problem.
Yeah. And with AI, too,
And
that
now
adds a whole
AI is
other
another
element.
layer.
A-
Exactly.
A different
More
element, for sure.
complication,
Well,
definitely.
thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. I hope
Appreciate
you'll
it.
come to our website and sign the pledge.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Steve Mulvenen followed on behalf of News, just you, Jody? Okay. All right, Joe Goodwin on behalf of Asset Living, followed by Isla Friedenthal on behalf of Nevada Women's Fund.
Oh, Isla. All right, Joe, take it away.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm here today to comment on the vintage at the crossing. My name is Joe Goodwin, and I've been with Asset Living for 24 years. During that time, I've worked across different markets and asset types, often stepping into moments that required leadership, clarity, and decisive action. I can personally speak to the level of care, accountability, and hands-on work we bring when we commit to a community. We don't manage from a distance. We show up, we listen, and we take ownership. We are honored and privileged to be working with Vintage Housing and their senior communities. The management partnership between Vintage Housing and Asset Living is rooted in a shared belief that people come first. Vintage Housing and Asset Living together are putting people first. Because without our residents, we are not in business. This work exists because of them, and that perspective guides every decision we make. At Asset Living, we live and breathe our core values, which are honesty, integrity, teamwork, and service. These values shape how we lead, how we communicate, and how we respond. These have been forged through years of serving communities, navigating complexity, and building environments where people feel heard, respected, and supported. Our focus is creating strong, well-run communities where customer service, consistency, and concerns are addressed quickly, and resident satisfaction remains the ultimate measure of our success. Asset Living is positioned to be a long-term partner for this community and for the city of Reno. We bring deep operational infrastructure, disciplined standards, advanced technology platforms, comprehensive training programs, and strong regional oversight. We also have a meaningful local footprint in the Reno market of around 150 people, including employees, vendors, and ancillary partners, reinforcing our long-term commitment to this community. We are honored to partner with Vintage Housing, not only to elevate this asset, but to strengthen the broader Reno community. This partnership reflects complete alignment across leadership, operations, and our on-site teams. Resources are in place, decisions are authorized, and our teams are empowered to act quickly and decisively in the service of our residents. We've taken a hard look at past operational challenges. We've evaluated the processes, staffing, communication, and response standards, so we can close gaps, shortfalls, and establish a stronger operating culture moving forward. This is not about temporary fixes. It's about building consistency, accountability, and long-term stability.
Oh, right on
Should I
time.
keep going?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
You have
Almost done. Just
20 seconds.
action is already underway, and we know that trust isn't requested, it's earned. And we are here to earn that trust through transparency, accountability, and action. Thank you for your time.
All right, Joe, thank you very much appreciated. Also, you are the new provider?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. Well, we look forward to working with you.
And we look
we're going
forward
to
to
watch
working with you.
closely.
Sounds
But
good. Thank
I have to tell you, in the last few weeks, a lot of response from your, I guess, colleagues, and it's very, very welcome, but also very appreciated from the residents.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go
May I
ahead.
just, Mr. Goodwin, I'm sorry, I haven't had the privilege to meet you. Can I ask, are you here locally?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
We do have local teams, though.
So if you would please just make sure that you connect with Madam Clerk or one of our staff to give us the contact information from the local people. For my part, I didn't know that you'd come this morning, and I had heard that Asset Living had acquired FPI and that FPI essentially was no longer. I want to thank Madam Mayor and Ms. Dewar for their work in this space, and thank Madam Mayor for calling for a greater investigation and transparency into what's been going on. I'm happy that you've come to say your piece, and I'm interested to know more about it. Thank you for that. And again, I think due to the leadership of Madam Mayor and Ms. Dewar, we're on the right path. So I hoped it had not had to come to that, but I'm grateful for it. So thank you so much for your being here today, and for Asset Living. I'll look forward to getting to know you better.
Thank you.
All right,
for
thanks,
your
Joe.
time.
Madam Mayor, can
Yeah,
I just,
Councilwoman Dewar.
I just want to say I look forward to meeting you as well in person, and getting your phone number. Maybe you can share your card
Sure.
with one of our staff members who will come up. I'm so pleased that it's potentially a new day. We have had to take a pretty hard line. We've been very supportive of Vintage over the years, always hopeful, but we've been disappointed by the management. And so with you taking over, I hope you'll really listen to the residents. Let's say not gaslight them, but hear them. And to that end, I wanted to introduce you to one resident that's standing behind you. Gary, if you could raise your hand, and maybe you could meet out in the hall. And Gary's been sort of a leader in identifying issues, and I think it'd be a great meet. It's better to elevate together, work together, and let's bring everyone up. Okay? Thank you.
Isla Friedenthal on behalf of Nevada Women's Fund, followed by George Eddie Lorton, followed by Terry Brooks.
Hello, everyone. You can imagine by the color of my outfit what I'm here to talk about today. Nevada Women's Fund is proud to host our second annual Women's History Month celebration and International Women's Day recognition. Throughout March, Nevada Women's Fund will partner with local businesses, organizations, and agencies to raise awareness and celebrate the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women across our community and state. Last year, more than 120 businesses participated. Retailers offered discounts, restaurants created signature dishes and cocktails, museums opened their doors with free admission, and organizations developed educational opportunities centered on women. Many local businesses also shared stories of providing lunches, flowers, or moments of appreciation for the women who elevate our workplaces. Together, we inspired our community to engage in a movement nationally recognized in 1980 by President Jimmy Carter. On March 7th, Nevada Women's Fund will host a block party in downtown Reno, featuring local bands, food, drinks, and small business vendors, bringing our community together as we turn the city purple. Purple being the color of Nevada Women's Fund, International Women's Day, and female solidarity. While women are now enrolling in and graduating from college at a higher rate than men for the first time in history, wage parity has remained stagnant for over 2 decades. While one event will not solve this issue, it provides us a powerful platform to raise awareness, spark meaningful dialogue, and unite our community around shared progress. This event also highlights the positive strides made locally, such as a city council led by a female mayor and supported by a majority of women, and allows us to recognize the men who serve as allies and mentors. While Women's History Month honors the past, International Women's Day is a call to action to accelerate gender and equality. This celebration will culminate at the Reno Arch, which we will illuminate in purple as part of the global International Women's Day Light Up campaign, which illuminates landmarks globally, supporting women's rights and equality. By our city participating, we're elevating our local efforts to a global stage. Last year, we got national media. We would be honored to have you join us for this vibrant citywide celebration. We would love for you to light the Believe sign in purple. And join us at the arch please join us at the arch. Let's see, the lighting, along with permits, street closures, and logistics obviously carry significant costs. So in addition to your attendance, we respectfully ask you to consider allocating a portion of your discretionary budget to support this initiative. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I was there last year. It was a ton of fun. Whitney Meyer was singing. She was fantastic. There were a lot of people that came out. So thank you so much for what you're doing. It really is remarkable. You came to me a few years ago saying, I want to do this, and I was so happy to see the turnout just be so big. I think it's going to be bigger this year, but
It will.
thank
And we
you
have
so
New Wave
much.
Crave this year, so how cool is that?
Oh, are they local? They're not, right?
As far as I know, they're local.
Oh,
I've
maybe
only
they
seen
are
them
local, but I have heard tremendous things about them. Everyone says they are a ton of fun,
Yeah.
especially I think if you like the 80s,
Yeah,
right? This is going to be a great celebration.
yeah.
So
Thank you for your continued support.
please let us know how to help reach out to my office.
Okay,
We'll
sounds
see
good.
you in March.
Sounds good.
All right, good job.
George Eddie Lorton, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Stephen C. White.
Eddie, good morning.
Nice seeing
How are
everybody
ya?
here today. How are you? My name's George Eddie Lorton, running for Reno Mayor. It's nice to see the mayoral candidates here today, except for one. I just want to address a couple issues here today. And that would be, first off, I'm here to vote no on the Lake Ridge project and no on the giveaway for the ballpark. So let's take a walk down memory lane at the ballpark. I've been going to meetings for 30-some years, and I know it from its conception in the beginning. And we could start with, at first, we ended up buying the fire station, or we gave them the land the fire station was on. Then we took an $11 million loan out to build new fire stations, which we built 2 tents, one at GSR, one on 4th Street, and that cost us about $4 million. Where was the rest of the money? Then after that, they were supposed to put fire hydrants in the back of the ballpark. That got dismissed, and they got away with that. And then further, we can go into, later on, they ended up, Mr. Katzoff came one time, and to Miss Stewart, she asked them when we were going to do the $1 million giveaway if he would come up and address this council directly. And he said no and waved his attorney up. He wouldn't even talk to us. So through the years, they've continuously came back, restructured the deal, and then we're stuck holding the bag. So before, when Mr. Gashel was in office and he was the mayor, he specifically stated at the council meeting, they were going to give him $1 million a year because we were using the railroad trench land as collateral for this loan on the fire station. And so now we were going to pay him $1 million a year that we can get out of it any time. So now here it's up and coming. This thing's 2 years before this deal comes up. I don't want our city to be stuck with another bad deal before the new council gets in place. So before we've been stuck with this $1 million a year giveaway, and there's your money for police and fire that we could use desperately, is quit this giveaway. He threatens all the time to move and leave. He will never do that. It's called negotiating in the art of the deal. He's coming in, he's going to threaten to leave. He will not leave. He just says that. I'm glad you find it's funny, Devin. I do too. But he always
I
threatens
find lots of
that he
things
is
funny.
going to do that. And he will not leave. He has too much money invested. And then if not, I hope he can leave, and then we can sell it to somebody that will pay their own way. Because before, he also, in the beginning, said that he was going to redevelop the whole area around it. That's how he makes his money. And then he makes money off the restaurants and everything. We were going to do a tax split with him, and he ended up not performing on that. And that's when we gave him $1 million a year. So I hope we don't go with this deal. It's a bad deal for Reno, money for police and fire, and then the billionaire can pay his own bills. Just like GSR, we ended up doing a tax increment financing for GSR. There's a whole bunch of these subcontractors that haven't been paid in 4 months. So I'll be doing a letter on that tomorrow. So they just treat our people terribly. We keep bailing out the billionaires. I hope we consider no on that. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Eddie.
Terry Brooks, followed by Stephen White, followed by Gary Melancon.
Terry, good morning.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to share with you my thoughts on communication and what seniors go through. Sometimes seniors run into problems such as a loss of communication. Sometimes that is caused by a loss of attention. If seniors suffer from loss of hearing and don't hear what others say, then they're not going to respond and they'll have nothing to say. A loss of memory can lead to seniors forgetting the topic of a conversation, which can then lead to a feeling of frustration. Or they might have forgotten what they already said in a conversation, which can then lead to a series of repetition. Or if I forget what I have already said in a sentence, then I don't know what I should say to try to finish that sentence. And sometimes I'll say something that involves a particular word, but when I get ready to say it, then I can't remember that word. Sometimes I'll be speaking about one subject while my mind is really focusing on an entirely different subject. The older I get, the harder it is for me to communicate. And sometimes when I hear others speak, it's difficult for me to translate. So when I'm in a situation where I try to communicate, I have to write down what I plan to say in my own template. And when I write it down, I have to take some time to make sure it will be easy to say by using rhythm and rhyme. And I always come here early so I can practice what I'll say as if I were rehearsing for some public Broadway play. And I make a list of topics and check them off with a pen every time I present one here so I won't present the same one again. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back when I have something different to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Love it. Wait, where are we at? Which
This is chapter 24, and just so you know, I'll only have 22 more chapters to go.
Okay, good job.
And then after that, I'll have a whole nother series on a different topic.
Love it.
Stephen White,
Good to
followed
see you're
by.
chipper again.
Yes, I'm feeling much better. Everyone has been out sick, so everyone wash your hands and do whatever you can. Take your vitamin C. It's been kind of a rough flu season for everyone, but thank you for filling in for me at the artist reception. I was very, very grateful, and I had planned on being there, but I was pretty miserable, and I didn't want to get anyone else sick.
I knew you wanted to be there. I spoke with every single one of them. It was kind of, I kind of got a kick. Nathan was there, and they put up a microphone and
Thanks,
an amp
Nathan.
for me to speak to him on a microphone. That's not what I'm about. I literally spent, the entire evening going around to every artist and talking to them all individually.
That's great.
What surprised me, though, is that, we passed those artist codes way back in 2014. There were 30 members of that art guild out there, and not one of them knew that all this time they could have been going out in the parks and having art shows and gaining membership to their art guild, too, and making a little extra money along the way. And by the way, they're all senior citizens. I didn't introduce myself, Stephen C. White.
No introduction needed.
Defender of your constitutional right to engage in the oldest forms of human self-expression, the fine arts. Nathan and I have been working together. We're getting the protocol all worked out and everything. We're using these displays in the park and all, and we're real excited about it. We need to get funding because we need to build more of these before April so we can have a grand opening and all. I'm putting together a parts list of what it takes to put them all together and all so that we'll know what the cost is. This one cost me right around $1,000, $950 to $1,000. But I think we can save money doing it through the city and all. I got to ask you a question. 2 questions. I noticed these cute little sculptures out there, and let's see if I can get it on here. Out in front of the windows of City Hall, can we get that on there that way? Of vases with artist paintbrushes sticking out of them. And I got to ask you, what those sculptures cost? And by the way, can I hang my artwork on those sculptures out there? Is that okay? You can hang your artwork on my sculpture. I just want to point that out jokingly, but, it's time that we bring art back in the parks. We have venues for sports and all these other venues in the park. Shouldn't we have venues where artists can come down and display their artwork in the park and bring beauty to the world? I'm all about bringing beauty to the world. I'm lucky enough to have spent my entire life as an artist bringing beauty to the world. I have over 12,000 original works of art hanging all across America. And in the last 30 years, I've been blessed with the ability to bring art and that opportunity to all the other artists around the country. And this is exciting what we're doing. And I sure hope we have all of your support getting some funding. The sooner we get funding, by the way, for instance, the umbrellas, if we can buy those umbrellas in the winter months, it's a lot less expensive than if you wait till spring. So we can save some money there, but I'm looking forward to doing this. Good on you, Mayor. I appreciate your
Yeah,
help.
it's going to be good.
Oh, one more thing.
April.
If you could arrange, Nathan and I would like to have a one-on-one meeting with you, give you an update.
Absolutely.
Can you do that?
Love it. I'll
Thank
reach
you.
out to Nathan.
God bless you all. for
Thank you
the work
so
you're doing.
much, Steve.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to ask a public commenter if he could bring in a piece of artwork sometime. I know he's mentioned that he has artwork hanging across the country, and I would love it if he could bring in a piece for us to see on the public record. So just, I know he's very faithful about coming into every council meeting, so just wanted to request that he brings something in for us. So
Oh, he
thank you.
will. He
Thank
will.
you.
It's great, too. He's very talented.
Home and watch it on TV, I'll be able to hear what you're talking.
Okay. Thank you.
Uhart, followed by John Valetto, followed by Gary Melancon.
All right. Let me just make sure this works. Fantastic. All right. Well, good morning, council members. Thank you very much for your time. I had the opportunity yesterday to.
This is you.
Yes.
I received all your information. I was so impressed.
Oh, well, great. Thank you. You're kind of up to speed then.
So cool.
I had the opportunity yesterday to present to Sparks City Council with very high interest. And so I'm hopefully being able to tell you guys about this innovative solution. My name is Uhart, fifth generation Nevadan, local here. And my roots were planted by the Dirts in state farms and ranches long before the data centers arrived. And I was raised to look at the landscape and see its potential. And right now, we're hitting our limits of that potential.
Yeah.
Our infrastructure has reached its limits, and we're trying to push a 21st century economy through a 20th century bottleneck. And we are paving our history just to stand still in traffic. Some of you may recognize my name through a different context. During the Route 91 tragedy, I didn't run, I stayed to protect and save lives. That experience, alongside with my military background and training, has taught me that when a crisis hits, you don't wait for a solution, you build one. Today, this crisis is over I-80. With over 155 crashes a year, this isn't just a statistic to me, it's those people I've stood next to, stacked pallets and driven those forklifts. You see, my commitment isn't just based on my roots or my past, it's based on my daily reality. I have stood on the factory floors of Tesla, Panasonic, and Redwood Materials, and I've clocked those 12-hour shifts, both night and day, and sat in a 2.5-hour I-80 parking lot afterwards. I know the exhaustion of factory life in Northern Nevada, and I know that the current system is failing the very people we build, the very people that we are having build our state's future. So I'm not here to just suggest another decade of road construction. I'm here to propose the Northern Nevada Area Gondola System. While others talk about billion-dollar tunnels that will take 10 years to dig, I'm proposing a horizontal elevator, and we can make the building construction time 24 months for a fraction of the cost. By repurposing the LexJet site into the state-of-the-art gondola hub, we can move 15,000 workers a day through basically an air-resistant, wind-resistant elevated elevator, and we can take 30% of the traffic off of I-80 effective immediately. Council members, I stand before you today as a unique voice in the room. My ancestors saw Nevada become a ranching powerhouse, and I helped build the batteries that today make Nevada a powerhouse. So I'm asking if the council members will pursue this innovation and see if we can get a formal study going. So thank you very much for your time.
Uhart, this is so, well, it's innovative, obviously, to our area, but as you know, when you travel, especially in European countries, they do it all the time, and it's very, very successful. This is
Yes.
impressive. I am going to put you in touch, Hart, with a few people, and on the state side, they have also meetings. I think that would be great for you to participate in.
Yes.
Our state transportation department
Okay.
would be really helpful, and I also think there's a massive economic impact here. So with
Couple $100 million
EDON,
a year it'll
yeah,
save.
yeah.
Yes, it will.
Well, I think it's
I
impressive.
have the studies and executive summary already laid out, but a 3-minute time window is pretty condensed.
Yeah, and you're Reno resident.
Douglas County, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
So yes, I've been around 5 generations, seen it
Wow.
change quite a bit.
Now, how you're so polite,
Thank you.
ma'am. Thank you so much, Hart.
Thank you.
I'll be in touch.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Madam Mayor, we might want to engage with the Western Nevada Development District as well, that
Great idea.
get him in front of them, so.
That would be great.
Okay.
Will you just send me an
Yeah.
email too, or
I
anyone
will.
else you think?
I'll have somebody get in touch with you.
Thank you very much.
John Valetto, followed by Gary Melancon.
Good morning. Another lovely day here in Reno, coming off a good victory by the Wolfpack last night. Can't wait to watch them play in the new stadium. That'll be great. However, I am upset, Ms. Sheedy, about this Greater Nevada Field Stadium deal. I hesitate to use the word rape, but it's a horrible deal for us. It's a horrible deal for us. Again, this is what I studied in school. I'm particularly distraught that we never got an appraisal of the property. It cost $50 million in 2009. Inflation's been through the roof for a number of years now. Property could be worth $70 million today. We had no estimate of the value of the property at the conclusion of the deal when the Aces can leave in like 2049. It might be worth $110 million by that time. And we're essentially giving this to Herb for like $10 million of development in that lot south of the new ballpark apartments. He's going to build some restaurants and maybe a few shopping stores there, which may or may not be successful. We're essentially buying him a nice yacht. He's getting a nice yacht out of this deal, and we're getting little or nothing. I think it's a horrible deal, And then they had the audacity. They had the audacity to announce on TV that the city of Reno will have the right to use the stadium. We get 5 days a year. At a minimum, we should be able to play one high school baseball game a week there during baseball season. I saw the Monty Ranch play out there a couple years ago. Our high school kids should be able to play one game a week there at least. This is a horrible deal. I was told it's not too late to add and modify it, and I hope you all will crack down on Mr. Simon and get us a much better deal. It's almost misfeasance and Devin should certainly know this as a lawyer. It's almost misfeasance to negotiate the disposition of this property with the value it has and the future value it has without getting an appraisal to see what it's worth. If I had more time and more money, I would maybe as a citizen determine if I had standing and seek an injunction to prevent this until it receives further consideration. I'm very upset. But other than that, things are going great in Reno. But this is, again, why I support Eddie Lorton for mayor. Eddie, year in, year out, is one of the few voices that bring these things up to us. You know what I'm saying? And this is logarithmically worse than the other ones that he brought up with the police station. This is much worse. This is much, much worse. But thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Melancon.
My name's Gary Melanson from the Vintage at the Crossings. I'm coming here to say thank you to the council. As you know, the tenants and I have been here 3 times in the last 3 years. Well, the third time, things seem to be happening. Things are talking. Monday at 9:30, I had a knock on my door. It was a repairman with all the tools and the parts to fix my furnace. As of now, I've gotten 2 good nights of sleep. My furnace is not waking me up. And it looks like things are happening. There's a couple gentlemen in the audience that wants to talk to me afterwards. So we want to say thank you. Whatever you're doing is working, and we hope between us and you guys, this will continue. And with the two gentlemen in the audience, maybe we can get Vintage at the Crossing straightened out. But again, thank you very much.
Well, we are so happy to hear that, and I want you to continue to be our eyes and ears.
Oh, we will.
Okay, good. But, just keep reaching out to Ms. Dewar and myself, and we're gonna keep working on this.
Thank you.
And Gary, you said, how long was your furnace broken?
Just about 3 years.
3 years?
Yeah.
You had heat, but intermittent?
I had heat, but it was so noisy, and when it got below the low 20s into the teens, it would freeze up and make an explosion like a shotgun going off. And it would wake me up. We still got several more in the apartments that do that. Who complains just as much as me as the neighbors, because it doesn't just wake me up. We're in the courtyard, which is like an amplifier, and when everything's quiet and still, it really makes a lot of noise.
And it was a compressor? Is that, so finally a compressor arrived, the
Took
thing
care
got
of it.
fixed? And
Yep.
Congratulations, and
Thank
thanks
you.
for being here.
You're very welcome, and again, thank you for helping us.
Thanks, Gary.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment. We did receive general written comments, 7, prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, Tuesday, January 27th, 2026. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by emails to our office, and copies of these have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on reno.gov/meetings.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good job. All right, with that being said, I'm just going to ask for any updates from, to the right of me, Mr. City Manager. Do we have anything that needs to, housekeeping, anything?
No, Madam Mayor, I believe the only thing on the agenda to take note of is that there is an item H1 through H3 is not to be heard before 2 o'clock. Council will take a lunch at some point before that, and then there is note that we will do the consent items next, but any pulled items may be moved to the end at your pleasure.
Okay, thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Sorry, Assistant City Manager, are we also removing item B16?
Yes, we are. Sorry, I missed that. It is on these notes.
Hold
Thank you.
on. Sorry. Let me just update my notes. Okay. All right.
Madam Mayor, I'll move to approve with the changes as noted by Madam Clerk and Mr. Manager.
Second.
All right, thank you. I have a motion and,
Do we need to pull any items?
what, we're going to, hold on one sec.
It's
Well,
approved the
first of all,
agenda.
we're going to
Gotcha.
approve the agenda. I believe that's what you were motioning for.
Yes.
Okay, I have a
Gotcha.
motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we are going to head into consent. And then after that, Madam Clerk, I have a brief update that I want to skip over to from the RDA. We have Mr. Mike Van Houten. I don't know if Colin is in the house. Is Colin Robertson here? No? Okay, so it's going to be all you, Mr. Van Houten, giving us your update, which I've asked for at every council meeting. So, but before we do that, we're going to head into consent. I'm going to ask council members if they have any consent items they'd like to pull. I
And
did
Madam-
see a green light over here. No, she's saying no. Anything over here? To my left. Go ahead.
An item to pull, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I think there may be public comment, but I'm pulling item B10 for
Item B10, okay.
It was the same one.
Okay.
And I was going to just make a comment. so
Okay,
it's being
Councilwoman
pulled,
Ebert.
That's fine.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'd like to pull item B6,
Okay.
B8, and then also B14, actually, B12, B13, B14, B15.
Okay.
Probably B11. I don't know if we can open all those at once, all the police department ones. I really just like the community to know what our police department is doing. I know that I have a lot of constituent interest regarding what kind of programs we have with law enforcement for different issues. that they think are of concern. So I like to really give our police department a moment to shine and tell everyone what they're doing.
All right, sounds good.
Sorry, Councilmember Ebert, can I just confirm the item numbers? So 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Yes, and Madam Clerk, is it possible to open B11 through B15, or will we have to do them individually?
That's an attorney question.
Yeah, I'm going to look over at the one and only Carl Hall.
I think we can open them together.
Okay, all right. We're going to do that, and then on B10, I'm glad that you pulled this. This is really, really important. I don't know if the community knows to the extent that Grace Church, the level of work that they've done on mental health in our community, and so I'm glad that we're pulling that for recognition for sure.
All right, so before we take a vote, if we can do public comment?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. We have Shane Marks and Jacob Williams for consent agenda public comment. Jacob?
Hello, Madam Mayor, Council. My name is Shane Marks. I'm the lead pastor of Grace Church Reno, and I am a preacher, so I talk a lot, but I'll keep this short. Really, we are just here today to say two things. At Grace Church, we love the city of Reno, and we love our police department. And we've been in an initiative for the past 2 years addressing mental health in the city of Reno, and we found a perfect partnership, in our opinion, with the MOST team in the Reno City Police. And so this is a small portion of what we've been doing over the 2 years to partner with them, and we're just so grateful to be a part of the city. And I represent thousands of people who call Grace home, who have sacrificed and given to this initiative, and get to see it in action with our city and our police department. So thank you.
I just want to say it's really, really remarkable. The other thing that you do is you hold a very large community forum for our youth.
Yeah.
Because we know that they're some of the most struggling in our community. The amount of money you raised was absolutely astounding. I was just, my jaw was on the floor. And obviously, I've worked with many people in your organization. I cannot thank you enough. It is remarkable and impressive. So
thank you.
We want you to know that.
Thank you. We're grateful for you and your partnership with us and your support as well. And like I said, it's the people of Grace who did all of that. It wasn't just one person. Yeah.
It was. Where do you have other?
Jacob's here with me. Where's Jacob?
Jacob, where are you?
Yeah, Jacob's right there.
Oh, there you are back there. Hi. Come on up, Jacob.
Hey, nice to see you all.
Nice to see you.
Hey, I think what you're referring to, Madam Mayor, is over the last couple of weeks, Grace Church submitted a check to the Washoe Behavioral Center that is under construction for our teens, and that check was like in excess of over $600,000.
Yeah.
From our constituents, and it's just it's an amazing number. But this donation, we worked really hard on. And I just have a couple thanks.
Yes, please
do. I didn't want to leave him with the thanks.
No, go ahead.
This was just an outward expression from the church about how much we really do appreciate our police department and our folks in uniform. First, Ms. Bryant, thanks for your office. Victoria and Cassie were wonderful. Helped me make this happen and work through all that navigation. Of course, Councilman Reese, thank you for your motivation with that. Keep me running through the finish line. Chief Nance and Assistant Chief Miller, who both also one-on-one helped me coordinate that. So we're just so blessed to be able to provide this donation to our police department, and we thank you all for all your efforts.
No, I mean, it really is remarkable, because I think in total you've raised close to $5 million for mental health initiatives.
External focus is, yes, invested back into the city, yeah.
Can you believe that? $5 million
amazing.
Dedicated to mental health. Jacob, super impressive, and we appreciate you and your community service. You've done a remarkable job.
I'm trying.
I know we don't talk enough, but I certainly know what you're doing.
Yeah,
and
appreciate
I keep tabs on you.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Madam Mayor, are we going to consider the item this morning or at the end of the meeting?
Do you want to do it now?
Actually, yes. I think that we should quickly run through items 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. We'll open 11 through 15 at one time.
Okay.
But if we could, once everything's approved, we're ready to go, we could open up with consent item number 6.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. So at this time, I'd like approval of all consent items except for the ones that have been pulled off the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. All
Aye.
those opposed? Motion carries. Okay. So now, Madam Clerk, I think we'll head over to item B6.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah. So this is approval of an interlocal agreement for fire prevention plans between City of Sparks and City of Reno. And I just think this is a really great step in the direction towards potential regionalization and just really sharing our resources where it makes sense to kind of also save resources potentially. So I just wanted to kind of call out the good work done there. I know Councilmember Anderson worked hard on this, and I'm sure JW as well, and the City of Sparks team. I just wanted to, call this out. I think it was a good achievement, and I just didn't want it to kind of not get some recognition. So I don't know if anybody wants to present at all about, what this means to the community, but I think it's, again, important to kind of move towards a regionalization model that I know Councilmember Anderson and Mayor Sheeby have been really working hard with the different, municipalities and the county. So just wanted to say that.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilwoman. We have Chief Cochran. You want to put something on the record for us?
Sure. You bet. Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief, and thank you for those words, Councilmember Ebert. I think you did a great job of summarizing really the larger picture in this. What we're doing is helping Sparks Fire Prevention with fire plan review. So when their system, when they have more work than they can handle, that's going to roll over to Reno. And it really is a great example of the collaboration between the two entities, between the two municipalities. Sparks has been very receptive to this idea, and I'm very excited about it because it's one of the things that I've been preaching. If we have excess capacity or really coming at it from the other direction, duplicate services that we shouldn't be duplicating, let's take advantage of efficiencies that we can get by working together. And so that's really what this is.
That's a great point. And I know, Madam Mayor, you've been very upfront about, fire doesn't know boundaries. So I think it's great that we can, work with each other across these boundaries for prevention. Because if something, God forbid, happens, it's not going to stop at the Reno or Sparks boundary. So I'm really glad that we're working together with our neighbors.
Yep, and this is one step forward, and we are definitely exploring other and additional greater options in the future. So look forward to
And I do
that.
want to just clarify. I know that this is for fire prevention. This is not, if there's a fire currently happening, but just still in the interest of keeping both of our cities safe. I think this is just a really great step forward. So just wanted to clarify that in case anybody's like, no, this isn't to actually fight fires. I just want to make sure everybody knows I'm aware what this means, but I just think it's really great. So thank you, Councilmember Anderson and Mayor Sheeby for your work on this, and Chief Cochran and the Sparks team as well. Oh, and Mr. Hodge as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Right.
All right, Councilwoman, give me a motion, please.
Motion to approve.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, item B8. And I think
So
this was
I don't know if there's
pulled by
any
you,
staff
too.
here to talk about this. Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
I can. All right, we do have staff here. Go ahead.
Great. I just would like, a little bit of kind of discussion about what this will cover in the city of Reno, just on the public record. We get agendas, we get staff updates, but there's a lot of people that only get their information from council meetings. So I was just hoping to get kind of a brief overview on the record for the public, what this 2-year interlocal agreement with the City of Reno and the Nevada Department of Transportation, or NDOT, will do specifically for the City of Reno. I know NDOT is a hot topic of conversation for me with the widening happening in my ward. So just want to kind of flesh out what this means for the public.
Thank you, Councilmember Ebert, for your question. Caitlin Canner, Clean and Safe Manager. So this interlocal agreement is between the City of Reno and NDOT to address the ongoing public health and safety concerns related to encampments on NDOT property and City of Reno limits. By establishing this partnership, it enhances collaboration and response time to encampments on NDOT properties. So looking to establish this partnership, working with NDOT to address these concerns.
Great. And is this for a specific region, or is this throughout, any NDOT managed spaces throughout the City of Reno?
Yes, so this is on NDOT right-of-way throughout the City of Reno, citywide.
And is this something that we have ongoing? Do we renew this every 2 years?
Yes, we had one interlocal agreement prior that ended, so we have reestablished this agreement and will continue addressing these concerns.
Great. And you mentioned encampments. What if there's an encampment that the people have left? They've moved on, they've gone into services, hopefully, but there's still things left behind. Will NDOT take care of that? Is that what this is specifically for, even though there's no longer a presence there?
Yeah, so we will notify NDOT of these concerns, and we'll collaborate on which entity will address it. I know there can be staffing limitations, or they just have many areas to address, so we can also address that with approval from them in collaboration.
Okay, and this does not cover things like keeping weeds removed, or just general garbage that unfortunately accumulates on the highway, correct?
No, this is only related to encampments and remaining debris.
Okay, thank you very much for all that information. I'm ready to make a motion unless anybody has any questions.
Are there any other questions from the body? All right, Councilmember Ebert, if you want to make a motion.
Great, I'll make a motion to approve. Thank you very much.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you so much. And staff for the presentation. We'll move on to agenda item 10.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I pulled this item, I think Ms. Stewart did as well. Mr. Williams and Pastor Marks, if you want to come back up. Sorry, the mechanics of our meetings sometimes get a little wonky, and we're not trying to keep you any longer than necessary. But I wanted to pull this item in part because I want to thank Grace Church for their generous donation. Certainly, all of us believe that governments don't always interact well with all of its regional partners because government's very rigid. But one of the things I've noticed consistently over time is that Grace Church has persevered through that sort of malaise that happens sometimes in government. And that's to say that we believe, I think all of us on this dais, that government is not the only solution to the issues that plague any particular community. And oftentimes there's private response that's important. And of course, there's a church-related response. I don't know, Pastor Marks, if you know this, but I was a youth pastor for probably 10 years in an evangelical free background. And so I know the long hours that you're putting in and the care that you give to your flock. I wanted to share with you a particular verse, which was Galatians chapter 6, verse 9, where the Apostle Paul is writing about not becoming weary for doing good, and basically that if we continue to do those good things, we reap the harvest when we do not give up. And part of this is, too, Jacob, as you and I have got to know one another, what an incredible friendship it's meant to me, but the generosity and the generous spirit that you've provided through this particular grant is really important to me. And so several months ago, as you all were trying to decide, how to allocate the resources that your church had continued continued to give so generously of themselves. Mr. Williams approached and said, I'd really like to know a little bit more about what the Reno Police Department is doing, and specifically in these areas. And I think most people probably don't know this, but Mr. Williams is a former and retired police officer in his own right, so he has a special heart for the service that happens in the law enforcement community. So we set him up with Chief Nance to go look at the Real-Time Information Center and to really ask what are the needs of this department that maybe are smaller needs, but they're still needs, and for which there would be an opportunity for Grace Church to help. And so this really reflects that dogged determination on the part of Mr. Williams, who also serves in the capacity as a planning commissioner in the city of Reno. I don't know how he has time for all of it because he's working long hours there at Grace Church too and raising two beautiful kids. But again, I think the determination that you all have shown in continuing to support the programming that you think helps and knits together a community in the spirit of grace is really important. And so I'm certainly grateful for it. Sorry that sometimes even the smallest things like a donation have to come onto an agenda. We've got to formally go through the process. It has to be approved. Sometimes people imagine that they just want to do a good thing and we're ready to receive it. And I think, Mr. Williams, you've learned that that's not always easy as it sounds. So thank you so much, Pastor Marks, to your congregation, to you for your leadership in this community. It's not unnoticed. Thank you to Mr. Williams for his continued leadership as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Reese. Councilmember
Yeah.
Stewart?
Thank you. I think Councilmember Reese stated it very eloquently, so I won't repeat what he said. All I wanted to do was really highlight this donation. When I came across it in my council briefing, I was absolutely astonished to learn about the work that you've done and the commitment you've made to these issues, to behavioral health, but also to safety in the city by working with our MOST team. And I just am incredibly grateful, and I wanted to highlight that. So thank you so much.
Ms. Stewart, would you ask Ms. or Chief Nance to come
Chief
forward
Nance,
too? I
would you?
think she wanted to say a word.
Please.
Thank you. This is a great day. We really do appreciate the support with the community and the ongoing collaboration with many different partners. These types of donations allow us to do things that we just can't do within our budget, gives us an additional resource, and so that we can provide extra training. We're replacing some computers. The MOST team is very grateful. They're an integral part of everything we do in helping people in crisis on a daily basis. So thank you very much for everything. We really do appreciate it.
Thanks.
Do either of you want to make a motion?
I'm happy to. Mr. Vice Mayor, I move to approve and accept that gracious donation by Grace Church.
And I'll second.
Awesome.
Thank
We
you.
have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for your partnership and collaboration with the city of Reno. We'll move on to agenda item 11, which was pulled by, I believe, Councilmember Ebert. If you want to get us started.
Can we do 11 through 15?
My apologies. We're going to open items 11 through 15 with Councilmember Ebert pulling all of those items.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm not sure if Chief Nance is here or a representative from RPD to just kind of give us high level what we're doing with this. Thank you. With all these wonderful donations that we're accepting and that's going to different teams at RPD.
Yes, Chief Nance, for the record, B11 is another donation that we received from Sonatrol of Northern Nevada. And this is a donation to the K-9 unit for emergency first aid trauma kits that can be utilized both for the K-9s and for their handlers, and it's an amount of $539. So again, great partnership with our community to ensure that we are adding things and resources into the department that we possibly couldn't do otherwise. B12, 13, 14, and 15 are all JAG grants or grants for the Department of Transportation. And these allow the different groups, so our regional gang unit, our human trafficking and exploitation team, and our, the other one is for patrol ballistic shields, and then for traffic safety. So these are additional resources that we have that we can do additional investigations, overtime missions, enforcement opportunities, and training and some supplies through the opportunities that are given to us through these grants.
Thank you for that. I know that we are facing some hard times with our budget, so I really appreciate the donations that we're accepting, and also the grant funds, and just the work that your team is doing. So just wanted to say thank you and thanks for coming up and sharing that information with us.
Absolutely, thank you.
If anyone doesn't have any questions, I'll make a motion.
It doesn't look like it. Councilmember Eber, if you would like to make a motion.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to accept items B11 through B15 unless legal says I need to make individual motions.
It looks like you're good. We got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Thank you so much. Go ahead and close consent agenda items, and I believe we're going to move on to opening up the RDA board. Madam Clerk, can we open up the Redevelopment Agency Board?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Martinez. So we're going to open the Redevelopment Agency Board. It is 11:19. We'll move to roll call. Councilmember Taylor? Here. Dewar?
Here.
Martinez?
Here.
Ebert?
Here.
Reese, absent at this time. Anderson? Here. Mayor Sheevy is absent at this time. You do have a quorum of the Redevelopment Agency Board.
Madam Clerk, we'll go ahead and move on to agenda item A3, which is public comment. Is there any public comment registered?
We do not have any general public comment registered for the Redevelopment Agency Board.
Great. Are there any changes to the agenda, Madam City Manager?
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. If we could move to the RAB update from Chair Klein or his designee, item RDA C1, please.
Sorry, Madam Manager, we do need to approve the agenda before we can move on.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we were following along, and it sounds like there are some changes. Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to the update from our Redevelopment Advisory Board. Looks like.
All right,
that
Mr.
designee is
Mike
here,
Van
yeah.
Houten, and many of you probably know his work, but he does it behind the scenes on Downtown Makeover. It is impressive. I think everyone should
Really
follow
do it
it.
together.
Absolutely. How many years have you been doing it now?
20,
20 years.
almost since the internet was born.
Mike is an
Makes you feel old.
but you have a ton of institutional knowledge, way more even that I have. And so Mike is really a go-to person. And so I wanted to make sure, because your chair, Mr. Klein, is, I believe, out of town or out of the country, and I didn't want to miss the update. So unfortunately or fortunately, I asked Mike to be here, and he graciously said yes, reluctantly, because some of us don't love public speaking, but you're going to be great, and we just love to hear what the update is from your board.
It's probably not much of an update. I think I have to kind of be careful not to speak for the board as a whole, because I'm not the chair or vice chair, but and we only really had one agenda item since Paul did his last update, which is the baseball term sheet that came before us. And so hopefully you guys all have our comments and recommendations in your packet. So we heard that. And then also some upcoming items that are going to be coming before the board would be the RDA rebranding is coming back to us in our next meeting on Monday, which we're going to make recommendations and refer that to you. And then also a small walls program, which will be for like murals on a smaller scale, will also be coming before us for review. And then in March, I believe, we're supposed to get back a scored and prioritized list of capital improvement projects for the RDA, which we'll be making recommendations to you on.
Okay, well, that is fantastic news, and I'm happy to hear it, because I wanted to make sure that you guys are seeing everything, because I want the council to be able to have your expertise as well. So that's why I've asked for updates at every council meeting. So I really, really appreciate it. Great job, Mike.
Thank you.
And then I think there was something else, something online, our website or something, to be able to follow the checkbook and things of this nature too that were talked about, correct?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager. Yes, that's in continued efforts for transparency. A great thing on our Reno.gov website is there is an active live open checkbook for all transactions made from the redevelopment agency. So that's something you can find and follow along.
Okay, that's fantastic. I wanted to make sure everyone knew that. Is there anything else I missed? There was a long laundry list, because I've been on those meetings.
Yes.
And so you're going to have a really full agenda at the next meeting.
Yes. The board is very, very busy, which then in turns mean you are also very busy. So thank you in advance for your patience of knowing what's coming. It's a great problem to have. It means that we're busy and we're doing things. So right now we're averaging 8 to 10 items per meeting of
there's a lot.
There's some heavy duty things coming.
There's a lot.
We've really been focusing on helping to get the board all the information that they need to be able to then give you the best advice for projects and programs that are coming. As Mike mentioned, small walls is something that this body actually adopted as part of the Public Art Master Plan in order for us to find a way to scale up local artists to help expand their opportunities. So we're very excited for that program to be done in partnership with RDA funding that you approved budget for this year. We also have some upcoming grant opportunities that we'll be bringing before that board, including a CEPTED grant, which is crime prevention through environmental design, as an opportunity for businesses to be able to apply for matching funds to help them with some safety precautions, from cameras to lighting to vandalism issues. We're also bringing forward the district activation pilot, which will be additional special events and activations in our other neighboring districts after the success of all of our downtown operations last year.
Okay, thank you so much. The other one I should point out that has been actually sort of at the top of discussion, and so I do want to highlight it for the council because I know everyone has been very concerned about it, but is the vacant and blighted properties that have loved to ditch me and not take my phone calls. So we are looking at a few other ordinances that Las Vegas actually has adopted that are very, very strong, and it just won't be tolerated. And I also want to work on a way that we can identify those properties publicly because they don't seem to want to be great partners. I'm trying to thread the needle, but I have to tell you, there's a lot of frustration there, and the board is looking at those policies. But the good news is Las Vegas has similar that I think are going to give us a lot more teeth. So I want to say thank you for that too.
We've got some great things in that space. We're working closely with the city attorney's office and looking at some options for a registry. That's something that you'll hear about from the Downtown Action Plan update today. That was an original recommendation, and we think we've almost found that path. So we are excited to be able to bring that to the board and then back to you for your approval.
Okay, thank you so much. I
Madam Mayor?
appreciate it. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question for Mike, if he's here.
He thought he was going to leave.
No. No, what I'm curious about, didn't you just meet on Monday?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and you mentioned submitting comments to us on the baseball, and I'm not sure where to find those in my packet.
Yeah. They should be, I saw them.
Councilmember Dewar, I can help to answer that. It will be included in our presentation by staff. Because the meeting was just held 1.5 business days ago, the punchline in it was unanimous support from the RAB. They had some various concerns and questions. Those were addressed, and some of those will be addressed in final agreements as far as nuanced language. But he was referencing, you can go online and you can watch that, but I'm also happy to fill in on
And
that.
I had a memo too, so
What's
if you,
that?
I had a memo too, so if you can send that out. I don't know, I figured everyone is on that.
Is there
so,
a memo?
Yeah.
I will see what we sent out to make sure that you have all the
Okay.
information.
Well, when he said that, I thought, well, gosh, I was hoping to hear from the Redevelopment Advisory Board. They're supposed to advise us. And I didn't know whether you, Mike, were going to present these recommendations or questions or things that were going to get resolved in the future, or they were written somewhere. That was where I was struggling.
That's next.
Yeah, that'll be included in my presentation for the actual item, is to tell you what the RAB said.
Is it in your presentation, one
It
of
is
the
not, because
slides?
that was due to be posted before we had the meeting.
Okay, well, I'm struggling a little, so thank you.
Okay, no problem. Okay, thank you so much, appreciate it. Any further comments?
Yeah.
Go
Madam
ahead.
Mayor. Yeah, I just want to kind of ask too, like, the timing of that. Like, is there a reason why we are doing this, this quickly after the RAB if we don't have time to include their comments in our packet? Like, is there a reason why we couldn't wait until the next meeting and potentially even have the RAB present their thoughts themselves to us before we're voting on it? And I mean, these are just comments, but I'm just curious why the timing happened the way it did. Like, if there's a reason for that. I know sometimes there is, just due to circumstances out of our control, but I think it would have been better for us to be able to access that information prior to the meeting. But, again, sometimes things just timing wise, we can't do it that way. So just wondering what the logic was there.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to answer if you'd like.
I just want to say that was something that I was concerned about too, but we also are the meetings coming out of the holiday. Everyone had really fragmented schedules, and matter of fact, I had forgotten that Paul wasn't even going to be here. So that's one of the timing challenges. But I hear your concern, and that's why I wanted to stay on the agenda with the updates from the RAD. So that's why we have Mr. Van Houten here today filling in for Mr. Klein. But unfortunately, coming off that, everyone's schedules were kind of fragmented.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. That's exactly. What we find is coming in out of the holidays, we compress our meeting schedule. Additionally, this was a second meeting held of the RAB in 1 month. They generally have their meeting is held the first Monday of the month. And based off of the timing and getting the information, we had to have a second meeting, and then it was based off of availability of the members. So.
Well, I'm just going to.
I guess I'm asking, is there a reason why we're not seeing it at the next meeting?
So
I am schedules are crazy. We're getting caught up. I get it, but is there a reason why we couldn't hear it next meeting? I mean, the contract isn't set to expire for 2 years, is my understanding.
So we are following standard practice is that generally we have the advisory board meetings. Staff takes that information and then we present that here at council. So we're following standard practice. Happy to take feedback.
No. I'm not disputing practice, and I appreciate that. What I'm questioning is the specific timing. Is there a reason why we couldn't wait until there was enough time to include the RAB's comments in our agenda packet?
I think those are in there in the presentation to address them.
Yes, so we address them through our presentation. The comments were generally questions. Overall, the motion was unanimous. There were no changes made to the recommended term sheet. I'm happy to go into that in more detail during my presentation, but ultimately, there were no specific changes to the term sheets recommended or the motion. Generally, our goal as staff is to get these items in front of you as quickly as possible, as that's been the direction of the body in the past.
Okay.
So, Madam Mayor, with that, if you would like, we can transition to your items.
All right. Sounds good. That's just an update, so we don't have to take any action. All right, Madam Clerk, I am going to send it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe at this time we're opening item C1 on the Reno City Council agenda and item B1 on the Redevelopment Agency agenda.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that we are now opening council item C1 with RDA, am I right? RDA B1? Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then also, do we have any public comment on this?
Madam Mayor, I believe our standard order is that we would take a staff presentation first,
Okay, that's totally fine.
but we do have public comment as well.
Perfect, definitely. Okay. All right, well then, let's let you take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ashley Attorney, Assistant City Manager for the record. We will take this item as a joint item between the City of Reno and the Redevelopment Agency today, returning to you with a term sheet with Nevada Land. As a reminder, this aligns with your priorities with fiscal sustainability and economic and community development from your strategic priority plan. Why we're here today. As we discussed when we came forward before, Council directed staff to identify and go through terms, agreements, and ensure that we had effectively either the best deal or to look for opportunities for renegotiation for cost savings or better service delivery. Through this process, staff discovered that we have a misalignment between some of our terms with Reno ACEs. The first one is that the operating agreement ends and their non-relocation commitment expires in April of 2029. We restructured the resettlement payment through back in 2013, which then makes the lease expire in 2043. This ends with a large gap between what our financial commitments and opportunities are. In November, this body directed me to go and renegotiate all agreements and return to you with a negotiated term sheet, which is what I have before you today. I'd like to go through a little bit more of the history and background again. You may recall this from our November meeting, but I thought it was important just to bring everybody back up to speed. Originally, this came together in 2006. The city of Reno was actively looking for a developer to build a ballpark for us in a AAA stadium in downtown Reno in order to try to help revitalize our downtown core. The city set out looking for a developer that would be an appropriate partner and then also looking for a AAA team that we thought would best fit Reno. Luckily, through that process, we found Herb Simon. And this was a very, very complex deal. I've talked about this before. I have multiple 6-inch binders that are up in my office that cover every agreement, and it is truly a mismatch and a mix-up of all the things that we had to do to get to that point. There were development agreements, there were land swaps, there were sales, there were fire station movements. This was a very, very complex deal that I really can't underestimate to tell you how difficult it was. We eventually executed the deal in 2006 and 2007, and they started construction on the ballpark. Part of the original deal is that the city of Reno, by way of the redevelopment agency, agreed to pay $50 million to offset the cost of the stadium. The stadium cost was much more than $50 million, but that was going to be Reno's share in order to help with this district area. The original plan was to build out more than just the stadium and to build out a very large tax increment area that would encompass and become the baseball district. The intent behind this was to hopefully increase enough increment in the area that all boats rise in high tide. And the original $2.5 million a year payment that was to be paid back for the cost of the construction was to be paid for out of the redevelopment funds from the increment generated in the baseball district. Construction started, and then we know 2008 hit. The Great Recession. Reno was hit harder, faster, and longer than almost any other community in the country. And despite this time, Herb Simon continued to build the baseball park, keeping hundreds of construction jobs in our community in a time when we were really hit hard. Through this process, we know that there were some challenges in the baseball area. Construction came to a grinding halt in most all of Reno. And still, despite this, the stadium opened, and the first game was held in April of 2009. We continued to deal with the ramifications of the recession, and we found that tax increment was not growing in the area. And the $2.5 million that we had agreed to pay for the offset of the construction cost, we were unable to meet our obligation as the city of Reno. And in 2012, we came together to identify and take a resettlement in order to better shore up the deal based off of what their needs were and ours at the time. The eventual agreement was resettled that the city would pay $1 million a year instead of the $2.5 million, taking a $20 million reduction of the original obligation. It should be noted through this original agreement and then the resettlement that while the redevelopment agency is the ideal agency to fund the obligation, currently it states that the city's general fund is the co-obligation and will back any opportunity if RDA cannot pay. And that has happened multiple times through this period. As we know, the tax increment area has only just started generating positive increment in the last couple of years. In 2025, you told me in the fall to go and renegotiate. And again, just identifying the misalignment between the 2029 operating and non-relocate commitment time and then the lease. Okay, getting into proposed terms. There is the entire term sheet that is included in your packet today, so I will just go over these at high level. And at the end, obviously happy to take questions. Mr. Herb Simon is in the audience with us today. If there are questions that I can't answer, you'd like to speak with him specifically, I'm sure he's happy to speak as well. The first one that was a proposed term and negotiated in front of you today is a non-relocation through 2049 of the AAA team to stay in the city of Reno. This is a really significant point. One of the areas that was really challenging with the original deal was how long will baseball stay? Was this a short-term commitment for a long-term financial obligation, or was there a long runway? And what you're seeing with this additional 20 years provides baseball in our core for decades to come for next generations and shows the continued commitment of the aces in baseball in our community. The second term in front of you is a capital investment of $40 million in and around Greater Nevada Field. 50% of this will be done within the first 5 years. The remaining will be done within 10 years. The third is a transfer of the stadium to Nevada Land. One thing I did not mention in the previous deal, it's very complex when I mentioned. Right now, the city of Reno owns the stadium. Nevada Land owns the land. We lease it back to each other and then lease it to the aces. This creates a clean transfer of the stadium as the asset, so then it can be mortgaged and leveraged in order to build out that capital investment. And with that, the fourth point in front of you is it transfers all maintenance and capital expenditures to Nevada Land, and the city has no obligation for financial upkeep of the stadium. It is a mixture in some ways. They have taken on most of the expenses, but if they were to leave, we would incur all of the cost of maintenance and management and capital on that field. The next point in front of you is a land and clawback. We felt that this was very important to have an opportunity that if Nevada Land defaults on any component of this contract, then the stadium and the land would revert back to the city of Reno, creating no loss to us if that were to be the case. Additionally, it has been decided that this would be returned to us with a clean title, so they couldn't hand over debt or obligation with it. Next, this is a status quo point, but important to note. The aces will continue to pay their property taxes. As I mentioned, they do own the land, so they pay property tax on the land. They also currently pay taxes on the stadium through possessory interest because they're occupying it. This will continue. They've also requested to maintain the opportunity to request the refund of up to $100,000 a year per the stadium agreement. This is from the Washoe County portion of taxes. This is not a financial implication to the city of Reno and has no financial impact to us. The next is the home run provision. The request is if they are to sell the stadium in the next 5 years, the city of Reno will share in the profit of the stadium. And this will come about from an appraisal done at the time of final agreement. So then that way we know what the stadium value is at the time of execution. And then this decreases over the years as their capital investments increase. Stadium use, currently our agreement states that the city can use the ballpark 12 times a year, and we just need to pay for the operations through that process. We have proposed to change this to 5 times a year. I can tell you in the 11 years that I have been here, the city has never done this. So I don't know that it is something that we would partake in. However, we wanted to keep this opportunity in case one comes about in the future. The next is maintaining the tourism improvement district. This is again a status quo. This was originally determined from the deal back in 2006 and 7, and there is no financial implication to the city that changes from this. The next one is a transfer right. They have requested that if the team sells, the city will not impede the new owner. And an important note on this is that any new ownership will have to assume all contractual agreements through this agreement. Next are naming rights. Nevada Land will maintain the naming rights for the stadium, currently identified as Greater Nevada Field. Next point is the $1 million obligation. As we mentioned, that was the original reduction from $50 million down to $30 million, of which we currently have $17 million left. This will continue. If the city fails to make this payment, then this agreement would become null and void. The last one, I think this is something that's very important as it's been directed from this body to me many times, is the de-obligation of the city's general fund. As we mentioned, the city has had to back this $1 million obligation multiple times over the last decade or more based off of the lack of increment in the area. This shores this up and fully moves this obligation into RDA only, and the city's general fund will no longer be impacted. I think it's important to touch on the economic impact of baseball. We all know we come down on a game day and it's a very active space downtown. And the best way to deal with blight is to activate the space. And that's something that baseball can really not be underestimated, the impact it has on our community. They employ more than 500 local jobs in our area, bringing in more than $20 million in spending output. People come for a game, they stop in the local stores, they go to dinner, they identify new areas, and as we continue to have more and more residents moving into our downtown core, the activation is something that's incredibly crucial. I believe most of you got to come to Home for the Holidays at the Greater Nevada Field this year. That's an additional investment that they've made and was a tremendous success to see so many families in our downtown core in an area and time when we're traditionally underactivated because of shoulder season. Last to note is that the current ownership has invested more than $10 million in capital improvements in the field since 2022. Again, this is something that the city is not responsible for. This item came before the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board on Monday, as it was mentioned, based off of holidays and schedules. We did ask them to have a special meeting because we felt it was very important that that board be able to review this term sheet before bringing it to you. Even though most of these are on the city side, with that full obligation going to RDA, we felt that the RAB should help advise you. There was ample question. We were able to get a quorum together, which was nice. They had questions regarding some of the terms, and one point, the only question that came up was currently under point 12 is identifying if the city defaults on the payment, does the entire negotiation go away, or how that moves there. So some of the pieces that were brought up are just questions on language that would be determined from the final agreement, but by and large, very noticeably, there was support from the RAB. They unanimously supported the term sheet as what's in front of you today. There were no recommended final term changes, and nothing was input into their overall motion, other than their general support. Comments and feedback were very supportive and excited about the impact of baseball downtown. With that, the motion is in front of you. It is a rather long one. However, we are recommending approval of the term sheet and direction to the city manager and executive director to execute final agreements. And
Okay.
we can take questions.
Thank you so much. So just clarify for me the RAB board comments, because I thought they were very, very valid. And so was that changed, the default?
The default is not changed, so that is something that if this body would like to ask if Mr. Simon would like to do that, so that is under point 12. Under default, the term sheet in front of you states that if the city defaults on the $1 million obligation, then the agreement becomes null and void, and they reserve the right to go to litigation for the amount of money still remaining due. There were comments from the RAB asking if it could be an either or. Either that if we are not able to meet the obligation, that the agreement and non-relocation commitment goes away, or that they can sue us for the remaining monies due. And there was ultimately just a discussion. They didn't make it into the motion. But they had a request of an either or.
Okay. I also want to know if our city attorneys looked at that.
Yes, we're good with that.
Okay. All right, and I thought there was another RAB comment.
They had questions about if the original fire station obligation was paid off, and that was paid off with the resettlement. They asked about where the money would be coming from. We clarified that it was redevelopment funds only. That is a practice that you have been doing for the last several years. They were very supportive of that and thought that was an important thing to note.
Okay. The other one is there was a comment that there is no appraisal. Can you speak on that?
Yes, I can. So the appraisal on the stadium, which ties to point 7, which is the home run provision, would be conducted at the time of execution of the agreement. So then we have a point in time of what the stadium is worth. And then that starts the process of the depreciation if they were to sell it for profit in the next 5 years.
Okay.
It didn't seem prudent to do it beforehand, because if council didn't approve that as a term, then that would be cost and something. We didn't want to be presumptuous.
Okay. And just to be clear, this will also be coming back to council.
The direction in front of us would be for you to give the city manager the authority to finalize all the final documents, so it would not return to you.
Okay, but I would think for a second reading.
You actually don't have to do a second
No?
reading. So
Interesting. Okay. The other thing I want to point out, this happened way before any of us were sitting here. This has been a long history, and there was another partner involved, and that didn't go so well whenever it came to council. It was very, very, very convoluted, the original structure of this deal. But I remember, because it was my very first council meeting, that I actually sat, not in this seat, but over here, and took a very controversial vote at the time. And just because I have a little bit of knowledge, sort of coming in halfway into this very convoluted agreement, that a big part of the worry was that there was not really a long-term commitment, and that the city was going to get stuck with a very dilapidated stadium. I think even Mr. Lorton at the time, I remember we were very worried it would, here's the city that gets back this depreciating asset that's now blighted, closed up. There wasn't a long commitment from the ACEs. It was just really, really challenging. But that was, I don't know, how long was that? 14 years, 13 years ago? I don't know. And then that was halfway into the deal that was already set by the previous administration. So thank you. Appreciate it, the background. Okay, with that being said, Madam Clerk, do you want to go into public comment now before I take questions from the body?
Absolutely.
I just don't want to skip over and take any motion before we hear public comment.
Nope, that's perfect. Our first public commenter is George Eddie Lorton, followed by Mark Radow.
Okay. Come on up.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Mayor. So my name is George Eddie Lorton, and also it's nice to see the ballpark owners here today. So I hope that doesn't mean it's a sure deal no matter what, and I hope you really think about it. It just seems like we're rushing it. We're 2 years away where we can go over this, all these things. But like before, they didn't stick to their end of the bargain. They were supposed to build everything around there. That's why they were going to get part of the taxes. They failed to perform. So that's part of the problem. Then when it came to them paying their back property taxes, as you recall years ago when we were running for mayor, they didn't pay their property taxes. They owed us $2.7 million, and I had to go to the county and threaten litigation and sue the county for them to pay, and they let them off all the back taxes, penalties, let them off $850,000. So they paid the $1.8 million in back taxes for 7 years when you and I have to pay our property taxes, so that didn't make sense to me. And then they paid. So now, a lot of this was their problem and issue. It's 2 years away. I hope that we're not going to give them this money. We need the money for police and fire. And the gentleman that owns this ballpark is very successful, which is good. He earned it the hard way. But, I wish he would maybe have some mercy. It's at his discretion on our city. We could use that $1 million a year for our police department. We're broke. I love the ballpark, I really do, but our town needs some money. So this would be up to him, but it seems like a sure thing that it's going to go through. But I wish they had waited the 2 years, extra time, do your diligence, because this thing seems like a bad deal for us, to me. We've given them millions of dollars. We gave them the fire station that was there. We moved our fire stations and took a loan to build fire stations. I mean, this thing's been a mess. So I've been there for 30 years seeing all this, and Hillary was there too. At the end, I was there before then protecting my investments when they're trying to close bars early. So, and here they go again. So I'm hoping that he could have mercy on our city and maybe not take our money, but the rest would be okay. But, we can't afford it right now. We're deeply indebted. It doesn't make sense to me just from a business perspective, and we need more police and we need more firemen. So I thank you for your time.
Mark Radow.
My name is Mark Radow. Been here for 40 years, resident 40 years, and I thank you very much for your time being here. It is obvious that you are deeply concerned about the vitality of Reno, and your allocation of the efficient allocation of resources is a priority. I understand that. I know that there's been decades of history on this ballpark, but we are where we are today, and that is relevant. This is a statement in support of sport, and I want to thank the Simon family very much for being here, believing in Reno. The city's better with you. Thank you very much. And this is also a statement in support of all of Reno business. Now, this is an argument, though, against welfare. To those who don't need it, it's an argument against welfare that's misallocated. As Eddie says, we need it in so many other places, and it's an argument against favoritism. I'm pleading for fairness to all businesses in Reno. There's hundreds and thousands of Reno businesses that are essential, that add to our vitality, but those businesses are not getting subsidies. I will also ask you to be aware of the unintended consequences. When the city of Reno subsidizes one, it squeezes out other, very specifically private investment. There is a huge body of evidence about that you're squeezing out other pieces. Now, in today's day, a few points. Sports is different today than it was when this was negotiated. Sports is an asset class. It is big business, very big business. But you know what it doesn't need? It doesn't need subsidy. It doesn't need government handout. If the city is going to be an investor in this project, and act like an investor, not a donor. We're paying $30 million to construct it. We're paying $1 million a year for a subsidy, and we're getting nothing. We've gifted the land. What do we get back for that? Okay, not enough. Open this to third-party outside bids. There's a lot of people, there's a litany of people that want to use that stadium, but you haven't even gone out to ask who wants to use the stadium. There are people that want to acquire that stadium, negotiate for the upside, negotiate for the naming rights, the admissions, the concessions, the merchandising. Investors ask for that. Why? I've been asked for that in my own efforts. In the sports universe, I have experience from youth to pro sports. Kill this gift, please. Kill welfare for the wealthy. If they don't need it, I don't need it, I don't ask for it, and Mr. Simon doesn't need it, but we can certainly partner to make a difference. Save sports, spare business here. Treat us all, you know what we're asking for? An equal playing field. Sorry, cut 1 second, Hillary, please.
Okay, Mark, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. The Reno's not off the hook, because if we don't make the payments, we default, and we can't afford that, so we're not really off the hook. It's a bad deal. And you know what, guys? Yeah, it's a bad deal. You don't even know the value of what you're without the appraisal. Oh my gosh, I could just give you I've got it in my phone. I give you 21 people that want to buy this stadium for millions. It would be a windfall, and it would support the police and the fire and all the stuff that City of Reno desperately needs. But the pro sports doesn't need it. Please. All right. And I don't mean to argue. I totally appreciate the Simon Group.
Yeah.
So thankful for the Aces to be here. It's a better city with them.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Good comments.
Okay.
And I love the passion.
I had a lot to say in 3 minutes.
I think you did great. Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment registered. We did receive one written comment, which has been distributed to the Reno City Council in opposition of the item.
Okay.
Of both items.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the body. I also, I believe we have representatives. Where are you? There you are, Eric. Come on up, because I think the council is going to have some questions, even maybe for Mr. Herb Simon. Thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate your commitment. It's always nice to see you. I will say, you know, I talked a little bit about the beginning of the baseball agreement whenever I sat in this seat, and things changed rapidly with some partners that you had. Herb stepped in. We've had a very good relationship ever since then. I can call you at any time. You've been super responsive. You've been very helpful. Also donating things to a lot of youth groups behind the scenes. I'm just grateful. We haven't had the honor to see you in person for a while, but we speak. So I wanted to say thank you so much for being here. It means a lot. And good luck on a lot of those teams that you've got going. They're impressive. So I know you're busy. Thank you. Okay. Eric, I'm glad you're here. We're going to start to the left of me, Councilwoman Dewar. Councilwoman Ebert, when you want to jump in, just let Madam Clerk know. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone who spoke earlier today. Councilmember Ebert probably articulated it better than I did, which when I said I was concerned, I depend on the advisory board for redevelopment. And I think they're super smart people. They ask good questions, and I'd like to see the answers to the questions. I do think this is just a little rushed in terms of us getting all the information. I had the opportunity to have a briefing with you, Ms. Turney, but I have to say, there's so much to comprehend, and I asked you questions at the briefing, like what are the clawbacks, what are the ways that we can commit to each other to make sure if we fail or they fail, what are the outcomes? I don't feel like I have enough information on that. And to that end, I think it's going to be very challenging, honestly, to vote today. But what I really care about is that the answers will come, I presume, before we ink a deal. But what I want to make sure is that deal does come back to the council. We need to own it. We need to be responsible for it. And I don't think just having a brief hour conversation here today obviates us of that responsibility, that we've signed off on all the details and questions to come. That's how I feel. I'd really like to see any motion require that it come back to council. I do have some specific questions. In the presentation, one thing I wondered was, you said we owe 17 million, and is that based on the original 50 million that we've paid?
Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager, for the record.
3 million?
No, this is from the renegotiated deal from 2013.
Okay.
So the developer agreed to lose $20 million of the original construction cost that we told them that we would pay. So the remaining 18 million, depends on when Vicky cuts the check, for the remaining from the 2013 settlement.
So when you want to shift this to RDA 1, right, do you know how much income RDA will have, for example, this year, and what you expect in going years, and what percentage this $1 million would be of their income?
So you have been committing to paying this out of agency funds for several years now.
Right.
And so how council has been, how the redevelopment board has been choosing to do this is we will, and I would recommend you continue to pay out of RDA 2 until 2035, in which time that area sunsets, and then we transition to RDA 1 taking on that payment until 2043 when that area sunsets. You as a body have the option where you want to allocate those funds, as the ballpark is technically in both districts. So you have it, and we've been paying it out of 2 effectively.
Right, but you're talking about switching to 1 or
No,
just either one?
I'm saying either one. I would recommend that you keep it in 2 for now, because that's where the larger amount of increment is
And
coming.
what would we pay, and Madam Mayor, I'm so sorry, the time has flown. I have several questions, so there might be a third round, but.
No, go ahead.
I'll just ask this and you can answer. What have we paid to date?
We have paid, I'm subtracting from 2013 to today, 13 million.
Okay.
Of our $30 million commitment.
Okay, and then
reduced.
just one question too. You mentioned that we've paid for some maintenance, they've paid, but is it in an agreement today? Who
It's in an
pays?
agreement, so they are responsible for the maintenance of the product currently, and.
They are.
They are.
And they would continue.
They would continue, and they would continue with the capital improvements, so that way the city would never bore that cost.
And have we paid for maintenance so far?
I don't believe that we have during, Eric, that's a you question. We haven't paid for maintenance, have we?
And Wally's, do you have an answer? No?
We have not, no.
Okay. And then who negotiated this? I mean, I know you were involved, but you mentioned to me that there was a third party that does financing helping us look at numbers. Who is that?
So Applied Analysis looked over some of the numbers, and then we also contracted with Hunden Partners, as they are the leader of arena management and deal negotiation.
So did they recommend some of these deal points or?
Yes.
Okay. I will come back, Madam Mayor, for maybe a second and third round. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. All right, I'm looking for green lights. I'm going to head over to you, Catherine. Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ashley, for the presentation. And I guess I'll just say I respectfully disagree with my colleague, because I think we had all the information. I think it's up to us to do some of the due diligence and research too. The meeting was online. I was able to attend that. I also reached out to Mike and talked to him a little bit about it. So you and your team, I believe we have all the information that we need to make a decision. Also, I think we need to start moving forward at the City of Reno with doing business, especially in this space, because of the timeframes on the RDA 1 and 2. My question is, and maybe it's a little bit of clarification. In the original deal, the City of Reno was supposed to pay $50 million.
Correct. We were supposed to pay $50 million, and at the end, the developer would own the stadium.
Okay, so when we renegotiated that deal, somehow we lost $30 million and we were on the hook for $20 million. Is that accurate?
We were on the hook for $30 million.
30?
Yes.
Okay.
So the developer took a $20 million loss through the renegotiation from their expenses.
So that $20 million was alleviated from the City of Reno's books.
That's correct. Herb Simon took that $20 million loss. The
Okay,
City of
and
Reno
then
did
in
not
the
pay.
math, I'm not sure I'm really understanding. We've only paid $13 million,
Correct.
and this stadium has been in effect since 2009. So
Correct.
the stadium has continued to operate,
Correct.
provide a benefit to the City of Reno, and it doesn't sound like we've necessarily paid our fair share, and they've done all the maintenance.
We renegotiate, yes, yes. They have
Okay.
taken on the substantial cost that's associated
But the
with
stadium didn't
managing
go
assets.
dark during the
No,
times.
stadium is never closed. They have continued operations the entire time, even when the city did not pay the obligation that we had due to them.
And one of my biggest concerns was this, is getting that $1 million out of the general fund, because when it didn't, we weren't able to pay it, it went back to the general fund. Moving forward with this negotiation, this term sheet, they can't come back, nobody can come back and get $1 million out of the general fund, which is the fund that is deteriorating right now. Is that
correct.
accurate?
That is correct. It fully deobligates the general fund. There would be no opportunity to pay this out of the general fund with the final agreements.
Okay, and my last question, Madam Mayor, is both property, they pay property tax, right? There's no property tax abatement in any of this?
Correct. There is no abatement. They pay full ride, just like everyone else, as they possess the stadium currently based off of the lease, and they own the ground.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'm going to send it over to my left. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of things for me. First of all, I want to say thank you to the Redevelopment Agency Board. I think, Mr. Manhattan, I appreciate the update and the thoughtful consideration that they made for it. That advice also includes the advice that you've now said with Hunden and Applied, right? So it shouldn't be thought that you are out there just negotiating on your own. You have lots of skills, Ms. Turney, but I want to make sure that we have had good advice from lawyers and the people who understand it. So for me, I agree with Ms. Taylor. Her analysis is really spot on. I think that the materials are complex and there's a lot of history there, but if you read the materials and you really dig into what's there, the answers are there. And you don't have to listen to people on next door and people who are running for mayor talk about things that they don't know anything about, but you can read the materials. So as a lawyer, that's what I challenge myself to do, is read the materials. And so for me, securing baseball for future generations is essential not only to the downtown area, but also the broader redevelopment goals that we have as a community. I am very grateful for the Simon family, who's committed their time, talents, and treasures to Reno for decades. I think some of the history did not involve them, but a lot of the fixing of the problems have. And so for them, I'm very grateful for that. Our continued obligations to the stadium also helps keep people employed. It helps to create the opportunity for our families to recreate. There's just an infinite number of things about it. The continued investment that this agreement represents also is another $40 million in Reno, in downtown Reno. And so a part of the greater idea and how we keep things like the ballpark apartments growing and the area around it committed is that continued investment. I think the agreement also addresses the uncertainty of what happens after 2029, right? The non-relocation commitment does not line up with the other agreement for the length of the deal. And so that's what's also important for the community. And so I think that securing that is important, because otherwise you end up being in the position that the Kansas City community is dealing with, where their stadiums are moving. I'm a Kansas City Royals person myself, a Chiefs fan at that, and both of those stadiums are getting moved around, and it's created a lot of chaos for the community that doesn't need to happen. I think it also shifts the life cycle costs of the stadium to the private sector, right? I know that because I served on the Capitol or the stadium subcommittee that we were scraping together $40,000 and $30,000 a year to do small repairs. I'm happy that I'm no longer on that, but the capital improvement side of this, we are not great at owning things. If you look at our commitment to the Reno Event Center, the ballroom, the stadium, the bowling stadium, government doesn't always do well owning these kind of projects. So for that reason, I'm also inclined to support Ms. Taylor's position. The other thing is the ongoing payment is not a new expense. It doesn't increase the liability of the taxpayers. There's a lot of people who are confusing a lot of agreements and terminologies and hoping to unwind the past. We deal in this dais with the present, and we try to have a vision for the future, right? And I think that's what Ms. Taylor has suggested is the important path forward. I think the deal creates a fair partnership. I think that de-obligates the general fund in a way that means that we have the resources and commitments. There is no one on this dais more committed to our police department, our public safety apparatus than this mayor, than this council. We have always done what we could to add those law enforcement opportunities. So I think in the end, because of those careful reading of the documents, it is a good idea for us to engage in. I do think there's some wisdom in Ms. Dewar's point about whether or not the city should see it again, not because I don't think that the words would be done, but it's because we're trying to make sure that we make a commitment to the voters who then hold us accountable for those commitments. And so I'm sort of wanting to hear what my colleagues think about that. And so I may have a bit in the round two, but I've gone over by a minute, so I thank you for the indulgence, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, I'm going to head over to you, Councilwoman Anderson.
Thank you. I just want to thank you and your team for the work on this. I have been a critic and a cheerleader of baseball from way back. I was on the bus that we all took a trip down to the River Cats. I think it was like the 2003, 2004 timeframe. Wow. I was in the audience at the county commission with my shirt on, trying to get a ballot initiative passed. So I've been a fan growing up here. I'm a weird baseball fan. I've got weird, deep experience in just minor league baseball as a nerd. And just, I've been to multiple stadiums across the country. I've been to multiple stadiums, almost all of them in the Carolina League. The swagger that baseball, having a AAA team, the swagger that it brings to Reno is very underappreciated in this market. The fact that we have this stadium in this market, we are the smallest market that has this amazing stadium. There have been wild economic times, and the original partners, it was tricky. And then we were just hit really hard by economic times. And yes, there was a struggle, funding, public safety, and things like that. But we don't want to be in the business of baseball. The city of Reno doesn't want to be in the business of baseball. We want to be partners and supporters of a AAA team that helps make our region special. And I want to just say thank you to not only the city, every single one of the people that has sat in the seats has taken it so hard, so much criticism over the years from me, from my family, from everyone that I support, and you've also been cheered on because we found a way to make it work, and Mr. Simon, you were a part of that. So I want to thank you for taking a bet on Reno, really, and I want to thank every elected official that has been here at the county or at the city of Reno for taking a bet on baseball. Baseball makes Reno very special, and it's another thing that we get to brag about when we go out and try and attract the very vital tourism market that we need here. So thank you, and seriously, the ACEs are good news, and everyone in this room should be cheering the work that everybody in this whole project has done to bring us to this point where we are going to have baseball until 2049 in Reno. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Go ahead, Councilman.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. And thank you for the information. Thank you for not just negotiating this contract on behalf of the city, but also ensuring that we are consolidating all of the different deal points that have been happening into one agreement, which is something that was very confusing to me at the beginning when I was learning more about the way that the land swap agreement and the deals have been happening over the last few times. So I think the fact that you were able to get Nevada land LLC and Mr. Simon to be able to agree to one term sheet and have that be a little bit cleaner will help not just us today, but also any future councils that decides to make improvements or actions on any of the term sheets that we're looking at today. I think a lot of what my peers on the council have already mentioned, I agree with wholeheartedly. I think that Reno Aces brings a huge asset to our city. It activates a part of downtown. It brings tourism, and it has economic vitality for our region. There are three questions that I have for you. The first is we hear a lot, not just on the media, but also in public comment today about handouts to billionaires, and I don't necessarily see this term sheet in that light, but I'm just curious how you would respond as our representative to the accusations of this being welfare or handouts to a billionaire.
Thank you for that. I would say that this is an original obligation that the city committed for the investment, and this is exactly what redevelopment agencies are built for. This is put in an area specifically why you have an area that was blighted, and we were actively seeking a partner. And with this, Herb Simon invested more than $50 million of his own money to build that, and we were only going to be a partial party to that. So I would not say it's a handout. I would say that this is a partnership, and that's something that is very important through the leadership of this body of understanding the importance of public-private partnerships.
Thank you for clarifying, giving some context to that. I did have a question about your statement earlier. You mentioned that the Aces, the Greater Nevada Baseball Field, is within both the RDA 1 and RDA 2. I'm just curious, I may be looking at the map incorrectly, but just wondering how you gathered that or why that's your assessment.
So the front of the park is in 1, the east side of the park is in 2, part of the north side of the park is in 2. It was originally drawn into the baseball district, which is a much larger area. Many of the properties that Mr. Simons also owns that he will be looking to do these investments in are in RDA 1, which we know that is the smaller increment area. So the $40 million investment is something that we will continue to see increased increment from that.
Yeah, I think I just want to make sure that we're clear on which fund this should be coming out of and making sure that we don't have any potential liabilities on either side, making sure that we can cover the $1 million that we're obligating out of those RDA funds here. Thanks so much, Madam Mayor.
We feel very confident with that. We have engaged a third party to identify what we expect the runway to be in the RDA space. And so this is something that we do every 2 years. They do a full evaluation of projects that we know that are coming in for permit, and they have been spot on with what we're seeing coming from the assessor's office. So we feel very confident that the redevelopment agency will be able to cover this obligation on the go forward.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Ebert, I assume that hand is new and not old. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, there's people in the room. So I have a lot of questions, so I'll try and be quick. The first one being, we discussed the obligations financially that City of Reno was unable to meet in the financial downturn. Can you kind of high level let us know which obligations were not met regarding the fire station? And I only ask because building a fire station downtown is very important to me, and knowing that we have a budget deficit that's very sizable, I'm concerned that this doesn't really address that issue, and I'm just curious if your assessment includes any information that was brought up today regarding fire stations that were not completed.
Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager. For the record, I will answer it in 2 parts. The first part of the obligation that we did not meet, this was the $2.5 million of increment that we agreed to pay for part of the construction cost. We were unable to meet that obligation from that 2009 to 2013 time period. So there was a full 4 years at that $2.5 million that we did not pay. So that's part 1, and then renegotiated down to $1 million. The second part regarding the fire station, there was an original loan requested from the developer in order for us to pay to relocate Fire Station 1. We did not pay those loan payments for a bit. That was part of their resettlement also in 2012 and 2013. And we did pay that loan back, and we have relocated Fire Station 1. It's currently on the corner of 4th and Valley. So those obligations have been made whole now. They were not during the downturn, but they've been rectified now.
Okay, so was there an obligation to build a structure for fire, or was the current facility there and part of the original agreement?
The original obligation was for a loan to relocate the fire station, and we did that. We just did not pay them the loan payments for a while, and then we made up for it.
That's a component I was looking for, was that piece fulfilled? Even though it was fulfilled late, I just wanted to know
Yes.
if that.
Yes, obligation has been met.
Okay, and then I also have concern about them having the ability to sue the city of Reno if we're not able to meet our financial obligations. The reason this payment ended up in the general fund is because of a financial downturn. We're currently talking about a $30 million deficit. C-tax is down. I'm not really thrilled about going into an agreement that says if we can't make this payment, they can sue us. Is there a way to say that we can, again, go back to our general fund as a safety net? Because I'm afraid of saying, hey, no, now we can have a lawsuit, because best case scenario, they can sue us. And even if we don't lose a lawsuit, we incurred legal fees. So I'm concerned that that removes that kind of ability for us to continue making payments. Like, was there an assessment of that risk?
Councilwoman Eber, I'm going to have her answer that question, but we would never go back to the general fund, ever. So I just want to clarify that. Not happening. So I just want to let you know. Go ahead.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Ebert, yes, so we have done an assessment by way of two different parties. We are in process right now of doing what we are calling an exposure assessment, so we can understand the opportunities for obsolescence to impact our property tax in the redevelopment areas. But as I had mentioned before, we actually engage with a third-party consultant every 2 years to evaluate all of the projects within the redevelopment areas, so we can project out what we think increment is going to be. We've been doing that for the past 5-ish years now, and as I mentioned before, those numbers have been nearly spot on, within about $100,000 annually of that revenue coming in. So we have a lot of confidence based off of the length of time left in both areas that we will be able to meet this obligation, and we will not have a problem doing that.
Okay, I know this is before all our times, but did they predict the 2008 financial downturn when they made the initial agreement for the stadium?
Respectfully, I don't think that the world was prepared for that. I would say
that's my point.
It's a fair question. I will also say I don't believe that they did the assessments in the same way that we've been very prudent in doing. We've brought before the body a very conservative budget year after year, because I've heard you loud and clear that you don't want to get into the same pickle that we were in before. That's part of why we've not recommended taking out any bonds or any debt in the redevelopment agency space. And until you direct me to do otherwise, I will continue to recommend that you don't do that.
Okay. And I can't see the clock, so I don't know, am I over currently?
2 minutes, but I will come back to you if you want to ask one more round. Okay, I'm going to head back to Councilwoman Dewar. Go ahead.
Thank you. We've talked a lot about the RDA paying the $1 million and then taking it off the general fund. But my question is, in the agreement, it talks about that if we don't make the payment, we are in default, and all of this goes away. So what I don't understand, I understand preferencing the RDA funds, but what I don't understand is the downside. If we fail to pay, we lose. And can you address that?
I would respectfully say that it's not a loss. The way that we've really viewed this, respectfully, it's more of a risk that Mr. Simon is agreeing to take on at this point. And I don't want to speak for him, but he already took on a risk with the redevelopment agency and already had a $20 million loss. So for him to agree to take on this risk again, I think is something that really speaks to his commitment and belief in the Reno area and what his capital improvements and investment in the region will do.
Well, what I'm trying to understand, Ms. Turney, is it says that we go into default if we don't make the payment. I understand the impact of not making the payment to Mr. Simon. But what are we defaulting on, and what won't happen if we don't pay?
If we don't pay, then the agreement becomes a space where the non-relocation commitment would become null and void. And then they have the opportunity for baseball to leave.
Okay, but they already can, right? I mean, in the agreement, it says that they can sell the team.
It's
And-
selling the stadium. The team
Okay.
is a separate component. It's only the physical asset, but the team has to stay and play.
But
So the
what
team
if-
can't leave.
What if the team falls apart, or somebody does buy it and?
As long as the new ownership of, if the team were to sell to you, and as long as you keep the Aces here, all of the agreements are in place.
Right.
If any part of that ownership does not maintain every deal term, then all the reversionary comes back. We get the stadium back, we get the land back.
Okay. And then what do you believe Mr. Simon's organization will be spending the $40 million on?
I've only seen high-level discussions and drawings. We're very excited that there's conversation about mixed-use developments, additional residential, potential for hotel. There's a lot of opportunity with the existing land that he already owns.
So the baseball apartments, right, that land was sold, I believe, by Mr. Simon's group.
Correct.
And that's a separate operation, but I think they've had trouble filling the apartments. And in fact, I think they converted part of the apartment complex to a short-term stay hotel. So I guess I'm wondering, when you say additional living, I'm not sure if the price points are right or what's going on there, but I just wanted to understand what you envision on him spending this money on.
I envision him spending mixed-use retail, but that's something that we will.
Or
I
has
know.
he made a commitment
I think
on
we all
something?
envision different things on different projects and those kinds of things.
Okay.
But Eric is in the house. Would you like to get up and talk a little bit about what
What you're thinking?
what you're thinking, but, all things considering?
Sure. Madam Mayor, Madam City Manager, Council, thanks for the opportunity. Eric Edelstein, President of the Reno Aces. It would be premature to say exactly anything because we are still in the works with a number of projects. But we do have a master plan site development that we've been working on for the last calendar year. We do expect to daylight that here very, very soon. So you will start to see exactly what we're looking at. But looking at both the old Boondock site, the Lake Street parcel, looking at complete development of that site, the front lawn of the stadium, which is another parcel for potentially some retail, and then also looking at ways to add residential as well. So we do have components of all mixed use in the plan, and now it's sort of sorting out where and how those fit in each piece.
And finally, I just want my colleagues to understand, I mean, my job is to do due diligence, and I've read all the materials, but I still have questions, and this was an example of one that has not been addressed till you are addressing it now, which is the whole purpose of you being here and helping us through this. I love the baseball, I love going, and I support it highly. What I want to make sure, as I committed when I first got elected, is that when we do deals, and we have agreements, that we understand what those are, we understand our obligations, we understand what happens if we don't fulfill them, what the fallbacks are, and those are just important things to get out on the record. Whether I've read it 14 times over or not, I think it's important to talk about it. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. Councilman Reese.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edelstein. Don't go away too far. I want to first thank you, the Home for the Holidays program that you all did this year. What an incredible success, and I appreciate the commitment that the ACE has made to the capital improvements. How much did you spend to bring that program to the city of Reno?
Eric Edelstein, for the record, that was just under $1 million in capital investments for that event to go on.
Well, and it's pretty priceless. I saw families out there kind of experiencing the wonder of Christmas. It was great to have activation in a month where there really isn't any. I was certainly sad to see soccer go because I enjoyed Los Azules, but it was a lot of fun. Let me ask this question. Maybe you can answer, or Ms. Turney, you can answer. In the status quo, in the current conditions we live under, the stadium agreement runs till 2043, so that's 17 more years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the current non-relocation agreement expires in 3 years, so April of 2029, right? So the disconnect between the 17 years and the 3 years has caused some confusion in the community, so I just want to make sure I understood it. And then perhaps this is something either for Ms. Turney or for our own legal counsel. What are the ways in which the city could default?
My name's Vivian, and I'm going to go, but I'll talk to you later.
What are the ways in
Thanks,
which the
Vivian.
city could, what are the ways in which the city could default? Ms. Turney,
That's my wife.
thank you so much.
I don't know. Do I?
Please, can we have security, please? Ms.
We're
Turney, are
fine,
you
we're
okay?
fine. It's all good.
Perfectly fine. I think I just need you to repeat the question. I only heard something about default, and I wanted to be able to answer you accurately.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
What are the ways the city could default?
The city's current obligation for default with this recommended change would be the $1 million payment.
Right, so it's the non-payment of 17 or 16 remaining $1 million a year payments, right? That's the way we default.
Correct.
Right? What are the ways or the conditions under which the ACEs could default?
The other 12.
Okay, and what are the remedies to the
So-
city of Reno?
Remedies for the city of Reno is we would issue a 30-day notice of cure. We would expect them to make good on that. If they do not cure whatever it might be, if it is potential relocation, if it's not maintaining the stadium, if it's not the capital investment that they've committed to and would contractually be obligated to, then we would move forward with clawback of the stadium and the land.
And if the city defaults and the ACEs are then permitted to leave, right, because it triggers a bunch of things that happen, if the city doesn't make its payments, which I think the city will make its payments, I have no doubt that that will happen, we are still obligated to make the $1 million payments or no?
Yes.
Okay. That's how I read the agreement. I just want to make sure that everybody else understands the agreement that's being presented in the deal terms, because it's a preliminary draft, right? It has the deal points to explain them. So for my part, I want to continue to say, much like Ms. Anderson, I've been both a critic at times and been a fan, right? And what happens sometimes is when you sit on those seats and when you sit on these seats, you're looking at different things. For my part, what I'm looking at is an incredibly important component of our downtown. It's important to the collective psyche of a region. Sports teams generate kind of a less divisive kind of thing. Everybody can be an Aces fan, and I think everybody in Northern Nevada is an Aces fan. I've been to stadiums all across the country at the minor league level and the MLB level. It is one of the most beautiful stadiums. I'm so grateful for it. And I've had the opportunity to look and see a little bit about what might be in the future for it, because the stadium needs some love. The stadium has some long-term improvement needs that I think can be made through a commitment of the resources that Mr. Simons promised to bring. So the last point I'll make, Madam Mayor, is that the $40 million investment, and I understand that no one wants to get excited about pretty pictures, but you're talking about an area around the stadium that includes both the stadium, the parcel in the front, the old Boondock site. All of those areas are ones that are envisioned for improvement, and that happens in a staggered, well, there's like one that has to be made within 5 years. I think those are principally investments to the stadium itself. And then the larger ones are commitments to the area.
They are intermixed. The primary component is just the dollar figure. So there will be $20 million of investment within 5 years in and around the stadium. They're not committed to only putting that money in the stadium. Our only provision is we are requiring that money to be invested in the RDA, cannot be outside of the area.
Well, and I think that's important because on the back side of it, which is our 4th Street corridor, we've had some dramatic changes to that area where the former CAC center or CAC site was, which is going to be housing, right? So you're adding more people there. I'm hopeful that the housing situation across the street and the one just near the auto museum, which is now up and running too. It's just you add more people down there, it grows the fan base for the Aces, it grows the awareness of a downtown, it creates the conditions under which the downtown is made more vibrant. So thank you for that.
Okay, I think Councilwoman Ebert, I don't see any green lights over here. Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, I have a question. You mentioned future development for downtown. I think that's so important to help with blight. Do you have any information about future projects they're planning on doing in the area? I know we have some vacant lots and just areas that need to be updated or reactivated. Do you have any information about plans that are waiting for this type of agreement to happen before they get kicked off?
I think that question is probably better for Eric Edelstein. He mentioned a little bit before that as they've not executed that, but he can probably speak a little bit more of kind of next steps. I think we have to get through this first, but I'll let him answer.
Eric Edelstein for the record, thanks for the question. So like we said, there are a number of plans in the works, residential, retail, and hotel, all in various areas. The land acquisition does matter to that development versus what is a stadium land and what is private land. So yes, there is absolutely plans that would not go forward but for this agreement continuing. Does that answers the question?
Yeah, and I would be really grateful to know what that information is, because at the end of the day, this is a business agreement. Like, baseball is great. I love taking my kids there. I went to Christmas lights down there. It was wonderful. But this is about the positive financial impact to the city of Reno and the surrounding area, but also to the owners of the baseball stadium, that this is their investment that will help other projects and investments that they have downtown. So I think that's relevant to the conversation. And I know Councilmember Dewar has touched on this. And I'm frankly a little disappointed in some of my colleagues. There's some pettiness about how we make our individual decisions or weigh information. And this is not a decision to make lightly. This is something that potentially is straddling future council members for a very long time. So I don't think this is something that I'm comfortable rushing. I would like to know more specifics about the positive impacts that we could potentially see, just because we are facing financial issues. I am worried that we might end up in a position where we're not able to pay. I'm worried about the risk that opens up the city of Reno too for a lawsuit. I know Madam Mayor is adamant about us not paying out of the general fund, but I don't know how much say we would have in that if we lost a lawsuit because we're not able to make a payment. So I hate to be a pessimist on this, but I think I'm just trying to be a realist. I want to know the business part and maybe take the enthusiasm for baseball kind of out of the equation a little bit. I love the baseball. Like, that is not in question. But I just want to make sure that this is a smart decision for all of us. So again, it sounds like you don't have that information available today, but I think that would be really helpful for some of us on council to make a decision if we had more assurance about the positive impact to the financial situation in Reno. So maybe that's just more of a comment, since there isn't information you can provide today. But also, just again, I would appreciate if our colleagues could be respectful of each other and how we deliberate and how we process information. We all receive briefings and documentation. It's not necessary to scrutinize how we deliberate. And also, I think it's not proper for an elected official to make negative comments about a member of the public attending a council meeting. So I just want to get that on the record, and if I have any time remaining, I'll give it back to the board.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. One of the things that I wanted to point out was that, why we also went down this road was because of the sour taste of the general fund. And long history here, but also, and everyone talks about, being a critic. I voted no because it was out of the general fund. I took a lot of heat for that. I remember specifically how that went down. And so we never really had the ability to do this structure, which would have been the appropriate structure, whether you liked it or not. And so that, I'm glad to see that that is available, because it always gave me such great concern, and my colleagues that were sitting here at the time, because I think I'm the only one up here from back in the day. And the other thing I would say, I want to say thank you to Eric for your commitment, because you said, I want to make sure that we continue to build upon what we talked about, the investment. We can always, be critics. I've been very critical of a lot of the things that you have done. What I would say too, and I hope people can understand this, downtown has been at a critical point for a long time. And, it hasn't moved as fast as I would have liked to have seen it. We had a lot of challenges with the pandemic. We had a lot of challenges with other businesses closing, casinos, things like that. So we are sort of at this point where we have to look at the things that are actually down there that people want to see, that are vibrant, outside of, it's more about we have to diversify from, festival grounds to ballparks, those types of things. Here's the other thing that I think people forget is that we're already here. We are not just starting. If I was here at the beginning, I'm sure Mr. Lorton and I would have had good conversations and done things differently. That was way before us. Mr. Lorton's been around for a very long time, so he probably did weigh in back then. So my point is that I've also watched where downtown really, really needs these specific shots in the arm, and it can be incredibly difficult when you do have these private and public partnerships. I was super, super critical. I still am. But I think that we are at this pivotal time where downtown is going to need all the help it can get. And I've also been really critical about the city and how we've handled downtown and the closures of certain things. And there's been a lot. It's very, very complex. And so I want to be very careful about being negative about the things that have been incredibly positive. Eric, you really have done a phenomenal job, and you came to me and you said, I promise we will activate, because remember, I was like, where's these activations? Where's this housing? And everything that you've said you have delivered. So I want to say thank you to that. The other thing I do want to point out, because otherwise I would have real heartburn over this. I don't even know if I could get there. But I've been vocal about the RAB board looking at every single deal that comes before us. You have talented people on there, Mr. Van Houten. You have people like Mike Pawnee, very skilled attorney. Anyone that is here today that's interested about downtown redevelopment or things that are happening downtown, I want you to pay attention to what they're doing. I want you to participate. I want these comments on the record. Mr. Lorton, I don't know if you've had a chance to go. I think it would be very helpful, because I know that you have a lot of feedback, those types of things. That was not the case that they were hearing every project. That has been a requirement, and so that gives me a lot of, comfort in knowing that people outside of us are looking at the projects as a whole. So when people say, oh, that council, we have several eyes on it. And even the one and only Carl Hall over there. I love to see his face get red. But that's really important to me, that we have outside people, outside expertise looking at that. Because we're not going to be experts at everything. I appreciate that you really listen to this council because that did not happen on another couple projects, and I just felt like that was a complete disservice. So I'm really glad that there was a lot of frustration there, but I really am glad that those every project in downtown is coming before that board. Really critical. Anyway, oh, hello. Hi. Did you drop out of the sky? Yeah, I love it. All right, cool. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna, I think we have one more 1 minute round. I'm gonna send it over to Councilwoman Dewar. I see green lights over here, so we'll just start from Ms. Dewar and then go down.
Actually, my remaining two questions, one is about the appraisal process. So the reason I think it's important to have an appraisal at some point here soon is that no matter how this deal goes, assuming everything goes swimmingly, no problem. But if either party defaults, it would be good to have at least an understanding of what we're talking about. What is the land worth? What is the stadium worth today? What might it be worth in the future? Do you think that you mentioned you were planning to do one if we got into a sale? And that was the second part of my question, which is, it mentions this home run provision of sale, and your bullet didn't speak about 5 years, but you did. And I wasn't really sure, do we participate with them as long as we're partners, or only the first 5 years?
So
and then I have a final comment.
Okay.
Not a question.
For clarification, the appraisal will be done at the time that the final documents are executed. And the reason for these documents. So your term sheet is what's in front of you of the overall terms, and then we let the lawyers decide if semi-annual is one word or a hyphen, because that's the thing that lawyers like to look at. And so we do an appraisal that would be at the time of execution of final documents. So everyone knows exactly what the stadium is worth at the time that the deal is inked.
Okay.
The idea then lends into the home run provision. So that is part of your term sheet. Towards the back, there's a crosswalk of all of the agreements that need to be updated, as Councilman Martinez mentioned. And within that, it's a 5-year rundown. And the idea is so we don't give them the stadium and then they flip it for a profit immediately. So the first year, we split it 50-50, and then each year it reduces from there. And the idea is it's decreasing at the same rate in which we would anticipate to see that capital investment come in.
Right, but that's over 10 years, the capital investment, right? Not 5. And I guess what I was wondering, I mean, this is like a deal point that I would love to discuss with them, or have you discuss with them, which is that if they do a sale at 8 years, we're partners, shouldn't we share in a rising tide lifting all boats as partners? And then that's just my thought. But then my final comment is I'm very willing. I think the terms are generally good with a few tweaks like the one I just mentioned. And I just would like the agreement to come back so that we see it all in place. We see how this all fits together. And I hope whoever makes the motion will consider that, because that's important to me to be able to move forward on this deal. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make one more point, thinking about some of the public comment that we had today. I heard just small businesses need support downtown. And we agree, and the Restore program with the RDA is part of the city's or the redevelopment agency's outreach into businesses to come downtown and take a chance on downtown, or how can we improve the current business that you have downtown. So I just wanted to make sure, potentially not everybody knows about what the redevelopment agency is doing for local businesses to help them get kind of a leg up. So just wanted to respond that way, because I do hear in the community how it can feel unbalanced that bigger business gets support from whoever it is, whether it's the city or the county or the federal government or whatever. But now that the RDAs, after all of these years, 20, 30 years, are finally popping off increment where we can actually go out and put the RDA to work, there's a lot of really good work that you can do on behalf of the smaller businesses, and I hope that the community can get excited about that.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor, and I just wanted to highlight that from my reading of is it 2007 or 2013 agreement, the proposed term 12 seems to not be something new that's getting used. It was already within those 2 contracts. Am I reading that correctly or
That
not?
is correct. So the current agreement states that the city has access to use the stadium. We would need to pay for whatever costs to operate that 12 times a year. This proposed reduces it to 5, and that being, as I mentioned, in the 11 years that I've been here, the city has never taken up any of those opportunities of 12 a year. So the 5 didn't feel as if there was much of a change for us. It
Sorry,
still
my-
reserves it.
My apologies. I don't think I asked my question clearly enough. I think from what I was reading in those agreements, if the city were to fail to pay the obligation, nullifying any part of the agreement seems like it was already part of the agreement, prior agreements. This isn't something new that's getting proposed in this term sheet that's being proposed.
That is correct. The financial obligation is the financial obligation regardless. And so that was something that would have been there no matter what.
And despite the city having failed in the past, our partner hasn't nullified any part of this agreement.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. I think, but you're ready to make a motion?
I'm ready to make a motion whenever you are ready to
Yeah, I
entertain
know you
one.
well enough to know I'm ready to go. She's like, let's go. She's on a
Well,
timeline.
I'm trying to follow the process.
Yeah, and that is true. That is true. I've just let everyone speak longer. This is a bigger discussion. I think it's valid, so I appreciate that. Thank you. No, and you're right. She's like, Hillary, get back on track, so I get it. But I also wanted to be respectful of questions. And also, I wasn't sure if there were briefings and you got to, get all these questions. I want to just make sure, and that's why I've given you extra time. So that's why I'm lagging a little bit.
Questions
So-
at my briefing, but I just didn't get the answers after the briefing.
Okay.
And so that's why I'm trying to
Yeah.
get some answers now.
And that's why I wanted to make sure I didn't cut anyone off. Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
Yeah, I did just want to say, I do appreciate all the work you've done on this. I know it's been really difficult, and you have 7 different people having 7 different expectations, right? So I appreciate you trying to anticipate everything that we're going to ask. I can't imagine how difficult that is, so thank you. Again, I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just, I want to make sure that we don't get in a situation like we did where we made an initial agreement and then we couldn't fulfill the terms. And I'm grateful for Councilmember Martinez saying the obvious that, they didn't violate their terms. We were the ones that couldn't hold up our end of the bargain. So I think that's important to call out, especially, when we're discussing negotiations. But I did also want to ask, there's talk about not selling the baseball team, like an agreement with Reno. What is the agreement with MLB, whether or not they can sell the Aces team? Like, is there a component of that, and how would that affect City of Reno?
So Eric is certainly the expert on MLB. I know they're very stringent, but I'll turn it over to him to be able to answer that for you.
Eric Edelstein for the record. So transfer of the team it currently is an option. It would remain an option. Any owner that purchases controlling interest or any stake in a minor league team has to be fully vetted by Major League Baseball, not just for financial bona fides, but also character, competence, and background. So there is a very firm vetting process. Major League Baseball doesn't just allow anyone to purchase a team. So if the Aces were to sell, they would have to go through that process.
Okay, and then this is more for Ashley. Is there any kind of financial implication that would trickle down to Reno as a result of a sale between Aces and another party?
There would not be. The team is independently owned. The city of Reno has never had an ownership in that MLB team, and that would be remaining completely
So
separate.
this agreement is not contingent on the owners of the Aces. Am I saying that correctly? Like, another owner could come in for the Aces and they would have to abide by this agreement?
That's correct.
Okay, sorry, I was saying it the longest way possible the
You're
first
exactly
time.
right. Anyone who has a team here has to play by these rules,
Okay.
regardless if it's the Aces or the Dice.
Okay, and I do appreciate getting it back into the RDA. That was the original intent when we did this. So thank you for your efforts in figuring out how to make that happen again. And again, I just need to express my concerns about what if we get in a bad spot again? So thank you.
Councilman Reese.
Thank you
looks
so much,
like
Ms.
your
Turney.
light's
In
on.
our briefing, we talked a little bit about the business impact of baseball, and I heard good colleague from Ward 4 ask about the business impacts. Can you speak to that?
as far as economic impact.
Yeah.
So the ACEs, as we know, they are a large employer in our area. They employ more than 500 people that are all locals. This ultimately results in a near $14 million GDP contribution to our community. So if you don't have baseball, that is a significant amount of investment that is not coming in and staying in our community.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you,
All
Madam.
now. Thanks. She's
did-
like,
I-
wait, hold on a second. Okay, go ahead.
I just want to, as the downtown representative and somebody who lives down here, we absolutely have got to have baseball downtown. It is in the best interest of downtown. It is in the best interest of the community. And my colleague Devin Reese makes some jokes sometimes, so I was going to say, Councilwoman Anderson, you hit it out of the park with your statements. The investment, the $40 million is imperative to what we need in this community, and getting it out of the general fund is obviously important to the city of Reno. I wanted to address my colleague's request to bring it back. I believe, Madam Mayor, you got it right, that the process was followed. The RAB did look at this. Went through the whole entire process. We had a third-party person look at this. All of the boxes have been checked. I don't look at the term sheet and see anything that I would change, so I'm going to make the motion as is. And I move to approve the proposed term sheet with Nevada Land LLC and Reno ACES for renegotiation of all applicable agreements and authorization of the city manager to execute any necessary and appropriate agreements and documents to effectuate the modifications and restructuring set forth in the term sheet. Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. I'm going to send it to Councilman Dewar.
Yeah, I just wondered, it's not a criticism, I'm just wondering why that would be offensive to bring it back to council, the full agreement, so we can vote on it. I just, why does that hurt anyone? I'm missing something, I think.
If you would like me to respond, I just think that we have a process in place. We followed the process in place, and we need to move forward with doing business
So-
within the city of Reno. So I don't think it's offensive. I just think there's no benefit to doing that. I
Okay.
don't see.
Well, I saw a benefit, and I mean, just in the interest of collegiality, the usual process is that a body votes on an agreement, not just sends it off. Now, I'm not saying we haven't done it that way. We have directed our director to sign all kind of agreements, our manager. But on the biggest ones, we generally keep them here. And that's what I thought was reasonable. Even the mayor was asking, she assumed it was coming back. I mean, I think it's a natural kind of thing, and I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to make sure I understand, see the full document before we sign off.
So let me ask you, are there any questions that you didn't get to ask?
Well, it isn't that I didn't ask a question, but one of the things that I didn't hear, that I asked was, on this home run deal, is there, is Mr. Simon willing to extend that profit sharing, so to speak, for a longer term until they maybe reach the 10 years?
So I think that is the job of the redevelopment agency and the city manager and the third party, and I think that has gone through that. So I guess I respectfully am not understanding,
So
this
we
is where we're at.
So we shouldn't, so our point here is never to ask for anything, it's just to accept what our staff does, A, or
No,
up or down?
I'm
No,
not.
listen, okay.
I just want to
Both
make sure I
sides.
understand.
You are more than welcome to ask for that to be included in
I've
the,
asked.
in the motion.
I asked.
If you'd like. So I just want to clarify that.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Councilman Ebert, did you, I thought, no, okay, thanks.
I want us to all vote on this together. I really do. I want this to be, I want this to be a council win, a city win, a downtown win. I just don't see the value in asking it to go back to the RAB, asking it to come back to council. I think we are there. Everybody has done their job. Our team has done, and the Simon team has done an excellent job of executing this. We're learning in this RAB space. Madam Mayor has made lots of changes. I just think we got it right on this one. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
So just to be clear, I'm not asking for it to go back to the RAB, I just wanted to have us vote on it.
Councilwoman Dewar, I made my motion. Thank you very
That's
much. I
fine.
appreciate you.
Okay,
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
For my part, and to Ms. Taylor's comments, I think the work done by the RAB and by staff and by Hunden and by your office really, hits it out of the ballpark, right? If Ms. Taylor wants me to use as many puns as we can, I feel like delay is often the hobgoblin of government. And so we sometimes, there are good reasons to delay, and oftentimes I have been absolutely willing partner in my good colleague from Ward 2's desire to have more time built into it. But, we're on deck, we're in the bottom of the ninth, the time is running in the World Series, and this is a home run for our community, right? And so I don't need additional time. I trust that the lawyers reviewing it understand the direction that we've given. The deal points have been very explicit and lined out. I make an assumption that no one's getting a better deal because we decided at the last minute that there was a deal point that we like to go from 5 years to 8 years. I suppose if Mr. Simon or his representatives are interested in that, they'll let you know. But let's not foul out at the last minute. Let's hold to the place where we are and be ready to make our votes when the time comes. That's what we're tasked to do at this body.
So I'm going to be clear that I am going to support this. I'm
Okay.
just disappointed.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean it's not a make or break.
Yeah.
What it is it's a courtesy to our colleagues, and it's not about taking more time. It's about seeing a final work product, and that's it. And I'm still going to support it, and I
Yeah.
love the fact that they're here, and I love the fact that they're doing business with us, and I love the fact that we've taken the time to renegotiate. Would I have put in some extra deal points? Probably yes, because that's who I am, and I do a lot of deals on land for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
And so I always take a pretty hard scrutiny on these things, but it doesn't mean that I'm cutting my nose off to spite my face, and I come up with some good baseball analogy for that. But the point is I'm supportive, but I also believe in good process here at the city, and that's to me good process. So
Yeah.
I'll leave it
No,
at that.
thank you. And I appreciate those comments and council working collectively. I think that's important. The other thing that I think is hard that a lot of people they never, ever see, and that's not part of their job because they're busy and that's why they elected you. But when we start to negotiate and look at certain things, we start here. I don't think people ever see, especially like I see it all the time on development projects where people start out at 2,500 homes and they don't realize that you got it down to 500 and now it's at council. There is a lot of work that goes into this because immediately when we started to see the benefits of the RDA, then that's whenever we were like, it has to get off the general fund. It has to. And here's the other piece of it is like, do we love every deal? Absolutely not. But they get here and they get better and better and better when you're sitting down and you're negotiating. But they don't just happen overnight. They take a lot of work. I would never support this had the RAD board not looked at it. That was one thing for me that I've been crystal clear on. Again, I think that it's also really helpful when other community members with background, with knowledge, it's also their city and they're helping us make those decisions. And I was very clear about that. So, but I also understand exactly where Councilwoman Dewar is coming from. She's not wrong. I just wanted to be very careful because I was so vocal about making sure that they were looking at things way before we were. And it's not a staff-driven initiative. That I don't want to see. I know staff gets upset with me and I don't mean to, it's not personal at all. But that's been part of the biggest ask is making sure that outside is looking at it. They are the experts. They know a lot better than a lot of us do internally. So, and then I also want to say, even when you're doing it right, everyone's going to tell you you're doing it wrong. We are living in that time where it doesn't matter what you do. I've been called everything, under the sun from, corrupt, all these crazy things that are absolutely not true. And so I want to address some of those things whenever they're out there. They're salacious statements. They're not accurate. And so, because I know how this is going to go. There's going to be negative comments online. There's going to be a lot of, Monday morning quarterbacking. Not a baseball pun.
Close.
And so I get points for being outside. No, but It doesn't mean that we think that this is the best deal, perfect. We try to get as close as we possibly can. All I'm going to say is that if downtown does lose another asset, that can really tip downtown economy in the wrong direction. I've watched, I've pushed all of those property owners over here who basically have given me the finger. It's been really, really tough. Downtown can't afford another loss. And that's what's so difficult about it. We can't. And so unless someone else wants to come in with a partnership, we're all ears. And we're all ears anyway. We want to make downtown really, really thrive. But people also forget how far downtown has come whenever there's so many things that have happened from the King's Inn. Mr. Lorton will remember the King's Inn, right? So it started with the King's Inn and all the businesses that have moved around here. A lot of people don't realize it because it happens outside of Virginia. And Virginia is definitely the core, and we're pushing and pushing and pushing, and it's hard, I think, to get some of those businesses and property owners to move, but we are working in that direction. We're gonna push. But I'm just saying, it's never, ever perfect. No one is ever happy. But if we can make something happen for the community, it's just really challenging when you're already at this point. This is not from the very beginning. So I want to be sensitive to Ms. Dewar's points. I think she's absolutely right. Ms. Taylor's points, she's absolutely right. And that's where I really leaned into the RAP board. They looked at it. That was important to me. And so I want to say thank you, Mike, for putting up with me over there. Anyway, okay. I'm so sorry. Councilman Martinez, you do have a green light on.
I'm just ready to vote, ma'am.
Oh, I told you to move on. Okay, thank you so much. So I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I was just going to say for discussion, I am an aye, and I just want to say this is our opportunity to ask the hard questions. I don't want to be perceived as not supporting the downtown. I'm a huge cheerleader for downtown and everything we can do to revitalize it. And I want to make sure that the public knows that we're considering all of these things. And like I said, the fire station downtown was something that's come up a lot, and I just wanted to make sure that those questions were answered completely. So thank you for answering my hard questions. Hopefully you didn't feel like you had a spotlight on your face, but I appreciate you doing that so that we could come to, a positive outcome. So thank you. And yes.
Thank you, Ms.
Sorry.
Bieber. I did want to point out one thing, because you brought it up, and you did bring it up about small businesses and how we're helping them and how we've invested in them. You are exactly right. I would love for you to reach out to me. There's an initiative coming forward that I'd love to include you. I want to point out that Mr. Brandon Siri is one of those small businesses who received money from the city of Reno for the Restore project for his casino. And he is a small business owner. And so I wanted to point out to Mr. Siri, because I think there's a level there that he might have forgotten about. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mayor, then we'll ask for the same motion with one change to the executive director on the redevelopment side.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the proposed term sheet with Nevada Land LLC and Reno ACES for negotiation of all applicable agreements and authorization for the executive director to execute any necessary and appropriate agreements and documents to effectuate the modifications and restructuring set forth in the term sheet.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. We are going to break before we get into our 2 o'clock, which is Lake Ridge, and we are going to have a briefing from Police Chief Nance. So thank you so much. We'll see you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Hi, I'm Reno Fire Chief Dave Cochran. It's an honor to connect with you as we look back on 2024, a year of innovation, strong work, and unwavering dedication to protecting our community. The Reno Fire Department reached incredible milestones, overcame challenges, and made a real impact on the biggest little city. Let's look back at 2024 and the achievements and highlights of the Reno Fire Department.
2024's wildland season tested our region with incidents like the Gold Ranch, Davis, and Callahan fires, straining resources from across the West. Although these fires happened just outside Reno city limits, our firefighters stepped up to assist while ensuring our Reno community remained well protected. In 2024, RFD deployed 264 resources to more than 100 wildland fires, contributing over 65,000 hours of work. These efforts brought nearly $2 million in reimbursements back to the department. Right here at home, we responded to 51,737 calls for service, an increase of over 2,000 from the previous year. Our commitment to service continues to grow along with our community.
The Safety and Training Division saw impressive growth in 2024, paving the way for a stronger, more skilled team. We proudly promoted 11 captains and 8 operators, hired 25 new firefighters, and welcomed 5 single-role EMS personnel. This year, we ran 2 3-week fire equipment operator engine academies, 1 2-week fire equipment operator truck academy, and a 2-week acting captain's academy. These intensive programs help sharpen our skills and prepare our teams for any situation. We also expanded our monthly company-level training sessions, introducing specialized active shooter training and wide area search exercises. And through partnerships with surrounding fire departments, we enhanced our response capabilities for wildland fires and hazmat operations. Additionally, we upgraded the training facilities at Station 11 with new technology to improve the delivery of our programs, ensuring our team is always ready to meet the demands of our city.
The Reno Fire Prevention Bureau experienced significant strides this year in 2024, starting with the appointment of a new fire marshal, 3 fire captains, and 3 new fire inspectors. Our team saw great success in our arson investigations, achieving an impressive 80% conviction rate and completed over 6,000 building inspections to help keep Reno safe. For the 4th consecutive year, we hosted our dumpster program thanks to a grant from State Farm. This program helps neighborhoods in the wildland-urban interface clear dry vegetation and debris, creating defensible space. Thank you to everyone who participated and helped reduce wildfire risk in our community. In 2024, we were also thrilled to receive nearly $245,000 from FEMA's Fire Prevention and Safety Grant to develop a community wildfire protection plan. This comprehensive framework will prioritize wildfire mitigation efforts, improve emergency preparedness, and ensure long-term safety for Reno's residents and infrastructure. Keep an eye out in the coming months for ways to get involved. We're excited to collaborate with you.
In 2024, we worked closely with our community partners to update the Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan. The plan assesses the potential impact of all prioritized hazards to the region and provides mitigation strategies and actions to reduce such risk. The update ensures the plan remains effective in addressing the evolving needs of our communities. We also prioritized firefighter health with initiatives like our 4th annual cancer screenings and the introduction of the coronary calcium scan. These proactive prevention programs are vital in detecting early markers of heart disease and cancer, critical steps for firefighters facing heightened risks associated with their profession. Additionally, we launched a groundbreaking pilot program with the Epic Brain Center, exploring enhanced mind-body performance treatments. This innovative approach supports firefighters dealing with PTSD and other mental health challenges, while empowering them with improved executive function to perform at their best.
2024 was a landmark year for the Reno Fire Department Emergency Medical Services Division with 30,649 calls for service. Collaboration played a key role in 2024 as we joined forces with regional partners to strengthen our unified response to medical emergencies.
We were excited to welcome our new EMS management assistant and expand our specialized training for our single role program. Ensuring our EMS team is always prepared to meet our community's high demand for advanced emergency medical services. We conducted division-level training on new medical equipment, including cutting-edge video laryngoscope blades, that are vital in life-saving situations, and new medications that can be used to treat various patient presentations by our mid and advanced level providers. We also implemented a new medical charting platform, further enhancing patient care.
Reno Fire Department's Support Services Division achieved significant milestones in 2024. Enhanced vehicle maintenance and repair, increased apparatus safety, and equipment modernization. Through our apparatus replacement program, we added 2 new brush trucks designed for firefighting in rugged terrain and a state-of-the-art ambulance, ensuring our fleet meets the diverse needs of our community. We also enhanced operations by refining the use of fleet cameras throughout our vehicles. These systems capture critical moments during incidents, training, and daily operations, providing insights that improve safety and support crew education. Our logistics team continues to push innovation forward, adopting advanced battery-powered tools on our fire engines and ladder trucks, and improved personal protective equipment. These enhancements extend equipment lifespan, improve functionality, and prioritize firefighter safety. Looking ahead, we're excited to introduce a new heavy rescue apparatus in 2025, the first of its kind for our department since 1986. As an all-risk fire department supporting many different types of incidents, this edition ensures our crews are ready to respond to any emergency, no matter the challenge.
As we reflect on 2024, the Reno Fire Department has much to celebrate. From our interlocal agreement with the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority, enabling us to assume firefighting services across all airport properties, and our partnership with Truckee Meadows Fire and Rescue, which now provides automatic aid to ensure the closest resource responds to emergencies, no matter the jurisdiction. We're building the foundation for continued growth and excellence. I'm pleased to share that we also received the keys to 455 East 2nd Street, our future central fire station. We're excited to begin serving you from this state-of-the-art facility in 2027. At RFD, we believe that being part of the community is just as important as responding to emergencies. Whether it's hosting fire safety programs, participating in local events, or building relationships with residents, we strive to be more than the first responders. We're your neighbors, partners, and advocates for a safer region. None of our work would be possible without the dedication of our team and the unwavering support of our Reno City Council, state and federal representatives. Their commitment ensures RFD is always ready to serve and protect our community. On behalf of the Reno Fire Department, thank you for your trust and support. Together we accomplished so much in 2024, and we look forward to an even brighter and safer year ahead. Thank you for standing with us.
My name is Robert Downs. I'm a field specialist with RISE, and this experience with Bonnie Pace and the Pathway Pilot has been awesome and tremendous, and I'll never forget it.
As we move into the next budget year, we're excited to share some of the key accomplishments this past year in the biggest little city.
Whether working to ensure a safe and welcoming community, planning for responsible growth, or maintaining strong fiscal accountability to our residents, our team is dedicated to building a community that people are proud to call home.
Running a city is no small feat. It takes 7 dedicated council members and over 1,700 committed employees to make this city thrive. While you see some of them every day, many are behind the scenes.
But we all have one thing in common. We make Reno more than just livable. We make it lovable. Ensuring the infrastructure in our community stands the test of time is critical to obtaining a vibrant and resilient city.
The Utility Services team oversees stormwater, wastewater, and recycled water throughout the city, including the sanitary sewer system. I know sewer is one of those things that people don't often talk about, but sewer systems play a crucial role in protecting public health and our environment. One important element in the sanitary sewer system is lift stations, which are needed in low-lying areas to pump sewage up to a gravity sewer line. All of our sewer lines convey sewage and ultimately end up at our wastewater treatment facilities. Over the last 5 years, our team evaluated 27 public lift stations in our community and determined that some needed major rehabilitation. Since the evaluation, the city has successfully rehabilitated 5 lift stations and completed the design improvements for those 7 remaining stations in need of rehabilitation. These remaining lift stations will be constructed in the next 2 years to ensure the sustainability of the systems for years to come.
Since 1995, City of Reno Council has made street maintenance and rehabilitation a major priority. The Public Works team maintains a pavement management system to evaluate the condition and serviceable life of over 755 miles of streets. This system allows us to plan for preventative maintenance and major rehabilitation projects based on priority.
Maintaining infrastructure, such as roads, is the job of the maintenance and operations team. This last year, the Streets Division maintained 755 miles of paved roads. That includes 37,000 miles of road being plowed, over 6,000 potholes repaired, and over 12 million square feet of cracks sealed or filled. Our teams work round the clock when needed to ensure that residents can get where they need to go safely, rain, snow, or shine.
At the City of Reno, in our Sewer and Storm Drain Division, there's 50 of us that take care of just over 800 miles of sanitary sewer. That includes 35 lift stations. Our Sewer and Storm Drain Division in the City of Reno ensures safe maintenance for over 600 miles of stormwater lines. It's our aggressive preventative maintenance program that ensures that your system will respond properly to prevent overflows and flooding, keeping our residents and our environment safe and sound.
The fleet management team maintains over 850 pieces of equipment, including police cars and other emergency response equipment. This year, the fleet management team was ranked in the top 100 best fleets in the Americas, and doing work in-house saves the city millions of dollars each and every year.
And our final areas of responsibility is facility maintenance. We perform a wide variety of repairs and remodels and preventative maintenance on over 200 city-owned buildings. And just this last year, we completed a seismic retrofit of City Hall, which ensures the safety of both staff and the public during earthquakes.
Parks, recreation, and open space are vital for creating healthy, sustainable, and vibrant communities. Last November, the Reno City Council adopted the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Master Plan. The plan identifies top priorities and an implementation strategy to improve existing parks, trails, and recreational facilities, identifying and acquiring land for new parks and recreational spaces, activating the Truckee River Corridor and downtown spaces, and expanding recreational programming.
But the crowning achievement this year for the Parks team is the Moana Springs Community Aquatics and Fitness Center. Opening in August, this 52,000 square foot facility will include a 50-meter indoor competition pool, multi-use indoor recreation pool, an outdoor soaking pool, 5,000 square foot fitness facility, and more. This project represents a vital investment in the health and well-being of our community for generations to come.
As we approach the completion of two major projects in our community, the Public Safety Center and the Moana Springs Aquatic Center, it's important to highlight the clean energy components of both projects. At Moana Springs, the city received a Community Project Funding Award to install solar and was selected by NV Energy to be a community-based solar resource host site at the same location. The Moana Springs parking lot features solar-covered parking to support this project, and the Public Safety Center will include rooftop solar as well as battery storage to provide energy savings. By investing in clean energy, we are moving towards a cleaner, more resilient, and equitable energy future for our community.
Reno is one of the best places to live, work, and play, so we know that growth in our community is inevitable. At the city, we are focused on responsible growth to achieve balanced and long-term development that benefits all residents. Last year, the City of Reno completed the ward redistricting process that transitioned our community from 5 to 6 wards. Redistricting ensures that each elected official represents approximately the same number of residents. Final maps for the new wards were voted on by the Reno City Council following a community engagement process that spanned across 4 months and included 17 opportunities for residents to participate. The new ward maps will go into effect following the 2024 election cycle. We encourage you to visit our online mapping tool to learn more about the new wards.
Responsible growth means long-term planning. In January of 2021, the city adopted a new zoning code. And in June of 2022, the city initiated an amendment to address outstanding cleanup items. This includes everything from grammatical errors to accounting for updates in state law. Development Services has spent the past year working through these changes and seeking public input. Final adoption of an updated zoning code is anticipated early next year.
The City of Reno is working with our regional partners to manage water resources sustainably for future generations through the One Water Nevada initiative. This program is working to ensure there is enough water available to meet the needs of all users while protecting and even improving the region's water quality and environmental integrity. A key element of this project is the Advanced Purified Water Facility at American Flats. With construction expected to begin in the near future, this facility will apply state-of-the-art water purification processes and provide the region with the potential for over 2 million gallons of high-quality drinking water daily.
At the City of Reno, we are focused on ensuring that everyone has access to safe and affordable housing.
The City of Reno helps to improve housing stability by providing rental and deposit assistance for all residents, including seniors and veterans. In the past 6 months, the team has assisted 584 households with rent, supported 175 cost-burdened seniors, and dispersed $1.5 million in rental assistance.
The City of Reno is a leader on the affordable housing front.
Back in 2019, the state law changed, and since then, the city has been allowed to enact an ordinance that has given us the right to waive or reduce fees for sewer connection fees and building permit fees, as long as the project is associated with an affordable housing development. And to date, Reno has approved reductions and waivers totaling almost $8 million. This has contributed to 1,800 new affordable housing units that are moving forward. City Council has also added conditional requirements for certain development projects, and those are to help pay for affordable housing. This has been triggered on 5 development projects. This is estimated to generate over $4 million in funds, which will support affordable housing.
Last year, the City of Reno supported the development of 492 affordable units through funding programs and city incentives, including federal home funds, volume cap allocation, and sewer fee reductions. Developments that were supported include the Marva Way Apartments, Copper Mesa Apartments, Oravada Street Senior Apartments, and the Ridge at Sun Valley.
And while increasing the number of affordable housing units is a priority, the team is also working to invest in low to moderate income neighborhoods. In the past year, the city funded $1 million in park and pedestrian safety renovations and supported key projects, including park improvements at Robin Hood, Dick Taylor, Paradise, and Mayor's Parks.
Downtown Reno is evolving as our community transitions from a region focused on tourism to a more economically diverse city that supports urban living, transportation, social gathering, and small businesses.
Many consider Virginia Street to be the heart of our downtown, and the Virginia Street placemaking study reinforced that. Gill Design Firm, over 3 phases of community engagement, developed a strategy and a long-term plan of what our Virginia Street and our downtown could look like. City Council approved the placemaking study last fall and identified $2.5 million in state and local fiscal recovery funds to implement phase 1 of the study. This year, state and local fiscal recovery funds were also utilized to create the Restore Reno Facade and Tenant Improvement Program. The program provided matching funds to property owners and tenants for facade improvements and interior upgrades. 39 businesses were awarded matching grants, with the total economic improvement value of the combined projects being $5.7 million.
At the same time, the team partnered with the Regional Transportation Commission to develop the Downtown Micromobility Plan, enhancing downtown roadway networks to improve safety for all users and create a more welcoming environment for pedestrians, bicyclists, and other micromodes of transportation. Design is currently underway for this project, and construction is anticipated in 2026. And no discussion of the downtown area is complete without addressing the Truckee River Corridor. This year, City Council approved the use of state and local fiscal recovery funds to make improvements along the Truckee River path, including activation efforts, enhanced safety with better lighting, paint refresh, path improvements, and more.
Reno is committed to building a community where all residents feel welcome, safe, and able to fully participate in their government.
Providing access to city programs and services is critical to building a strong community. From improving ramp access to City Hall to the addition of Ubi Duo 3 and Listen Everywhere devices, we are working to make government more accessible for everyone. Throughout the year, our team works with community partners to host celebrations that embrace, honor, and recognize the diverse cultures represented in the biggest little city. This includes the Black History Month celebration in City Plaza and the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month celebration at Wingfield Park. Building a welcoming community requires intentional efforts to embrace diversity, inclusivity, and create opportunities for all residents to thrive.
The safety, health, and well-being of all residents is our #1 priority as we work to build a community we are proud to call home.
The Reno Fire Department provides all-risk service to the citizens and visitors of the biggest little city. Last year, the team ran almost 50,000 calls, a record high for the department. This includes everything from emergency medical response and water rescue missions to all types of fires, including structure, brush, and vehicle, to name a few. The team continues to meet the needs of our growing community by increasing staffing and resources for the department, maintaining the strongest training program in the region, upgrading equipment through the fire apparatus replacement program, and investing in proactive fire prevention measures. We're excited to announce that plans are already underway for construction of a new central fire station that will be located in the heart of downtown. The 70,000 square foot facility will house administrative and fire personnel with the ability to respond with up to 5 separate crews to serve the busiest part of our city. We look forward to its completion in 2027.
The Reno Police Department boasts 354 sworn staff members. To meet the growing needs of our community, we added 43 new and dedicated officers to the ranks, along with the hiring of 7 lateral officers from other departments throughout the country. Last year, our patrol teams responded to over 72,000 calls for service. The traffic team responded to 2,971 accidents. Victim services served over 2,300 victims, and the investigation section was assigned 3,762 cases. These cases covered offenses from property crimes to crimes against persons. In September, the department launched a new data-driven initiative to improve crime and blight in downtown. The Directed Engagement, Enforcement, and Deployment Strategy, affectionately known as DEEDS, has been in operation for just over 6 months. In that time, we have seen a 12% decrease in the citizen-initiated calls for service, a 55% decrease in vehicle versus pedestrian crashes, and a 29% decrease in commercial burglaries. We are excited to announce in August of this year we will celebrate the opening of our new Public Safety Center in downtown Reno.
The Public Safety Center will serve as the headquarters for the Reno Police Department. Located in the former Reno Gazette-Journal building, this facility will be able to provide a swift emergency response to our community. This state-of-the-art facility is double the size of the existing station and provides exciting new features such as expanded public parking, private interview areas, community engagement meeting space, and improved safety and security features to ensure the building will stand the test of time.
A fast emergency response would be impossible without the crucial work of our Reno dispatchers. Last year, our dispatch team answered over 500,000 calls, serving as the vital link between individuals in need of assistance and emergency service providers. And this last year, the cities of Reno and Sparks, along with Washoe County and Remsa, came together to identify a unified computer-aided dispatch program that will deploy the nearest and most appropriate resources to an emergency. The technology will be launched in 2025, improving emergency response for the entire region.
Our staff is made up of talented and dedicated people who are passionate about the biggest little city. We've built a workplace filled with integrity, positivity, collaboration, and diversity. An organization that has been nominated as one of the best places to work in Northern Nevada for 3 years running, and was the first organization in Northern Nevada to be recognized as one of the best places for working parents. Our employees have endless opportunities to make a positive impact in our community. The people and stories behind our programs are why we take pride in our jobs and why we love this city. When we proudly look at the community we've built, we know we are just getting started.
We've had a lot of great accomplishments this last year, but the work isn't done. As we begin the next fiscal year, be on the lookout for some major projects.
Soon we'll be opening the new Public Safety Center and the Moana Springs Community Aquatics and Fitness Center. These landmark projects will serve generations of Renoites for years to come. We hope you'll join us for both celebrations.
And keep an eye on downtown as we continue to focus on revitalization using the input and feedback we receive from our community. You'll see improvements to the Riverwalk, activation of Virginia Street, and improvements for pedestrians and micromobility users alike.
To keep up to date on everything that's happening at the city, check out our website at reno.gov and follow us on X, Facebook, or Instagram at City of Reno.
Until next year!
You know how speeders got categories?
Categories?
Different types, different cars. Wannabe race car drivers with zero talent and all the insurance claims.
Go on.
Yeah, so you got the I didn't realize I was going 95 type. Like the car magically went 45 over just on its own.
Ah, officer, I thought I was going 45. No, buddy, you thought about going 45.
Well, then you got the I'm late for work guys. Like going 25 over is gonna make up for the 30 minutes they spent laying in bed watching TikToks.
Ain't nothing like risking a reckless driving charge to get to a job that you already hate.
We can't forget the I was just keeping up with traffic folks.
Oh, the if everybody jumped off the bridge defense.
Just because everybody else is breaking the law doesn't mean that you get a free pass.
Nah, but it does mean we all get to sit on the side of the road together while we trade life stories and I write this ticket at lightning speed. There's one.
Yeah, we got a black Volkswagen headed your way, guys.
Got him.
In all seriousness, Reno, we need to slow down when driving on our roads.
Speed and impairment are the two biggest factors in fatality crashes.
That is why the Reno Police Department will be conducting proactive speeding enforcement on McCarran and around the city.
Slow down, Reno.
You got it?
I'm not from Nevada, and pretty sure the speed limit signs all look the same everywhere.
Do you want to make a difference in your neighborhood? The City of Reno's 6 neighborhood advisory boards are your chance to shape the future of your community. From parks and public safety to development projects, your voice matters. Joining a NAB is easy, and it's a great way to connect with neighbors and city leaders while making Reno an even better place to live. Applications are open now. Visit reno.gov/NAB to learn more and apply. Get involved and help make Reno not just livable, but lovable.
I'm Corey. I'm a housing manager with the City of Reno, and we are here at our second Love Your Block project, pop-up nursery for Yorrie Avenue residents. We had residents of this neighborhood apply, and we've got about 75 plants and trees here to give out to the neighbors to beautify the neighborhood, get a little more green here. It's one day of planting and a lifetime of shade and beautiful greenery in the neighborhood.
The Yorrie Pop-Up Nursery is a project that my neighbor and I kind of came up with. People get to beautify their yards. Sometimes landscaping is intimidating due to the cost. This initiative, this project helps kind of eliminate that obstacle for a lot of people. And so it'll be nice to see more plants in more people's yards and just make more of a beautiful neighborhood. Secondarily, I'm a huge fan of pollinators and native plants. And so getting more of those in the ground is just going to help the environment overall.
It's super exciting. I love this project. I started the Be Friendly campaign, which was created to help people talk to their neighbors. So a lot of times when you start a pollinator garden in your front yard, it doesn't look like a traditional yard. So I created these signs to kind of help with communication. It's a great neighborhood gathering, and I'm super proud to be a part of it.
We're just so excited to be here in partnership with Reno Food Systems, Be Friendly Nevada, and the Nevada Division of Forestry, alongside all these neighbors to get in the neighborhood and get planting.
My name is Maria Hernandez Ponce. I am a graduate from the community court, and I'm here to share my success story.
About 5 months ago, you and I sat down for the first time and had a discussion.
Yes.
What do you need? What do you want? And now look at you. Tell me, I got bits and pieces along the way, but share what that was like. What was it like right before I met you, and what is it like now?
Well, before you met me, I was going through a very hard time. I ended up, having to give guardianship of my son to my brother. I was trying to recover from drugs, and here you came, the community court, and yourself. And I mentioned that to you, and you told me about all these nice programs and resources that are available to me. And thinking 5 months back, I would have never thought that I'd be here right now. That's for sure.
Yeah. What connection did you make in community court that helped you achieve that?
Well, taking accountability for my actions, realizing that I had a problem. Step one, admitting that you're powerless and your life has become unmanageable. Yeah. That's definitely very important. And then reaching out for help would be the second most important, I would say.
Nice. That's so cool. You are the image of what I want everybody that I meet at Community Court to accomplish. It's you. Every box I intend to check and rarely do, you do, and you check all of them.
I originally met Maria on our first day of work. We both had the same start date. So we got to meet each other there and we immediately bonded. I immediately saw huge potential in Maria. She is really great. She's a people person and she just strives for the stars.
If it wasn't for Community Court, I wouldn't be where I am today. They pushed me to get the help that I needed with my recovery. They helped me get my job. They've helped me through every step of the way.
Community Court is an alternative to traditional court, and in essence, that's what is different about it. Is it's the alternative approach. I think in traditional court, it's more cut and dry, black and white. You've committed this crime. This is the standard sentencing. Therefore, here you go. At Community Court, Judge Hazel Stevens, who I couldn't say enough good things about him and the way that he is driving this court. It's started with the Nevada Urban Indians. Her counselor, Troy, knocked it out of the park with the substance use counseling. Job Connect, Tim is our contact there, and he did a great job of working with her. They did the application process right away. They met later that week. They completed all of the online applications, sent out all the information they needed to, who then linked her to the placement agency that got her in here. She also worked with Downtown Reno Partnership, who helped her get her IDs. She wouldn't have been able to get this job without those IDs. And so it was several people working together as one to achieve what we consider the perfect success with Maria.
Hi, I'm Monica Kirch. I am the Director of Housing and Neighborhood Development for the City of Reno. The Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program is a program that the City of Reno started in coordination with Volunteers of America and the Reno Housing Authority.
Programs like the Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program are important to Volunteers of America because it gives us an opportunity to catch individuals who are otherwise potentially falling between the cracks as far as services go.
The Reno Housing Authority assists nearly 15,000 Washoe County residents through its traditional housing programs, yet we know there are many more who need assistance. The Reno Housing Authority supports the Rapid Rehousing Pilot Program in two ways. The first way is through a financial contribution to support half the salary of the service coordinator who works directly with clients at Village on Sage. The second way that we support the program is by ensuring that clients are on one of our HA's wait lists prior to being housed at Village on Sage.
The program is new and we just started housing people within about the last month. We have several folks now staying at the Village on Sage, working with a service coordinator.
Partnerships like this give RHA the opportunity to assist more families outside of our traditional programs. And it's these innovative partnerships that create a stepping stone from temporary housing into long-term permanent housing.
So specifically, this program works with individuals who are on a fixed or low income who can't afford conventional rents. And they're eligible for a housing voucher, but they still have to take the time to wait for that voucher. So it allows us to support them in that intermediary time frame so they can stay housed and have access to services. I know specifically with this program, a lot of our folks are coming directly from the street and haven't had a rental in a very long time. Specifically, Mikey hadn't paid rent in over a decade. And so it was really exciting for him to come to the office with his money and just celebrate that new experience that he got to have.
Hi, I'm Mike, and welcome to Village on Sage. Come on, let's go look around. Here, welcome. And this is what we get. I got a brand new television. It's an Element. This is one of the finer televisions. You're welcome to bring your transportation inside with you. Nobody cares as long as you keep it neat and tidy. What can I tell you? The door's open, the train's right there, so if you like trains, excellent. And this is where all the magic happens. This is where the happiness, where we come to ground out. This is just where, we can be ourselves. I know it's cold out there. It's cold, and you don't want to be homeless in high desert. Guys, if you don't have a room, you want to get a room, think about Village on Sage. I know it doesn't look like all that from the entranceway, but you never judge a book by its cover, right?
The Village on Sage Street is ideal for the rapid rehousing program because we're in a transitional setting by means that they're month-to-month units, so they have their own space where they can find and build their comfort and also build community while having access to a multitude of supportive services.
The program service coordinator ensures that clients receive the assistance they need as they transition out of homelessness and into Village on Sage, and then ultimately will help them navigate through RHA's admissions process. The program also helps clients prepare for permanent housing and the adjustments that they're experiencing as they move out of homelessness and eventually into permanent housing.
My hope for the future of this program is that we get folks housed and off of the street and they're into safe permanent housing that they can afford in the long run.
RHA hopes that clients assisted through the program can find respite from living on the streets and ultimately find long-term, safe, permanent, affordable housing.
On top of just having a unit here at the Village on Sage Street of their own, they also have access to community resources. Those resources include a community fitness room, a conference room, community lounge, a mail room, computer room, on-site laundry, and on-site vending.
Unit here at the Village, they're $555. So in this instance that somebody can afford $300, the program would fill in the $255 monthly, and then that would keep them housed until their permanent unit came open. That would be subsidized to the amount of money that they make.
RHA is always looking for opportunities to fill gaps in the affordable housing landscape, and it's a partnership like this where 3 community agencies came together to do just that.
Volunteers America is grateful to have the opportunity to partner with the City of Reno and Reno Housing Authority to run this pilot program and provide additional housing for folks who are on a fixed income and otherwise waiting for their permanent housing.
Community can support this program through donating to Volunteers of America or making donations to the City of Reno. We have had a donation from some of our local housing champions of $20,000 that is going to help extend it a little bit also. So those are the 2 ways that folks can get involved and make donations to keep this program going.
Hello and welcome to On the Agenda, a semi-monthly podcast by the City of Reno that quickly updates you on actions taken at the recent council meeting and checks in with various departments to keep you up to date with happenings within City Hall. I'm AJ from the City of Reno's communications team, and with me, as always, is Reno City Manager Jackie Bryants. Hello, Reno City Manager Jackie Bryants.
Good morning, AJ.
We are on the 8th episode now. Are you feeling good about this? Are you feeling like we have an award-winning podcast?
Well, I don't know about that, but we have a podcast.
We have what one council member described as great background noise.
We do
No,
have
they didn't
great
say
background noise. Something to do on your ride to work.
Exactly, yeah. So before we get into today's topic with our guests, we are going to look at a few action items that were taken at the June 11th council meeting, which is the last one now for, I believe, a month, because they're going to be on a break for a few weeks, correct? Is that
very precious 4 weeks?
So what were some things that happened at council?
So 2 things I want to highlight. One is that council approved some sponsorship funds to help a variety of different special events get going, for 1, the remainder of this fiscal year, which ends June 30th, and 2, for next fiscal year, which begins on July 1st. A couple of them that I'd like to point out are the Leprechaun Race, a Boneyard Blast, the Rock Reno Half Marathon, and the Reno Ecstatic Dance. There are over 35 that were supported through room tax funds, an amount not to exceed $299,000. The other thing that council did is they heard a presentation from Lance Ferrado, our business licensing director. And we talked about whether nonprofit organizations should register with the city of Reno. Currently, there's no registration requirements at all if you're a nonprofit, and sometimes that presents challenges, particularly around land use approvals, where we don't know that there's a nonprofit next door to a perhaps a dispensary that has submitted an application, and maybe it's a child care daycare or something like that, and we need to really know where these nonprofits are, what they're doing. And then we also provide a lot of services to nonprofits, and sometimes nonprofits don't pay a property tax or other taxes that pay for services such as police and fire. So that conversation kicked off. It will be another 6 to 9 months before anything comes back to council on it.
So if you are part of a nonprofit, you definitely want to pay attention to that. If you want to read more highlights, you can always do so on our website at reno.gov/news. During this week's meeting, council also heard a presentation on the conclusion, sine die, as they say, of the
All right, I don't know where my council is, but I rarely use the gavel. Don't make me use it right now. It's very rare. Okay, well, we will hurry up, and I would just say good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Please make sure that you have your comment cards in if you want to speak. A lot of times people will just come up to the dais and then they will run over there, but it's a lot easier for the clerk to keep us in line and on the record if you fill out one before. So that is number one. Madam Clerk will go through some of the procedures that we have in chambers. And the other thing that I would like to mention is that we will put a chair right up here so that we can make sure that everyone, so if you are second in position, we'd ask that you come and sit in a chair that we're going to provide to you so that we can move with public comment. Because I think, Madam Clerk, how many public comments do you have? I was thinking about 2 hours for public comment.
Yeah, we have about 30 registered at this time. And with that being said, we do have some public commenters that were not permitted to come into the room because we are at capacity. So we do have a viewing station out there, and I would just ask that for some of you, if you've finished your public comment, to leave the room so we can allow other commenters to come into the room would be very helpful.
Okay, so that would be great too, if someone, or if you might give up your seat so someone else can be in chambers to give their public comment. That would also be really helpful. And hold on. Okay, so.
So Madam Mayor, are you ready to reconvene the meeting?
Yes, I am ready to convene the meeting. I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows you get 3 minutes of public comment. If I cut you off, that's just because I want everyone to have equal time. If the buzzer goes off, we'll give you an extra 10 seconds so you know when to wrap it up. So don't worry about that, but it's important to have your comments on the record. That is first and foremost. And then also I'd say it's helpful if you can also give us more information or information we might not have heard before. Typically public comments sometimes can be the same comments, but it's also really helpful if you think that there's something that we haven't heard before, we would encourage you to bring that with your public comment, or, let someone else speak, or just be, I guess, cognizant of everyone else's time in the chambers. Other than that, I'm going to send it over to Madam Clerk to take it away.
So Madam Mayor, we're reconvening the meeting at 2:16. At this time, all members are present. And just for process today, we will open the public hearing. We will have a staff presentation. We will follow that with an applicant presentation. At that time, we will open public comment. And then following public comment, we will go into council deliberation.
Okay. All right, perfect. So at this time then, Madam Clerk, for the record, I am going to open the public hearing. I also understand I'm going to get a nod from the one and only Carl Hall on opening all three, HH 1, 2, and 3. Is that sufficient? Okay, thank you so much. So I have the go-ahead from our attorney to open all three together. Has proper notice been given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given, and we did receive correspondence on this item. Let me get that pulled up. For the record, we received 51 comments associated with this item, 8 letters in favor, 43 letters in opposition, and no letters neutral or concern.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that for the record. I'm going to ask at this time, do any council members need to make disclosures? I believe I have one to the right of me. Councilwoman Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Fellow City Council members and Madam Clerk, I am disclosing that Lina Tanner, an attorney, represents a group of concerned neighbors potentially impacted by Lake Ridge Resort project. Items H1 through H3 involve approvals of proposed master plan and zoning map amendments. I've known Ms. Tanner both personally and professionally for approximately 20 years. I do not have a substantial and continuing business relationship with Ms. Tanner. We don't have any financial ties or entanglements. She is not my attorney or business partner. We don't travel together, spend holidays together, or regularly exchange gifts. I do not consider our relationship substantially similar to a close family member. We may talk and or go out to coffee or a quick meal sporadically a few times a year. In the past, Ms. Tanner has contributed to my campaigns for office, and those donations were properly reported as required by Nevada's campaign finance laws. I consider her a friend. That said, I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office and have been advised these facts do not establish a commitment in a private capacity, nor indicate that I have a pecuniary interest in Ms. Tanner or these items. I am not required by the ethics law to make a disclosure. Nonetheless, I am disclosing in the interest of transparency and to avoid any allegations of impropriety. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for the meeting pertaining to these agenda items. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Any other disclosures from council members? None? Okay. Madam Clerk, I will send it to you.
We will send it to Leah Picotti for a presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Leah Picotti, and I am an Associate Planner with the City of Reno Development Services. This afternoon, I am presenting an application for Lake Ridge Resort. This application includes both a zoning map amendment and a master plan amendment. The project site is located on a 12.5 acre portion of an 85 acre parcel located within the Lake Ridge Golf Resort. For anybody who doesn't know where that's located, it's just on the south side of McCarran and near the Plumas and Lake Ridge intersections. The requests that we're looking at before us today are a master plan amendment from Parks, Greenways, and Open Space to suburban mixed use, and a zoning map amendment from Parks, Greenways, and Open Space to a specific plan district. I'm going to go through each one of these requests individually here just to make sure that we have a full understanding. So the first request that we're looking at today is the master plan amendment. What you see on the left-hand side of your screen is the current Parks, Greenways, and Open Space master plan land use designation, which is different than a zoning designation but carries the same name. So I know that that seems a little bit confusing. But the Parks, Greenways, and Open Space master plan land use designation is being asked to being amended to the suburban mixed use land use designation. If we look at this in the context of this area of the city, you can see that that pink area is all suburban mixed use. So when we're looking at McCarran, everything along the south side of McCarran, all the way from Meadowwood Mall right up into this property boundary line, is currently suburban mixed use. Additionally, when we're looking at regional plans, the regional plan has different areas with different densities. And essentially, they have a mixed-use core, which is like our downtown right around Virginia. And then that filters out into a Tier 1, which then filters out into a Tier 2, which is less dense, and then the Tier 3, which is more rural. In this particular case, that Tier 1 designation follows the suburban mixed-use mixed-use land use designation all the way up to this property boundary line. So should this application be approved and that master plan amendment be approved, it would then need to go to Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency for a conformance review by their commission, and then ultimately tier map amendment by the regional governing board. So I just want to let everybody know that even if this moves forward, we would still have 2 more public hearings with the regional agencies on this. At this time, Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency has reviewed the request and has submitted a memo stating that they are in support and that it does conform to their plan, provided that the requests are made, and that is in the packet. So the second request we're looking at today is the zoning map amendment. Again, this is Parks, Greenways, and Open Space zoning district, and that's what it currently looks like on the left, and what they're asking for would be that specific plan district in the pink on the right. All specific plan districts have a base zoning district. This means that everything within that district is based on a certain zoning district, And then the specific plan district either builds upon that base zoning district or limits that zoning district. So in this particular case, the applicants have chosen to use that base mixed-use suburban, but then limited it extremely in terms of uses and what's allowed to create this specific plan district. There's been some questions about what happens if no development occurs. So the handbook has exactly this verbiage in it that says if development does not occur prior to, it was 10 years, Planning Commission is recommending 7, then at such time, the site will revert back to parks, greenways, and open space. There was some miscommunications around that maybe it might convert to mixed-use suburban, but that is not the case. So I just want to make sure that we're clear. So right now, if this development does not occur, the applicant can then submit an application to extend that time frame from 7 years. But if they don't do that, it reverts back to parks, greenways, and open space, not mixed-use suburban. To give you a little bit of background here, the Lake Ridge Golf Course was established in the late 1960s, early 1970s. It was rezoned in 2016 from single-family, 15,000 square foot lots, to open space. In 2021, Reno Municipal Code converted that open space zoning designation to parks, greenways, and open space, which is how it became parks, greenways, and open space today. And then in 2023, that driving range was closed, which is a whole nother matter that I'm sure everybody's aware of. But I do want to point out that in 2006, when it was rezoned from single family to open space, there's a portion in there that says, in that staff report, that says that they're doing this to provide certainty that the property would be maintained as a golf course or similar use with any future changes subject to public notice and deliberation. So I want to be clear that it wasn't the intent that it had to stay open space forever and ever and ever. It was that if it was going to be changed, it would be subject to a public hearing, which is why we are where we are today. Here on the screen, you can see the overall site design. This is required when an applicant submits for a specific plan district. We do need a site plan that outlines exactly where everything's going to be, how it's going to be laid out, and that relationship to surrounding uses. So in this particular case, what you see on your screen is a 100-room non-gaming hotel, 15 hotel villas, a restaurant and bar with outdoor dining, a spa, pool, garden area, sports courts, including tennis and pickleball, putting greens, and parking and maintenance facilities. What the applicant has done in this specific plan district is taken everything that's allowed in the MS zoning district and put X's through pretty much everything except what you see on your screen. These are the only things that are going to be allowed in this specific plan district, regardless of what's allowed in the MS zone, because they have specified this in the handbook. Now, you can see that it's color-coded. That's because everything that you see in green is already allowed in the PGOS zone. Everything that's in blue is existing non-conforming. It's already there. And everything that you see in red is not existing and not allowed in the PGOS zone. So approval of this specific plan district will allow for the applicant to build the hotel. They can have a spa, and then should they choose, they can have a private club, lodge, or fraternal organization. Those are the only 3 uses that this specific plan district is asking for that's not already there or allowed in the PGOS zone. Furthermore, a lot of people don't understand this, but the PGOS zone is not very restrictive when it comes to outdoor recreation. So this section of code right here says in all districts except PGOS, ball courts, ball fields, and parking areas are subject to these standards. So basically they have to shield the lights. The courts and parking areas need to be screened from adjacent residential. They have lighting subject to the standards in RMC. Courts and ball field fences have to meet the side and rear setbacks for accessory structures, and they have limited hours. This is all allowed now. Under this specific plan district, this is not allowed. So the applicant is further restricting what would be allowed in the PGOS zone to expand on that compatibility factor with the residential zones. So all of these things that would be allowed now, no hour restrictions, no setback restrictions, they can have stadium lighting, that's all been taken away under the specific plan district. Regarding compatibility, when we look at compatibility, we have specific standards within Reno Municipal Code that we look at. And these are setbacks, step backs, open space buffers, screening, shading, signage, and lighting. There's been some talk that this should come back for a minor site plan review when we have more specific development information. The reason that we didn't require that is that a minor site plan review is an administrative process. It's a 30-day process where we as planners look at it and the administrator makes the decision. The applicant is coming to you today with all of that same information that they would provide in a minor site plan review and saying, hey, instead of doing the 30-day process, we're going to do it before the council and we're going to let the council decide. So staff has looked at setbacks. They're increased from what would be required. We have looked at step backs. They are increased from what would be required. Open space buffers, increased from what would be required. Screening, shading, lighting, all of this is at a higher standard than what would be allowed now under PGOS and under the MS district. That's why staff is recommending approval of this application, because if this came back under a minor site plan review, we have more strict setbacks under this handbook than what we would allow there. And just to be clear, mixed-use suburban zoning and adjacent residential, that setback required between those two districts per Reno Municipal Code is 5 feet. We have a 5-foot setback between mixed-use suburban and residential zoning districts. Under this handbook, it's a minimum of 50 feet, a minimum of 50 feet. Regarding traffic access and circulation, I know this is a big topic. We all know that at some point McCarran's going to be widened. They are going to pay regional road impact fees that'll go toward that widening. We have traffic engineers here. I'm going to let them talk about that. Specific plan district recommended findings are on the board. Staff has reviewed these. The Planning Commission has reviewed these. And we have found that we can make all of the findings, and those findings are on the board. Master plan amendment findings are also on the board. I can go through these if we need to. And then because this went to the Planning Commission, we did get a vote from the Planning Commission for 6 in favor with 1 in opposition, so it was recommended approval. The Planning Commission added all of these modifications to the handbook. And between the Planning Commission meeting and today's City Council meeting, the applicant incorporated all of these requirements into the handbook. So in your packet, you're going to see in the actual packet is the redlined version from what was submitted at Planning Commission and with those changes recommended by Planning Commission to here at City Council today. And then in the ordinance, you'll see that clean version of the handbook. There are 3 items that we're considering under this. So we have the general item, and then we have the master plan amendment, and then we have that zoning map amendment. So there are 3 motions that will need to be made, and those motions are on the board. I am here. I'm available for questions. The applicant is here. They have a presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leah. Okay, handing it back to you, Madam Clerk.
Our next presentation will be from the applicant.
Good evening, Mayor, or afternoon.
Yeah,
Mayor,
usually it's in the evening when I see you. Good evening, or good morning, good evening, good afternoon.
Yes. Andy Durling for the record, representing the applicant, the Duncan family. Just to give you a little bit of background on the Duncan family, they purchased the Lake Ridge Golf Course in 2013 out of bankruptcy. They own and operate 6 courses around the region, 5 here locally in the Reno area and 1 out towards Auburn. Their leadership and generosity has resulted in millions of dollars being contributed to local charities, youth programs, as well as civic initiatives. They host roughly 225 golf tournaments at Lake Ridge annually and have a membership of over 800 golfers. Their vision for this project is something that we feel is very exciting. It enhances the Lake Ridge Golf Course by adding new amenities for both golfers and residents as well. It ensures it remains a vital part of our community by preserving the golf course and adding additional amenities that can be enjoyed by more than just golfers. It creates a place where Reno's growing community can come together and create memories. And this is not just a developer-driven venture, it is a family-led commitment to preserving and enhancing this Reno landmark. Just to give you a little flavor of this is not something new to our region. The three examples shown on the screen, whether it's the Lodge at Edgewood, Nakoma Resort up outside of Portola, or Gray's Crossing in Truckee, which was recently announced. These are all boutique hotels on golf courses, non-gaming facilities that are really truly amenities that have nice dining and lodging opportunities for tourism, but also for locals as well. We submitted this application in April of last year. It was a zoning map amendment from PGOS to SPD, Specific Planning District, on the entire golf course. That created a lot of confusion. It was always our intent that we included the entire golf course in the original SPD. We identified the golf course as golf course. It was a primary use of golf course in that original SPD with these accessory and ancillary uses to support the main use of the property, which is golf. That was, a little planner nuance and was confusing to folks, and the fear of just that we were quote unquote rezoning the entire golf course, even though we weren't changing the use of it, made us pivot, and we pulled back and kind of revised our submittal. And in response to that, removed the rest of the golf course and just really focused on this 12.5 acre portion, which is around the existing clubhouse and the former driving range. We revised our application to include a master plan amendment also, because now this is kind of the primary use of this 12.5 acres is this resort complex, and modify the SPD to focus on this as a golf resort concept. The original submittal had a site plan in it. It's a little different. It's been updated as we've gone through this, but essentially the intent has remained the same. It includes a very narrow bandwidth of uses that can be done here. As Leah mentioned, and I'll touch on a few times, most of them are either existing on the site or could be done under the existing parks, greenways, and open space zoning. Really, we're only talking about kind of that lodging use, that is the use itself that needs a special type of zoning. This existing site plan, we actually pulled it in response to more input from the public, concern about some trees that are currently along Golf Club Drive, so we actually shrank the footprint of it to address that. So in July, we submitted a master plan amendment to suburban mixed use, the SPD for the 12.5 acres, and a design standards handbook, which is common with the SPDs. What's in the new SPD? It protects the golf course by limiting development to just this 12.5 acres. So the rest of the golf course is not included. It remains as parks, greenways, and open space. It is not a part of this request. We preserved more trees along Golf Club Drive by shrinking the site plan a little bit, and we kept the uses the same. So essentially it is 100 non-gaming hotel rooms, 15 hotel villas, so a total of 115 lodging units, spa, restaurant, pool, a sports area with tennis and pickleball, putting greens, garden, and outdoor dining and patio seating. Again, to reiterate, all of the uses that are on the left side are what we're anticipating and can be done under the current zoning or they're existing on the site. On the right side is what's allowed in the SPD, and essentially what we're adding is the hotel and spa. We're also modifying the outdoor events and entertainment and reducing the hours. It currently would be allowed to operate until 11 p.m. under the current zoning, and they do have events out there currently, and we're going to be reducing that to 10 p.m. so to be more responsive. As Leah mentioned, the SPDs are based on an existing City of Reno zoning district, and from there we modify them. In this case, we modified it significantly. We limited the land uses, as I've touched on. We've limited the building height to 55 feet or 4 stories. We've increased the landscaping requirement to 25%. We've increased the tree mitigation. It's a tree mitigation of 2-to-1 for any trees that we disturb. We've modified the sign standards to reduce the size, number, and illumination of those signs. We have limited the parking lot lighting, the light poles in the parking lot to be responsive and respectful to our neighbors. There will be no lighting of the sports or recreational courts, so the outdoor putting greens and the outdoor tennis and pickleball will not be lit. We've limited the hours of operation for those recreational areas, as well as limited noise in the SPD. We did take a look at traffic. A traffic impact study was prepared by GCW for the project. It generates about 1,700 average daily trips and 156 PM peak hour net new trips. So those are in addition to what the existing golf course has. Quite frankly, we wouldn't be required to submit a traffic impact study based on that level of traffic that's being generated as defined by your Reno Municipal Code. But knowing that there's concerns in the area about traffic, we wanted to address that. The traffic study does find that Plumas and McCarran intersection, it is congested. It's a regional issue. It's a regional issue that the RTC knows about, and they've already programmed a project that's in their regional transportation plan, as well as their RTIP, their transportation improvement plan. So it's in that near-term funding cycle. It's in the design phase right now, which is good because we know it's going to ultimately work towards completion. But for this project, our primary access will be off of Golf Club Drive. We had originally anticipated and proposed a right-in, right-out access onto McCarran. We submitted this traffic impact study to NDOT. They reviewed that and came back with a recommendation that they would like to see that access on McCarran remain as a gated emergency access only. That's currently how it operates. There's a current gated emergency access there, so that, for all intents and purposes, is how it will remain. The project will contribute about $250,000 in regional road impact fees. And like I said, the RTC is in the design phase of that widening project on McCarran. We anticipate that will be done before the C of O for the hotel. However, if it's not, we worked with the Planning Commission and added this condition to the SPD that prior to the C of O for the hotel, the project shall construct a minor traffic modification adding a northbound right turn overlap phase at the McCarran Boulevard Plumas Street intersection, subject to City of Reno and NDOT approval if that RTC widening project is not completed before the hotel's certificate of occupancy. So what is a right turn overlap phase? The little exhibit on the right there, so if you're on Plumas and you're looking to make a right turn, you're headed northbound, looking to make a right turn to go eastbound on McCarran. With this improvement, you would now have a green arrow to allow you to make that turn while the left turn movements are occurring on McCarran. So essentially, it allows for us to flush the queue from that right turn movement rather than folks having to pull up to a red light, yield, and then go once it's safe. This is a permissive right turn that allows them to make that move. Our traffic engineer went through the numbers, the calculations on that, and where we were at, a 1 or 2 second increase in the delay in that intersection with this improvement, it actually is a 1 to 2 second improvement to the existing condition. So we feel that is mitigating our incremental impact to this intersection, and then we will additionally pay those regional road impact fees that can further fix the problem in the long term. With the Planning Commission, we also added a number of sustainability elements. I won't go through all of these, but essentially it's making the project more sustainable and addressing some of the concerns that they had. One thing I do want to highlight, that last bullet there, in continuing to receive input on this, we would like to add an additional sustainability element that would require us to have at least 50 parking spaces covered with a carport that would be designed to accommodate for solar panels to help, again, offset some of our energy needs for the project. We did quite a bit of public outreach on this. The applicant had a website and reached out to RGJ ahead of our submittal to get the word out on this. We hosted a neighborhood meeting on July 8th at the golf club. We had about 200 people in attendance. I do want to note, for that, usually we're just talking about the 12.5 acres here, and you're noticing requirements by the city and state laws that we notice 750 feet from that 12.5 acres. But because we had already submitted an application that had the entire golf course, we stayed with that and noticed everybody within 750 feet of the entire golf course. That was about 1,200 properties that were in that, and we got only about 200 of those 1,200 properties. We attended the NAB in August. The applicant had a number of different meetings with different groups and neighbors to talk through their concerns on this. We did have some correspondence with the Save Lake Ridge leadership folks, and ultimately that resulted in no response and denied offers to meet. So there's a lot of, we feel like, confusion of what this is and what this isn't. What this is a specific plan limited to 12.5 acres on the existing clubhouse facility. And it's based on SPDs that you have adopted elsewhere in the city. So we weren't recreating the wheel, we were using best practices for how you've been addressing these. It is not a rezone of the entire golf course, and the golf course will remain as parks, greenways, and open space zoned. This is a limited request to add complementary uses to the existing golf course, including a non-gaming hotel. It does not allow for future residential or commercial development other than those that are included in the very narrow bandwidth of uses that are permitted in the SPD. This is an opportunity for Duncan Golf Management to provide additional amenities to both golfers as well as the surrounding neighborhood. It's not a ploy for them to sell the entire golf course. We feel that this is respectful of the existing neighborhood character through responsive development standards in the SPD that are addressing neighborhood concerns, and it is not a plan to expand housing options around the golf course. We feel this is appropriate and complementary use on McCarran Boulevard, our region's primary utility road. It has restrictive design standards to address the concerns of the community. It is going to be available to the public through expansion of their current golf membership packages. So, think about like Hidden Valley Country Club has a golf membership package. They also have a social membership package where you can go and enjoy the pool and the tennis and pickleball, but not if you're not a golfer. They'll also be looking to offer day passes. So this opens it up to a broader spectrum of our community. It wouldn't just be limited to hotel guests and resort club members. Last couple slides. So in response to community input is, some of the concerns we've heard and how we've addressed them. It's, obviously the main concern was it was rezoning the entire golf course. As I mentioned, it is just limited to the 12.5 acres and the rest of the golf course is remaining as is. There was concern about obstructed views. We've limited the hotel to 4 stories as well as strategically located it so that it isn't in those view shed blockages, and we have some slides we can show you if there's additional interest in that. Landscaping has been increased, and our tree mitigation has been increased to a 2-to-1 ratio. Signs have been reduced, both in the number of allowable signs as well as illumination. Lighting has been reduced, no lighting in recreation areas, as well as reduced light pole sizes. Noise, we have limited hours of operation in recreation areas and for outdoor events. The intensity of the hotel use, it is what we are considering a boutique hotel, 115 total lodging units, 100 in the hotel itself, 15 of those villas in a non-gaming facility. And ultimately what we've heard is that folks want to save Lake Ridge, and the Duncan Golf management team and the Duncan family share that. They feel that this is their opportunity to invest in this property and provide opportunities to preserve the Lake Ridge golf legacy in the city of Reno. And lastly, just in response to some of the Planning Commission input, Leah went through this in her presentation. Local benefit, we talked about this is open to other people other than golf members and hotel guests. Parking, we reduced the amount of parking to just meet the code requirement, and we reduced parking on the east side where it's closest to the Hilltop residences to the east. The development schedule was reduced from completion after 10 years to substantial completion in 7 years, with a requirement that we provide staff with annual updates on our progress. Grading analysis was provided or was updated to reflect the eliminated parking on the east side. It helped us soften some of the slopes and walls there. Traffic, we added that language for the right turn onto McCarran. Color building elevations, we've added imagery into the SPD to better display the kind of conceptual architectural intent for these future buildings. And then sustainability, we added a number of sustainability elements, as well as the one that we would like to add today if you're so willing. So with that, I thank you for your time, and myself and our team are here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you so much, Andy. All right, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving into public comment for items H1, H2, and H3. We do have 37 speakers present. So again, when your name is called, there is a seat that's sitting up here. If you would just make sure that if you're second in line, you move up to the seat. Our first public commenter today is George Eddie Lorton, followed by Teresa Martin.
All right, Eddie, come on up.
Hi. For the record, my name is George Eddie Lorton, running for Reno Mayor. Thanks for the opportunity. And then this is a hard thing because I have friends on both sides, but that's where you put on your bootstraps and do what's right. I don't think that they should be able to do this, and this is why. Okay, people didn't buy into a golf and open space community to have bars and restaurants and hotels next door to them. So I feel they're paying back there. I know I'd be pissed too. So I hope you can consider this to where sometimes in the past I see certain things to where I hope they take that to heart, because I was gonna say it earlier, is to where when they do a master plan change, you can appeal to the Regional Planning Commission and it can overrule this council. So if that ends up happening to you, you can do that and appeal it to the Regional Planning Commission, and it could be overruled. But it's tough too, because in the North Valleys, they ended up actually voting for the development out there. So it's tough. It's a tough road. But, you know, the thing is once it starts, it never ends. So after they do this little chunk, they'll do more and more chunks. And I don't know who's doing the traffic study, but I live in Cullen Ranch, and I come down that hill in the morning, and it's horrible, let alone when we have all these extra hotels and extra things going on there. It's gonna be terrible, because, you know, you figure each hotel room has at least one car. It was like at the Lake Ridge and McCarran project, to where it went from 150 to where they increased occupancy to 350. So it's just more of that. It never ends. So I hope you'll hold whoever votes for this accountable at election time, is all I have to say. And I'm doing what's right, and I'm against this, but let's see how everybody else votes today. But I hope it's not a done deal. But, you know, it's hard to get it turned around once the train gets going. So I hope you'll consider what I'm saying today, and I hope you preserve their peace and quiet. And it's like when the people come downtown and they move into downtown core and move into an entertainment district, and they have a problem with noise. Well, if you don't want any noise, then don't move in the entertainment district. It's ridiculous. And then I see it moving to 4th Street now, to where I own properties there, to where now all of a sudden they're trying to do housing, and guess what? They're gonna be complaining about noise again. So let's do controlled, responsible growth. There's plenty of other places to put these things, and everybody will come to them too. So please consider what I'm saying. I thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you so much.
Teresa Martin, followed by Todd Renwick.
All
Good
right,
afternoon.
Teresa.
My
Good
name is
afternoon.
Teresa Martin, and I'm a Lake Ridge resident. This statement is for the record. The master plan emphasizes smooth transitions between different areas to encourage harmonious development and protect established neighborhoods. However, the Lake Ridge Resort project presents substantial inconsistencies with the core principles established in the Reno Reimagined Master Plan, especially with respect to land use compatibility. This project, which includes a high-intensity commercial resort featuring a 100-room hotel and villas with 24/7 activity, such as deliveries and employee arrivals and departures, as well as proposed event functions, stands in direct contrast to these principles. Its proposed location is immediately adjacent to existing single and multifamily residential neighborhoods. The placement of a busy commercial resort complex adjacent to tranquil residential neighborhoods does not align with the following master plan design principles, which emphasize the importance of appropriate and sensitive varying land use transitions. Master Plan CSC 14, Relationship to Adjacent Neighborhoods, emphasizes the gradual transition in building height and mass along the edge that is shared with adjacent neighborhoods. In instances when neighborhood-specific design principles conflict with general neighborhood design principles, the neighborhood location-specific design principles apply. This project is in complete conflict with the surrounding Lake Ridge neighborhood design principles. NG 20, Community Character and Design, Neighborhood Identity. This outlines features that create a strong sense of place for residents. This commercial project neither integrates with the community nor enhances residents' sense of place. Only hotel guests and members will actually benefit. NG 21, Transitions. states that abrupt changes in residential densities should be avoided unless they are part of an integrated plan which adequate buffers and building mass and placement provide a smooth transition. This resort project does not comply with this design principle. The commercial Lake Ridge Resort project brings an incompatible commercial intensity into a residential area primarily valued for its recreational and open space character, which is contrary to the Reno Master Plan. I encourage you to vote no on this commercial project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Todd Renwick, followed by Adrian Draculich.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name's Todd Renwick. I'm a native Nevadan, and I'm native of Reno. I'm here in complete support of this project that Lake Ridge is wanting to do. The Duncan family have been prominent members in our community. They are clearly going through a process to do this the right way. After the presentation I saw just a little while ago, it's clear that they're 90% of the way there with the way it's zoned now. They just need to get a little bit more for that next phase that they want to do to bring this great amenity to our area. My grandparents used to take me to the 19th hole for dinner when I was a kid. I then later took my prom date to the 19th hole for dinner. Since then, I have played golf pretty much my entire life at one of their courses. And it is clear that they have a business model that is working to provide us with amenities such as golf and hopefully here in the future for this boutique hotel design. It is going to bring us, I think, a much needed resource in that area that we can enjoy. They have done a lot in this golf industry and a lot for this community. I can't tell you the philanthropy that has blossomed because of this family towards the university, our community. My guess is as many of us in the room have hit them up for donations, for fundraisers that we've used, and I know I've never been told no. When we've asked for golf or things to be able to provide, to make money, to give back to charities, they're the first ones to donate for our community. I know that this is controversial with traffic, with the type of structure that's going in there. But again, when you look at the presentation, I think there's a lot of myth that was going out there that was discouraging to people not understanding what this true concept is. Please allow them to proceed with this project. This family has truly shown us who they are in our community and what they're going to bring. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Todd, and many of us can remember prom dates at the 19th hole. I forgot all about that.
Good afternoon, council. My name is Adrian Draculich. I'm a local realtor, a Duncan Golf member, and a lifelong patron of Lake Ridge Golf Course. I'm here to support the approval of the zoning amendment that would allow them to build the boutique hotel and amenities on the site. Lake Ridge has been a part of my life since I was 8 years old. It's somewhere I learned to play golf with my grandfather and my uncles, somewhere I later worked. And, I think it's obvious if you look at papers that golf is struggling across the country, and we're seeing a recession. And I think this project would allow DGM to responsibly diversify their revenue streams and reinvest in the course and ensure that Lake Ridge remains healthy and viable for future generations. I have a 4-year-old daughter. I really hope that she ends up loving the game as much as I do, but I want as many places to take her and introduce her to that as possible. And I think supporting a local operator who is providing those opportunities is essential, and I hope you will approve this project.
And you have lots of family members.
Donald McCann, followed by Carolyn Lena Tanner.
Mayor and council members, I got a real bad cold. I'm Don McCann, president of Hilltop Community Association, representing 38 homeowners of Golf Club Drive. It's a private street with 12 homeowners, Little Wheeler Park, and sole access to Lake Ridge Golf Course. We also oppose the 100-unit hotel zoning change. It threatens the safety and quality of life. The Golf Club Drive Plumas Street intersection is already dangerous. Left turns and nearly impossible due to the McCarran Boulevard backup. 1,700 daily trips from guest shuttles and staff will make driveways and park access deadly. 3 to 5 years of 7,000-pound cement trucks and 145-pound dump trucks will destroy our private road and utilities under the road, plus intolerable dust and noise. The implied intent of the easement by Mr. Topol was to support the existing structures that are already there. The Plan Commission approved, despite opposition, legally zoning most formally follow the master plan. Dust, noise, and void objections, decisions are ability is abruptly. We reserve all rights. The city council must adhere to the city's master plan, zoning ordinance, and consider the public good. As on restrictive, you have the duty to secure the safety and preserve the quality of life. Community approved this zoning change gives the overwhelming evidence the negative impact would be and derelict of your duties. Approve this and you'll neglect your duties as council people. This, to be able to talk to this, I am a licensed mechanical administrator and a developer. And I sit on a building board in Anchorage, Alaska for the last 15 years. I understand what you've done with here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Carolyn Lena Tanner, followed by Cindy Chandler.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. For the record, my name is Lina Tanner, Tanner. I am an attorney here in Reno for the past 30 years, and I'm going to read really fast so I can get my points in, but I do have another memo submitted for your review and public comment. I represent the Hilltop Community Association, the owner of the private road, which is Golf Club Drive, which the applicant proposes be on the side of this, be the sole commercial and construction access to their desired resort. I will focus my comments on a single issue here, which I don't think has been addressed, and that is the agreement between the private parties that own these parcels that has been in place since 1989. The applicant's proposed use of Golf Club Drive through association private property for access to its full-scale resort is outside and in fact far beyond the scope of the express easement granted to Lake Ridge Golf Course and its successors back in 1989. The specific area that we're talking about is covered by that access agreement. In 1989, the easement granted a 30-foot wide road for access to Lake Ridge Golf Course, its bar, restaurant, pro shop, maintenance buildings, and to whatever additional facilities be constructed or used on the golf course land. And that's a quote. Additional emergency access is allowed, and underground utilities and signage. Applicant appears to concede that the access now is no longer 30 feet wide, given parallel parking requirements and gutters, contemplating that the remaining 20 or so feet that go through the association parcels is sufficient for all of its needs, from construction, expanded utilities installation, and indefinite commercial operation. Under Nevada law, an express easement is confined to its uses described in the recorded instrument and may not be expanded in a way that unreasonably increases the burden on the servient property, in this case Hilltop, beyond what was contemplated in the original grant. So 3 main points here. First, the listed uses in the easement all relate to the operation of a golf course and its directly associated clubhouse-type facilities. Second, the burden on the golf club drive from the project would be dramatically greater than the burden contemplated back in 1989. The passage of time does not change this fact, and in fact, it rather enforces it. Third, nothing in Nevada easement law allows the owner of the dominant estate, Duncan Golf, to convert a limited access easement into an all-purpose commercial access way, whenever they choose to intensify development. Almost done, I promise. Looking at this probably in the most simplistic fashion, the easement allows access for use of golf course land, full stop, which must be looked at in this context here. Yet applicant is here today asking you to change that legal designation of its land from golf course land to suburban mixed use. If the applicant is successful in that, the access easement in our position would be extinguished entirely because it no longer applies to golf course land. This conclusion is undeniable, and they don't get it both ways. I thank you for your consideration. We will, again, I have another letter with a little bit more detail and more time.
Thank you so much.
Cindy Chandler, followed by Stacy Upson.
Hi, Cindy Chandler for the record. The staff reports H1 through H3 state that they can support their findings in compliance with the Reno Reimagine Master Plan. However, in each item stated, other non-compliant items are ignored. On the screen are numerous master plan guiding principles and policies which are inconsistent with the findings. Of those, area-specific neighborhoods are a great concern. NG.1 is the relationship to major roadways. Orient buildings and lots to minimize the impact of major streets on neighborhood character and safety. This proposed project does not have a relationship with a major roadway because the applicant removed the McCarran ingress-egress, and NDOT denied an encroachment permit for access onto McCarran except for emergency vehicle use. Therefore, the relationship to McCarran should be taken into consideration, regardless of whether it does or does not contribute to economic diversification. The project provides no final commitment to orientation of buildings. The revised concept moved the hotel closer to the 10th tee, but it does not minimize the impact the neighborhood character and safety. Also, this project is inconsistent with NG.1 regarding buffers to reduce visual impacts and noise. A 4-story hotel would restrict current residents' views and increase noise and light pollution for residents, regardless of the proposed adjustments made by the applicant. And there are currently 9 hotels, including 2 casinos, within a 4-mile radius of this golf course. Based on the revised conceptual rendering of the project, it is anticipated that over 75% of the current 50 to 60-year-old mature trees would be removed. The removal of these mature trees without any definitive plan to save or replace them creates a negative visual impact of the project to residents adjacent and overlooking the proposed project, not to mention the tremendous impact on wildlife. My question to you is, has there been any studies that have been submitted regarding the existing wildlife? We've neglected them. Therefore, I respectfully request that you deny this project and vote no.
Okay, thank you so much.
Stacy Upson, followed by John Marshall.
Good afternoon. For the record, Stacy Upson, I oppose this. I'm a fifth-generation Nevadan, have a lot of love for the Reno area. The planning that they're seeking to do doesn't meet the requirements of the Nevada Revised Statute 278.250. Number one is to preserve the quality of air and water resources. With the addition of the additional traffic, the impact on the air quality, increased water usage with the hotel and additional amenities would not be preserving the quality of the air or the water resources. Secondly, to promote the conservation of open space and the protection of other natural and scenic resources from unreasonable impairment. They're taking all of those away by the construction of a hotel. They've made some changes with the construction of the trees, but it's still causing significant disruption and unreasonable impairment to the surrounding residents. Part of the master plan and the reimagined plan of Reno is that it would reflect the ideas, values, and desires of the community, not just one operator. When you get to number 3, to consider the existing views and access, that would be something that would be reflective of people that are there. The views now would be of a hotel and not of the open area and the space that has been there for decades and part of this community. There's also the issue of crime. Any simple search on Google shows hotels bring increased crime, property crimes and violent crimes. I don't think that's been addressed in any shape or form. It's also to provide recreational needs. They're saying now, well, people here in the community can, but you have to pay for it. So that's going to eliminate a lot of those individuals who could intend to partake in a hotel or a pickleball court or a pool. The statute also requires to ensure the development of land that's commensurate with the character of the physical limitations of the land. The land in that area has been open space for the residents, and that has not been appropriately addressed. It would have the proposed multiple retaining walls that should be submitted to any rezoning recommendation. It needs to promote the health and general welfare of the community and the residents as a whole, which it's not doing by putting a hotel there. Residents are not going to stay there. And also to ensure the protection of existing neighborhoods and communities, including the protection of rural preservation neighborhoods. This application notably lacks provisions addressing the protections of existing neighborhoods and communities. We have a concept in the law called profit before safety in accidents. In this case, I would submit it's personal family finances over community. I have provided to the panel an article from the development for the proposed golf course and old driving range. And within that document on the 4th page, Mr. Duncan stated, this is to secure the future of our family, the financial future of his family, not of the community as a whole. And I would request that you deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
John Marshall, followed by Margaret Crowley.
Mr. Marshall, nice to see you.
Hello.
You used to sit up here for our planning commission. So you're
Indeed.
very familiar with Chambers.
I'm also very familiar with this intersection, as I think we all are, because we've all been through it, and we've all sat there for a while. But to get right to it, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is John Marshall, and Luke Busby and I represent Save Lake Ridge Open Space. Now, it's clear at this point that this application rests upon the free right mitigation measure, because we know that even though there's a mitigation measure that is a contribution to the RTIP monies, that money requires federal contribution from NDOT, and it's not present. So therefore, they've got to come up with another mitigation measure, which they tried to do at the end of the meeting, the Planning Commission meeting, because the Planning Commission chair, a traffic engineer, said, I can't make the finding without something more. So now I want to talk to you about why that something more is purely inadequate. Okay, this is the lovely picture that they gave you, but it is not a peak traffic time, right? It's some other time when you have no traffic on northbound Plumas and little traffic on eastbound McCarran. Thank you. Now, this is actually our best estimate of what it looks like actually at peak hour. And so let's talk about two things. First of all, this is the turn that's going to be that they're going to match the free right with. all right? That's only 25 seconds of that whole entire cycle. That's the free right for 25 seconds. Second, there's no place for the free right to go during peak hours because the traffic backs up from Lakeside intersection. And so there's no place for the flow to happen to benefit, supposedly to offset the added traffic that's going to be coming out here from Golf Course and try to get to the right, free right. And their own traffic study indicates that the queue extends beyond Golf Club. So you can't get there from here. There's no free in this operation. So notwithstanding the fact that, and quite honestly, we wish we could have presented this at the Planning Commission, but this was created and brought to the public at that meeting. We had no idea. So I think your job now is to find out whether or not you can make the finding based on a mitigation measure that has no merit in terms of actual increasing flow in that intersection. Thank you very much, and we're available for any questions.
All right, thank you so much.
Margaret Crowley, followed by Clay Alder.
All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Crowley. I live on the course. I would like to focus on compatibility and also add a little additional information. Although the 12.5 acre parcel is described by planning staff as a transition zone, a mix of single multifamily houses and commercial development, that is not the case. This project would go smack in the middle of single-family homes. You've seen what it encompasses. It would dramatically change the nature of this neighborhood. Duncan is arguing it needs the development to preserve the golf course. Everyone supports the golf course. We watch our community enjoy this open space almost every single day. We are not NIMBYs. Although Duncan bought this property knowing of its PGOS designation, they have the right to enhance their income, but at what price to everyone else? The Save Lakeridge, through different legal counsel, pursued negotiation with Duncan. We asked, can we preserve the rest of the course in writing? And can we have a say in this project? After all, we are all neighbors. We got nowhere. It's quite possible to envision some kind of commercial development that would meet everyone's needs, something compatible with this neighborhood that can enhance Duncan's business without making everybody else sacrifice. A written commitment to preserving the course is compatible with Duncan's argument for building this project in the first place. Collaboration would benefit our entire community. So my questions are these. Why would it be acceptable to prioritize Duncan's overzealous expansion at the expense of everyone else, sacrificing beloved open space for a 55-foot hotel and multiple other uses, increasing traffic, significantly compromising the economic value of everybody who bought around this 12.5 acre parcel and possibly around the entire golf course? Every property owner has rights, not just Duncan. If the project is truly to keep the golf course alive, why the resistance to committing to its preservation in writing? And finally, if this area of PGOS is rezoned, what's to keep a future city council from rezoning other parts of the course? It sets a very dangerous precedent. I asked you to consider these questions seriously, as well as the other questions raised by everyone else, and I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you so much.
Clay Alder, followed by Irby McMichael.
For the record, my name is Clay Alder. A project of this scale, whether a resort hotel or a large housing tract with only one ingress and egress being narrow private golf club drive, is truly unreasonable and unjust to the owners of Hilltop and Golf Club Drive, funneling thousands and thousands of vehicles day and night on their private road, which was never intended or constructed to withstand that high volume of traffic that a 4-story resort hotel will generate. The 19 or 20-foot wide driving sections on Golf Club Drive cause choke points as identified by our Reno Fire Department. This small, narrow, private street was originally designed to serve a limited number of golfers, restaurant guests, and delivery and maintenance vehicles, but never for heavy traffic from a commercial resort hotel in this well-established residential neighborhood. This major attack on private Golf Club Drive puts extra strain and clearly overburdens private, narrow Golf Club Drive, also creates safety risks for the residents, and openly disregards the 38 Hilltop homeowners who were unaware of Duncan's plan to rezone for a commercial resort hotel next door. Golf Club Drive is a private road that Duncan nor the city of Reno has authority over. This commercial resort hotel will cause significant light and noise pollution with thousands of car trips 24/7, night and day, on Golf Club Drive to Plumas and then McCarran, which is already rated an F. New construction brings years of heavy, noisy truck traffic weighing 70,000 to 140,000 pounds, causing excessive damage to Golf Club Drive at the expense of Hilltop homeowners. Plus, there is a significant risk of accidents on Golf Club Drive, Plumas, and McCarran. A comprehensive traffic study on private Golf Club Drive is crucial and strongly requested by the 38 Hilltop homeowners. Rezoning this 12.5 acres will not only impact the narrow street itself, this will devastate all of the Hilltop residents' right of quiet enjoyment per NRS 118A. If SPD zoning is approved, a precedent is set, making it very easy for Duncan to sell other sections or all of the remaining golf course land to builders. Now think about this. That could probably be another 1,000 homes or more. Just think about the horrific traffic on Golf Club Drive, maybe 10,000 more daily car trips, which is an overburdening disaster on Golf Club Drive, creating an absurdity. Please listen to the facts and realistic info from all residents that oppose this rezoning. This is what the people want. Vote no, stop the politics, and stop this very alarming development. The future of our Truckee Meadows is at risk. You have the choice. Thank you very much for listening to me.
All right, thanks, Clay.
Irby McMichael, followed by Dennis Davis.
Morning or afternoon. I'm Irby McMichael. This is for the record. I oppose this rezoning. I am the president of the Lake Ridge Point Homeowners Association, which is immediately adjacent to the western boundary of the golf course, immediately adjacent. Our homes are within 5 to 10 feet of the property line. So I want you to envision what it's going to look like for these homes there. Number one, I have some bullet points, and a lot of people have covered some stuff, so if I'm out of order, forgive me. Traffic. A lot of people have talked about traffic, but I want you to consider a couple of things. All of these studies, in my mind, have not included the apartments that have been approved directly across the street. They will feed into this exact lane and things that have been shown here directly. This morning when I left my home at 7:45, there were 7 cars trying to turn off of Plumas onto McCarran. That's before any of this. So we have a traffic problem no matter what. The other thing to consider about the traffic is those residents that live in Ridgeview, up Ridgeview, all those residents there, this is their emergency exit. How are they going to get out? How are the fire trucks going to get in? The ambulances, how are they going to get in during an emergency if these people from Ridgeview need to come out? Okay? And the other thing is that the thought process seems to end at Plumas. What about 1/4 of our city feeds down McCarran from the northwest, right down McCarran, right down this lane? So we can't just have the view of everything ends at Plumas. it goes up the hill. It doesn't just because there's commercial down to the east doesn't mean that this is appropriate. Okay, so enough of that. This is a fire break as well. So I think all of you remember the fire from whenever it was, 5, 10 years ago, and it was a disaster. This is a fire break. Okay, pickleball, I mean. Are you all aware of how noisy pickleball is? This will be within 5 to 10 feet of our residence. So I don't know why they need to have these courts. But if they do, we could at least have them do soft paddles and soft boards. Because pickleball is constant, every day, boom, bada boom, bada boom, bada boom. Okay, and finally, I have a question for Leah. The thing that was, the map you put up there said SPD. I thought I saw SPD north of McCarran. And so I'd like clarification on that.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Dennis Davis is in the house. I love Reno. We've all known, there's so many people in this room I've known my whole entire life. All right, go ahead, take it away, Dennis.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Dennis Davis. We're at 1350 Doral Circle, backing up to the 5th Fairway. I'm a lifelong Reno resident and a longtime customer of Lake Ridge and the Duncan family, other properties. They're a fantastic steward of the course. They maintain property that doesn't even belong to them along the course, including private property and including some of our property. This project also adds some things that were removed when our Los Angeles developers tore down the Lake Ridge Tennis Club, including a new place to eat. Please consider how unique this project is for our community. I'm in support of this project. And as far as the wildlife goes, hopefully some of the coyotes and raccoons go away in benefit of our pets. Thank you.
That's very valid.
Robert Eichelberger, followed by Christy Giudice, followed by David Zundell.
Hello, my name's Robert Eichelberger, 40-year resident at Lake Ridge Shores. And like Eddie said, the other day I had to wait for 3 stoplights to get out onto McCarran. All the traffic was backed up to Rayleigh's. And the real problem here is traffic. We all know that. And I want to know where common sense factors in. You have already approved the development at the tennis court, right? That's a done deal. So is that traffic study and all this coordinated with this development here? Doesn't it commingle? It's the same traffic, same avenues and everything. I think you folks as city fathers owe the developer and all the residents to get the traffic in order and either have us contribute for getting it done or the developer throw some millions of dollars in it instead of charity and get the streets fixed up before. And who starts first, the apartment complex or the hotel? Who's going to be on first base? Who gets started first with all the construction, road, flagman, traffic delays? It's crazy.
All right, thank you.
Christy Giudice, followed by David Zundell, followed by Rob Moore.
The first lady said no.
David Zundell, followed by Rob Moore.
Okay, I guess Mr. Zundell, you're up. I think she wanted to skip, so you got thrown right ahead.
Happy. I guess I have to greet all of the council, so I'll do that. I've lived here all my life, which means nothing anymore. I'm one of a few. I have a question for the council members. How many of you have been at the site? So there's 2 that haven't. I don't know if, other than maybe you've been there because the golf course, or you actually went there because of this project, but I don't think you can get the full effect of what this encompasses. This has already been addressed, but that was the access off McCarran that they had coming into the golf course before you get to Plumas. However, I have heard that they have tried to make plans to include in any of the change or the design of the highway to make a cut out the highway, then still bring it into there. So I never know what to believe or not to believe. Anyway, there's something I haven't heard addressed, and that's the integrity of the hilltop homes after you remove a mountain of dirt just below their homes. Now, I don't know that much about land and what can happen when you remove half of the mountain right below them. I'm sure they've thought about that too. Duncan says the project will be an asset to the community. Really? A hotel in the middle of a subdivision of homes? Locals don't use hotels. Most of the amenities, pool, pickleball, restaurant, would be used mostly by hotel guests, and some golfers, sure. Noise level, day and night. Access to the golf course would be very restrictive during, and especially during, and then even after completion. You have to picture this little tiny road with all of this traffic on it from a hotel and everything else. Again, Duncan says for the community, no more driving range, that's gone. The first tee, which was very popular with children to go up there and learn how to play golf, that's gone. Us old collegers and others used to go there and practice too, really enjoyed that. I'm concerned, according to Duncan, in one of his statements, I was at one of the meetings, the construction of this project could take years. I can't even imagine, first of all, removing the mountain. And if the ones of you who've been there, it's a mountain of dirt that it would take months, if not 6, 8, I don't know, just to remove the dirt. And then they're going to tear the whole mountain down. And this project could take 2 years, 3 years. Even Duncan said it could take 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Zundel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob Moore, followed by Mike Kavner.
Good afternoon, council. So I've heard lots of different takes. This is my first experience with public comment, and I'm here in support of the measure. I am a lifelong golfer, and there's a phenomenon that goes on in the golf world, which is largely golf tourism, where you have groups of people that come and travel and go to new sites and experience communities, and I think that that is a fabulous thing for this town. Reno doesn't always shine brightest on the national stage.
What?
It's well, it's one of those.
I take offense to that.
If you know, you know, and you know, if you do know, and but it's something that is a bright spot in our this town. The Duncan family are wonderful stewards of the land. I've heard lots of different points today brought up that, you know, if you've ever been to any charity event in town here, you won't find, you know, a single one where they don't offer something to the community. They continually portray what good proprietors of commerce in Reno and continue to do so. And in support of this measure, as I said, and I think that's all I have to say for today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mike Kavner, followed by Katie Pace.
Madam Mayor, Council, Mike Kavner, Realtor here in town. And just like I've heard a lot of people say, I also grew up here playing golf my entire life. I also went to Lake Ridge Tennis Club my entire life. And we talk about preserving Lake Ridge. The Duncans can do it. They can get it done. They have been successful with all their other business ventures, keeping golf courses open. In the last 20 years, I don't know how many golf courses have closed, but there have been several. Northgate, Wild Creek, Brookside, DeAndrea partially. All of these golf courses that people grew up in open space playing golf on no longer can do that. And this hotel, boutique hotel, non-gaming hotel, I believe will actually increase people's property value in the area. It's a place I would actually want to go. If I lived in the condos right above, I'd have pool, I'd have access, I'd join the club. I think it's a no-brainer to do. I'm in full support of the Duncans. They're pillars of the community, and I obviously vote in favor.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Katie Pace, followed by Megan Schuster.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Members of City Council. My name is Katie Pace, and I live at 1490 Huntington Circle on the 8th hole. And I'm here and respectfully oppose the proposed rezoning of Lake Ridge Golf Course. I want to start with the reminder of this council's own planning history. In 2006, the City Council rezoned approximately 155 acres of Lake Ridge as public and general open spaces. The intent was clear: to preserve open space as a community amenity, provide buffers between development, support stormwater management, and ensure balanced development intensity. Those objectives have not changed. If anything, they are more important today. In 2021, application LDC 210032, which proposed rezoning the Lake Ridge driving range area, was reviewed by the city. In their staff report, city staff stated that proposal was inconsistent with the master plan and could not be supported due to the loss of designated open space without mitigation. Staff reaffirmed the importance of this land remaining open space, including its role as a major wildfire break, serving more than 1,500 nearby homes. When that application was presented to the Planning Commission, the commission voted unanimously 7-0 to recommend denial of the master plan amendment, the zoning change, and the project as a whole. The unanimous recommendation deserves serious weight and careful consideration today. I've lived in the neighborhood since 1976, when my parents built our family home. That home has now welcomed 4 generations. This is not just land on a map, it's a long-standing community built over decades. Rezoning designated open space fundamentally alters the character, safety, and stability of the community. The proposed development is incompatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. It introduces increased traffic, noise, and activity in an area where infrastructure is already strained. Traffic studies have shown nearby intersections operating at near failing levels, and conditions have continued to worsen as new development comes in. Additional intensity here will only compound congestion and negatively affect neighborhood safety and emergency responses. I respectfully urge you to deny this rezoning request and uphold the long-term planning, safety, and community values you entrust in the community.
All right, Katie, thank you so much. Nice to see you.
Megan Schuster, followed by Donald Zucker.
Mayor and council members, my name is Megan Schuster, and I'm speaking today in opposition to this application. This application has been a moving target, and I want to focus on process and clarity because it has become increasingly difficult to understand what will actually be built and what the community could live with long-term. Last April, residents were told this was a proposal for a boutique hotel and spa on 12 acres of the closed driving range. At the same time, the application sought to rezone all 155 acres of the entire golf course, even though only 12 acres were analyzed. That disconnect immediately raised red flags about future development and long-term intent. After residents expressed concern, The rezoning was narrowed, a master plan amendment was added, but the scope of permitted uses expanded. Oh, whoops. Okay. Across 4 handbook revisions, allowable uses kept on changing, as noted by the staff in one of their red line July handbook notes, ending up with a fully entitled resort district that permits amplified outdoor live entertainment until 10 p.m. This is a residential neighborhood. At the same time, the most important details, building placement, configuration, and how the project interfaces with surrounding homes remains conceptual. Yet the final handbook removes future site plan review, removes conditional use permit, and places all remaining decisions under administrative approval, which completely cuts out public involvement. This uncertainty is already affecting how impacts are evaluated. The Planning Commission's recommendation relied on references to traffic mitigation, such as a free right turn lane from Plumas onto McCarran, and future roadway improvements. However, based on conversations a Save Lake Ridge volunteer had with the RTC project manager, the McCarran Improvement Project is on hold indefinitely, and the design remains at 30% complete. It's not funded, and it's certainly not guaranteed at this time. Yet an unanalyzed and speculative improvement was relied upon by the Planning Commission for their recommendation. Approving this application today would mean accepting uncertainty as a permanent condition for Lake Ridge residents. Uncertainty of how intense the use will be, how attractive, how noisy, and how it will be mitigated. This is not consistent with transparent land use design making. And if you say yes today, you can't say no later. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Donald Zucker, followed by Jory Benjamin.
Don Zucker, Carriage House for the record. I'm opposed to Duncan rezoning PGOS land. In addition, how can council approve abdicating their power to the applicant and the SPD? At this point, there's no reason to provide more logical reasons and facts to support voting citizens' opposition. Facts don't seem to matter. It's develop, baby, develop, often to residents' detriment. So my thoughts for council's vote today are different. The applicant's consultant has created complicated documents which hide the applicant's long-term intentions. We hope you have read all of these documents in detail and that council's consideration of this troubling application is more in-depth than the Planning Commission. Planning Commission ignored 95% majority public opinion. I think Ms. Bacati stated the purpose of the Planning Commission perfectly during the November 25 meeting when she said, "It is the Planning Commission's job to work with the developers to get their application approved." She downplayed all of the citizens' concerns. The same thing happened with the Plumas Apartments application. It was approved by the Planning Commission and the appeal was passed by council. The voting public is ignored. Our council member, Dewar, the mayor, and one other council member listened to nearby residents' concerns, but the majority did not. Perhaps contributions made by the applicant, their consultants or attorney, or have more influence than the concerns expressed by neighboring citizens and residents. The same thing, politics as usual, is likely to occur today. With Mayor Sheevy termed out, 2 council members have ambitions to run for mayor. They ignored the concerns of the vast majority of nearby residents and supported the Plumas Apartments developer. It wasn't a development in their ward, so why worry? However, when running for mayor, Ward 2 citizens registered to vote will remember how each member votes on this Ward 2 development application. So consider the political consequences of your vote this time. Ward 2 residents will organize during the mayor's race later this year to express our outrage by voting against those that ignore the concerns of a majority of Ward 2 residents. Thank you for your consideration. I hope the outcome is different this time.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
Jory Benjamin, followed by Brian Dansereau.
Hello, my name is Jory Benjamin, and for the record, I oppose the approval of LDC 25-0061. I will be repeating most of everything that everybody has said because they've all made very, very important, they're important findings. Who were the two that haven't visited the site? I didn't see. Are there two people that haven't been to the site? Everybody's been to the site? Oh, okay, I thought two people had not been, excuse me. Well, and I want to say, this is not against the Duncan family. This is for our neighborhood, and if we could just get back to the table, maybe we can all talk about something that would be better than the 4-story hotel that has been shown on a storyboard to us that looks like 2 stories and a little cabin here. We all feel bulldozed. I guess I'm just going to say that, and we really don't know what is presented to us and what is the fact of the matter. What will the apartment buildings and the traffic across the street from the hotel is a big deal. It's not 1 second, it's not 2 seconds. So I had more to say, but everybody else has said it, and I won't take your time. Thank you.
It's Jory, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Brian Dansereau, followed by Judith Thane.
Good afternoon, City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name's Brian Dansereau. I'm a 36-year Reno resident and a 30-year mortgage banker in this town. So I've been seeing a lot of the development, a lot of things that have gone on. I'm here in clear support of the Duncan project. More importantly, I'm here to speak on behalf of the Duncan family who own and operate golf courses in our community for years. In an era where corporate greed comes in and takes over, whether it's, the hotels or golf courses, they've steadfast in keeping all of their golf courses privately owned, and they give back so much to our community. We're lucky to have owners who are so ingrained in this community. There are neighbors who have spent years giving back, helping local nonprofits, high school sport teams, and of course, they're big supporters in the Nevada Wolfpack. They have proven time and time again that their priority is to the well-being of the community. And this project isn't just a new building. It's a way for a trusted local family to ensure this property remains a vibrant community hub for years to come. Let's support the people who have always supported us. I again ask that you approve this project, and I thanks for your time. You bet.
Judith Thane, followed by Lee Thomas.
So, Madam Clerk, we have Judith and...
Nope, Judith did not come up. That's Lee. So Lee, you'll go up. Lee Thomas.
Okay, we
followed
got...
by Catherine Wellesey.
Lee and then Catherine. Okay.
Hi, my name's Lee Thomas. I'm opposed to this development. I live in Carriage House. I moved here in 1980 from Indiana to work at UNR as a professor and an administrator. And I'm proud of what we have developed at UNR and the community that I've had a chance to be a part of is something that has been so fulfilling. I raised 2 kids in Old South Reno. They ran through everybody's lawns, everybody was skateboarding, they went to different houses. This was on Dant Boulevard, right by Moana and Skyline. No one's addressing going across the street from McCarran. Old South Reno has a character that's been there since I moved here. This kind of development isn't just affecting Lake Ridge, It's affecting the streets across McCarran. Go down Lake Ridge. Go down Plumas. Go down Dant. See these areas. We're raising families there. We don't want the crime. We don't want hotels. Everyone said this. I will bring up one more point. I don't know how many times I have had to evacuate from South Reno because of fires. If you look at the topography in that area, going out into the hills, into Collin Ranch, you know we have fires. Carriage House has one road out. It goes onto Ridgeview, one road for everybody. We can't get out. We'll run into the stream of traffic coming down Ridgeview. If we get out, then we go on down Ridgeview past all of this development on one road. We cannot get out, and I know that because I've evacuated from Carriage House several times, from Dant Boulevard. Fires happen in that area. It's real. And if you look at the history, you'll see it. It is a fire emergency area. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Catherine Wellesey, followed by Clint Cates.
Hi, my name is Catherine Wellesley. I'm a 30-year-plus resident here in Reno, and each time it's been on Lake Ridge, on the golf course area. So it's a beautiful area, and I agree. I'm in opposition to the project, and I agree with all the comments that have been made so far today. They made some very good points. My point today is on there was a KOH News announcement this morning in which they announced this whole project, saying Duncan Gold was seeking approval from Reno City Council to make use of 12 acres of land. Duncan Golf, who owns and operates Lake Ridge Golf Course, has submitted for a master plan amendment and a zoning map amendment to what we call specified planned district for 12 acres or a little over 12 acres. Mike Raley, Planning Manager, Development Services, said in this news article, the project would bring with it a hotel, restaurants, swimming pools, as well as casinos. So, my question, is this correct? Is this true? And if it's not true, what stops Duncan from applying for a restricted license down the road with different city council members once this is rezoned? That's my point. Thank you.
Clint Cates, followed by Hudson Stremmel.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council. For the record, my name is Clint Cates. I'm a City of Reno homeowner, business owner, taxpayer, and avid golfer who lives near Lake Ridge Golf Course. I also had the honor of playing collegiate golf at the University of Nevada under Coach Tom Duncan. For more than a decade, as a Duncan Golf member, I've seen firsthand how the Duncan family has built a first-class operation, one that provides great jobs, exceptional service, and is deeply invested in our local community. I felt compelled to speak today because I've been in a very similar position before. Nearly 10 years ago, I presented in front of you, Madam Mayor, and the council as we were going through the privileged licensing, permitting, and entitlement process for the first cannabis dispensary in downtown Reno, Mint Cannabis. Like this proposed Lake Ridge Resort, that project faced strong opposition. However, we worked closely with city staff. We followed the process exactly the way we were told and exactly the way we proposed, and we invested millions of dollars into the downtown entertainment district. The result was a successful project with no negative secondary impacts. Let me repeat that. The result was a successful project with no negative secondary impacts. The Duncan family deserves the same opportunity. They have a proven track record. They operate with professionalism and transparency. And they are Nevadans investing in Nevada. I love that slogan. That's exactly the local stewardship that this community should support. I'm proud to be a DGM member, and I want to see Lake Ridge viable for decades to come. The course has already lost its driving range, where unfortunately I spent most of my time, as many of the members and guests and employees can probably attest to. And many of the amenities are over 50 years old. So thoughtful reinvestment is not just reasonable, it's necessary. It is necessary. This proposal appears to be a balanced, forward-looking solution that will allow Lake Ridge Golf Resort to continue to serve this community for years to come. For these reasons, I support agenda items H1, 2, and 3, and I respectfully urge the council to vote in favor of these items. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. I thought I recognized you. I remember that very well.
Hudson Stremmel, followed by Bob Alessandrelli.
Okay. Are these always this intense?
Are
these always, my God. So, all right, my name's Hudson Stremmel. I lived in old Southwest Reno my entire life.
You're like a Draculich, too. Lots of family
not
members.
Not as good looking, though.
Lots of family members.
But yeah, so I'm here, unfortunately, and I hate saying this, it's the reason this project's kind of even on the docket is just because you guys have been doing such a good job with Reno and cleaning it up, and like people want to come. And any project that, you know, puts that much to support Reno, it doesn't add to the growth. It supports what you guys are building, bringing people in. People love it. They want to stay. Everyone that's here, they don't want to leave.
Well, you're amazing because we had one public commenter that said the opposite.
You know what, we're not New York, but I don't think we want to be New York. So
two public comments ago.
Yeah, so no, but we're just everything. This project couldn't be more in favor of. It's a great place, great area, and I know there's been a lot of pushback about hotels and communities. I know, I mean, first one comes to mind, Pebble Beach. That hotel seems to be okay in that community. But yeah, I think it's a great project, great area, and frankly, don't think it could be built quick enough.
All right, thanks so much.
Yeah, right down the street. And I will say, the Dunkin's, like, over the years, keeping the grass green, all the courses, is very impressive. So.
All right, thank you so much.
Hi there, I'm Bob Alessandrelli. We built our home in Lake Ridge over 40 years ago, and I'm here in opposition. And I just want to simply say that a hotel in an established residential area shouldn't be built. It shouldn't be built today, it shouldn't be built tomorrow. I can appreciate the Duncans want to do things with their golf course, but there are 2,671 hotel rooms between 2 and 2.9 miles from the Lake Ridge Golf Course. That's almost 3,000 hotel rooms for anybody that's going to be golfing at Lake Ridge to stay in if they want to have golf tournaments or what have you like that. There is no need to put a hotel in a residential area. I was just going to say that, which I sent you all an email in December, and I just wanted to go on the record for that, but I'm going to say one other thing, and that is, I'm hearing, it's almost sounding like Duncan, we're all against Duncan. And that isn't the situation, but the council isn't here to approve things for a family that has been giving back to the community. That is not the issue here today. It's whether there should be a rezoning. That is the issue. The Duncans can be fine people. No one is saying they're not. I'd like to add, there's probably many fine people, my neighbors, which exceed the Duncan family, that contribute to the community. That Lake Ridge area has some money, let's be honest, and we donate to a lot of things. We create jobs in the community also, so bear that in mind when you're making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well said.
Steve Topol, followed by Matt Lepire.
All right, Mr. Topol, someone else I grew up around.
Of course.
All right.
Great
and
backstroke.
yeah. And then who do we have after Mr. Topol?
Matt Lepire.
Matt, okay. We're ready. Take it away.
Hi, everybody. My name is Steve Tobel, and I live in Lake Ridge. I've lived there since 1983 when I built my house, and I just paid it off, so I'm really happy now, except for the fact that I don't want to, nothing against the Duncans, but introduction of a hotel this close to Lake Ridge in the entire community is going to create a huge problem for everybody. It's not necessarily that the Duncans want to capitalize, they're entitled to do what they want with their property, but it being so close and a part of the Lake Ridge community, planned community, it's going to morph into something bigger. Things are going to change. People are going to want to get those, put their houses into those little weekend jaunts where people can rent their homes on a weekend and cause all kinds of problems for the existing neighbors. It changes the style. If you have a hotel, you're attracting people who are on vacation, and it's going to filter over and be a part of the Lake Ridge area. And you know, I live on the lake there, and next thing you know, I'm going to have people fishing, and they're not supposed to be there from the hotel that they're going to be building. So. And one other thing, at one of the nice events that Mr. Duncan put on at the golf course, he took questions and people were asking him all kinds of questions, and I raised my hand and asked him, can you assure us that if we can get everybody behind you and agree to this project on the driving range, will you make sure that, how can you make sure that a new developer or somebody else that comes in is not going to change the whole golf course, it's going to stay there forever as a golf course with its water rights? And I said, how about a deed restriction or some other device that can be recorded that keeps anybody else, another developer that comes in, from changing over and negating what we agreed to here and making it into a huge resort? Well, he said that he would think about it. I think that's what his term was at the time. But I was hopeful that, it's got to be some type of a written documentation or some type of restriction that's going to keep this from falling into another developer's hands when Mr. Duncan decides and his family decide to move on and to sell it, because that's what happens. Anyway, I would hope it would be denied until such time as some type of a document or instrument is recorded to prevent the remainder of the golf course from being developed in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Matthew Lapierre, followed by Michelle Jaziski via Zoom.
Matthew Lapierre. Just a quick little background. My formal side is architecture and planning. I've got a degree in both, and I look at this development. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine.
I look at this development, and I'm actually grateful for the opportunity with McCarran being widened and the current state of McCarran. I didn't hear one neighbor mention.
Matt, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Can you just step over to your left? There you go.
Is
If
that
you just
better
stand
for you?
between the two of them.
Yeah,
it's
there you
got
go.
I'm usually on that
it's
side, not on
magic
this
up
side
in the
of the
roof,
fence,
and
so
it can
thank
pick
you.
up your sound better.
Perfect. So with that, I haven't heard any opposition of the winding of McCarran, but I'm actually grateful that they're going to finally. I lived in the area. I'm actually born native to Nevada and northern Nevada. But with that said, this isn't. I'm a lodging owner. I've owned several different properties in northern Nevada, and so with that said, the widening of this couldn't be a better use for the widening, in my opinion. A professional in the trade. For this particular area, I'm not knocking the neighbors. I love the area. I actually love the area, but it's such a low impact. As a stay and play lodging owner myself, this is a stay and play. This isn't a, hey, we're going to take people that are coming and going nonstop. This is a very, in my opinion, restricted use. I go pretty much all over the country, sometimes all over the world, to stay in facilities like this. And what an opportunity to have it finally in our backyard. We don't have it. I like when the young man said, hey, and I'm not knocking, I love Reno. I could pretty much live wherever I want, and I love Reno. I'm never moving from Reno. But we don't have those opportunities. We don't have the opportunities for your families, your kids, my family, my kids, my parents to come and actually stay and play. anywhere like this, what they're proposing. But with that said, I appreciate you, Mayor, I appreciate you, Council, for your time and the opportunity to speak in favor of this opportunity. It is an opportunity for the city today, by the way.
All right, thank you. Good job.
Michelle Jazeski via Zoom, followed by Jessica Natali.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Michelle Ujiski, and I own a property on Edge Rock Drive directly adjacent to the Lake Ridge Golf Course, specifically abutting the location of this project. I'm not here to oppose change or investment in our community. I understand that property owners have rights and that Reno is growing. My concern is about scale and compatibility and whether this proposal fits within an established residential neighborhood. Today, the golf course functions as an open space and buffer. It's quiet, lower traffic, and predictable. A resort hotel, restaurants, event space fundamentally changes that character. There are 3 impacts I'm particularly concerned with. The first is traffic and congestion. We've heard estimates of over 1,600 additional daily trips. Our streets, Plumas, McCarran, and the neighborhood streets feeding into them already back up during peak hours. Adding hotel guests, events, deliveries, and staff vehicles will inevitably spill into residential roads. I worry about safety, emergency access, and daily quality of life for residents simply trying to leave or return to our home. The second is noise and activity. A hotel and event venue operates early mornings and late nights. Outdoor courts, events, parking lots, and service traffic will create ongoing noise and light where today it is relatively quiet. That is not a small change, particularly outdoor live entertainment, and it's a permanent shift from the residential adjacent open space to commercial activity. Third is property values. Many of us bought our homes at a premium specifically because of the golf course setting and open space. If that buffer becomes commercial development, the character of our neighborhood changes, and so does the market perception. For many families, our home is our largest investment. That risk deserves serious consideration. If at the end of the day, the council decides to approve the project, I respectfully ask that strong and enforceable protections be required, including the traffic mitigation that's been mentioned already, height and lighting limits, buffering, and operational restrictions. And importantly, I would also ask that you consider community benefits specifically for adjacent residents. If neighbors are to absorb the impact of this resort-style development, perchance for 7 years, there should be meaningful integrations, such as discounted or priority access to amenities, memberships, or shared use opportunities, so the surrounding community benefits as well. That kind of partnership would go a long way toward making this feel like a neighborhood asset rather than simply a commercial intrusion. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much.
Jessica Natali, followed by Beth Dory. Beth Dory, followed by Jim DeVold.
Let's see. There we go. Is that good? Hi, I'm Beth Dory for the record. And one thing I noticed when I was in the back room, one of you was answering your Facebook posts about a ballpark instead of listening to your constituents. And I feel that's disrespectful. I have a bad foot. I'd like this up for a minute, and then you can take it down. Would you accommodate me by allowing me to sit down? Thank you.
Jim DeVold, followed by BJ Sullivan.
Record. The last speaker was
Beth Dory. Oh, is that the question? I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
I just want to, and then I guess I was looking, who's next in the seat?
BJ Sullivan.
All right. Hello, Mr. DeVold, someone else I've known for a long time. This is what I love about Reno.
For the record, Jim DeVold. I've got kind of a fun story about Lake Ridge. So when I was a junior in high school, that was the first varsity golf tournament that I got to play in was at Lake Ridge Golf Course. So I love Lake Ridge Golf Course. I've known the Duncan family for probably 50 years. I've known TJ Duncan since he was 8 years old and played golf with him. He's a very honest golfer and very good one. This is just a good family. I'll be honest with you. I think that's kind of where I was going. But for the record, I live on the 7th green at Lake Ridge, and I wake up in the morning and drink coffee and thank the Duncan family because I don't have to mow that lawn, or I don't have to water it, I don't have to fertilize it, I don't have to pay for the employees to do anything, and they just do a wonderful job. And I think I personally appreciate that. I do agree with the traffic impacts. Obviously think about those things, but I am very much in favor of this project. I'm kind of excited to have something really beautiful in our neighborhood that I could walk to a restaurant and not have to get in my car, have a nice glass of wine, and not worry about driving home. And I think this development actually helps a lot of us in Lake Ridge be able to do that. Not if you walk underneath the McCarran Loop, where most of us do it anyway. So anyway, when I was looking at this, I see that it's 12 acres, but actually there's only 4 acres that are really impacted. You've already got a golf country club facility and restaurant on it. You've got a maintenance facility. So I think that's one of the things that kind of helped me quite a bit, that this is in my view, a very low impact development on a very busy street. Everybody's talking about noise and impact. Well, McCarran, just listen to McCarran once in a while. That's pretty darn noisy in and of itself. So anyway, from my standpoint, obviously I really appreciate your time and effort. What you do is very important, and I really do appreciate your thoughtfulness in this. But I do support this project. I'm a golfer, and I really want a place for people to come and visit me and have a beautiful place to stay. So with that, thank you all.
Okay, thank you so much.
BJ Sullivan, followed by Linda Cross. Okay, Linda Cross, followed by Dana Miller via Zoom. Yep, Linda, it's you.
Oh, you said followed by. Okay. All right, let's get the show on the road. Okay, Madam Mayor and honorable council members, welcome you today. I hope that you will really listen, because God gave us ears for that reason, and I hope that you will use them and let it sink into your brains, because I don't think it's been happening. What my first thought well, first of all, if you'll remember the last time I spoke before you, I said, mark my words, that this is not the end of what they're asking regarding the golf course. The next thing you know, it'll be cut down again. And lo and behold, the next day on Channel 2 News, I see that the proposal has already been prepared and submitted to the council the very next day to do part of what you're doing now. And now, of course, it's changed several times. As you can see, it's Linda Cross, 6133 Greenbrook Drive, and I do oppose this. All I can say is, what the hell are you thinking? I mean, where do you think that the people who need to get out, and I know it's been brought up about the egress, but it's not just Golf Club Road. It's all the way up to the top of that mountain. It's all the way out into the Windy Hill. It's the Lewis homes, all those homes. This is going to look like a Palisade in Southern California will be a pittance compared to what you will have here. And there'll be a lot more deaths. And
The other thing is, people are not bringing up the fact that we have the school here. We have school children that are walking, school children that are in those apartments, in the houses, and the school buses every day. And as you know, I already was in an accident at the corner of Plumas, and I'm lucky that I survived that. But there have been others there, and just at Lakeside. I mean, it's not Plumas. And this grandiose widening of McCarran, is it what, 2 blocks is what you're going to widen? You know, when a road goes this way and then it widens, all the people got to go back together again. I don't understand how this could be. And moreover, having a hotel in the middle of the housing area is ridiculous. Why would you want it? Why don't we put a merry-go-round and a Ferris wheel down in Arrow Creek? Or why don't we go up to Hidden Valley and put a midway up there? And I mean, I don't see that happening, and I don't appreciate the way I see the council voting. I don't think, did any of you poll any of your ward after I spoke last time and asked you if any of you knew, other than Naomi, because I know she does, know what they think or what they want? It's just appalling to me. So all I can say is, this is an opposition, all the people. I know people that are moving because of it. And I think it's time that the council thinks of who elected them, why they were elected, and who they're supposed to listen to. Because it looks to me like the council is being run by the developers, and I find that very sad.
Okay, thank you so much. Uh-oh, don't forget all your stuff.
Dana Miller via Zoom, followed by Dan Morgan.
Dana Miller.
Dana, if you'd unmute, state your name for the record and begin speaking.
Hello, this is Lawrence McNutt speaking on behalf of Dana Miller.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, hello. My name is Lawrence McNutt, a Reno resident. Just a little background, I grew up playing golf with my father, who's passed away years ago, one of the most wonderful bonding experiences of my life for many years. I am 100% in support of responsible growth. This is not responsible growth, and the City Council needs to consider this. This is a violation and abuse of easements of neighbors, of residents who invested their lives into their homes and their entire fortunes into their homes. The city and this developer, as much as I love what these people do, the developers, are actually reducing the value of people's homes and violating their civil rights, negating the easements that were planned on and are committed to. This is a game that doesn't stop. We make an agreement, we sign documents, we make those agreements, and then we change them. And the city is responsible for making sure that we, as developers, which I am, actually hold to our word to our communities. There are other options that can help this family grow their business and enhance the area. This is not a good plan. We neglect the planning and this commitment, again, to the public. The citizens did invest their lives in these communities. If we're going to take those values of their homes down, I think you should consider something more along the lines of eminent domain and buying their properties at fair market value before they become a thoroughfare for a large hotel property that will likely grow over the years. This single ingress is a disaster waiting to happen. The Palisades was mentioned earlier. This will tie thousands of people into their communities should an event happen or a fire happen, which does in this region, and how many people will die because of our irresponsible decisions. This is neglect. And this is something each and every one of you and each of every one of us as developers and citizens need to take to heart. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Dan Morgan, followed by Ed Upton.
All right, Dan.
Good
I've known you
afternoon,
for
Madam Mayor.
20 years, 15, 20 years.
For the record, Dan Morgan, here in a personal capacity today. And as I said, well, first I want to thank you all for being the leaders that you are, because these are tough meetings. I've had the distinct pleasure in my career over the years to sit through a lot of these, a little post-traumatic going back there. Whether it was Somerset, Damani Ranch, Wingfield Springs, all the way back to Collin Ranch, and some of the Lake Ridge area. I've sat through these meetings working with the developers, and I got to tell you that I've heard a lot of things today that I heard then, that you're going to destroy this, you're going to do this, and this is all part of really good growth. And I think if we look today, some of the greatest neighborhoods we have in the region are Collin Ranch, Damani Ranch, Somerset, Wingfield Springs. And I draw that analogy because I've known the Duncan family for more than 20 years. And I know that Tom, TJ, Millie, and Connie, they're going to follow through with what they say they're going to do. And if our community continues to grow and grow in a positive way, we'll end up with more communities and more community assets like Somerset, Damani Ranch, Collin Ranch. The other part I wanted to share is, as many of you know, I'm the chairman of the Nevada Military Support Alliance and involved with a number of other charities throughout the region. And I can tell you that every time I pick up the phone and I call the Duncans when we need something, whether it's for our golf tournament, and so all the Lake Ridge residents know we are the golf tournament that causes all the noise every September. And you didn't tell me about the time restriction. But TJ and Connie and Millie are always there for all of us. And I just thought it was important that you hear from somebody more than 6-decade resident, and don't hold that against me. Almost 60 years I've been in this community, and I've seen it grow. I saw McCarran when it was Hash Lane. I saw the Northwest area and the McQueen area when there was nothing there. Growth is good. This is good growth. This is a good infill project and a great amenity for the community. And I really appreciate your leadership on this. It's a tough decision, but it's the right decision. So please support it.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks, Dan.
Ed Upton, followed by Jan Jensen.
Hi, my name is Ed Upton, and I live in a little development, 65 homes, called The Crest off Ridgeview. One significant thing about it is most of our homes face the 13th fairway on the golf course.
And I'm going to say that's a Reno accent you have there.
Hey, you making fun of me? I'll get to that in a minute. I'm up. I wasn't planning on talking. I'm up here because somebody told me that I had to. They stroked my ego by telling me I had to because I'm pragmatic. Let's see how pragmatic you guys are. You've taken a pretty good beating up here so far today. But, you know, it seems there are three steps involved here. One is the traffic on McCarran in general. 2 is this new hotel that they want to put in. And 3 is what's really going to happen to the golf course. And people are a little cynical about that because of what happened with the tennis club, which I used to belong to, and that was complete subterfuge. That cost us that, and now we have so much more traffic being added into, which, as a gentleman asked before, I don't know what impact that too is adding to these if the traffic studies show that. But, you know, if you drive along McCarran, and I do, there are some things that just strike me as silly. Some of the traffic light-oriented intersections we have the yellow flashing turn, which says, hey, driver, you know what? You want to take a chance and turn left here into the oncoming traffic? Go for it, okay? I think we would come out miles ahead if we were to consider that for McCarran and Plumas and McCarran and Lakeside. I go to Walmart sometimes. You got to make a left onto Talbot to get into the parking lot there. And I sit there, and it's because I've got a red light on the turn lane, and there's nobody coming the other way, and I sit here, because of mostly where I grew up, and say, what the hell is this all about? Why can't I just go? Well, because with my luck, there'd be a cop behind me. But if you guys, and maybe you already have, consider just letting people have that yellow turns so that the driver can decide when it's safe, because there are also so often that I'm clearing Lake Ridge going along McCarran to make a left onto Plumas, and I see that turn signal on up there, all the way up Plumas, and it's still there when I get there with no traffic there. We don't need it that long. Wow, time goes fast. As far as the egress goes, I grew up in New York City, Mayor Sheevy, and I was living in New York and had to drive in Manhattan. And a guy by the name of Rudy Giuliani came along and said, okay, we're having a new policy, don't block the box. And he just hired a bunch of people just to give out tickets. And the traffic jams in Manhattan cleared up amazingly. We're gonna have the same problem with those people trying to get down from that road to access Plumas. And they will stick their nose out there and block it. And then the southbound traffic on Plumas won't be able to either. You may have noticed that there's a generally lessening of driving courtesy. People taking on California traits of, I'm gonna get ahead of that guy rather than I'm gonna let that guy in. You know, and it's this will only add to those things. Finally, I live by the 13th Green. I have a nice house. I've heard that one of you council members have said that we are privileged. Well, my little 1,700 square foot house, and some of them in my development are smaller than that. The single stories are probably 1,300 square feet or something like that. We're far below the average home in Reno, which is 2,000 square feet. So privileged, I don't know. Any privilege that I have, I got because I moved out here in 1997 with Reno Air. And I busted my butt working real hard in my career. And that's why I have a nice house with a nice view. It's a small,
Thank you
nice
so
house.
much, sir.
Thank you for
We
the
let you go a
overtime.
minute longer,
Yeah.
just for your, I guess,
gonna
New
run out
York
of-
hospitality? Is that what it is?
Is there still
Is
such
that
a
what it
thing?
is? New York?
Maybe, ma'am. Yes, Richmond Hill, Queens, one neighborhood away from the Donald.
I love it. But it sounds like you just moved here. Doesn't it? It's so strong. He sounds like you just moved here. You said 1996.
Jan Jensen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And also, what nostalgia of Reno Air.
Jan Jensen, followed by Rod Cooper.
Okay.
Hi,
Jan.
good afternoon.
How are
It's
ya?
getting late, so I want to focus on one thing that I don't think has been addressed. It pertains to the traffic, but also the impact of the traffic surrounding the areas. You've all said that you've been to the site, but I don't know if you've been farther down Plumas, south. Plumas dead ends. So the only way out, you can't go up Ridgeview Drive, that dead ends. The only way out is either to Plumas and McCarran, or what I believe is inevitable is drivers are gonna get blocked up on the golf course drive and turn right on Plumas. Then the only way out is to turn left on Ridgeview Drive and hit Lakeside. There's been a comment made about the school. There's Huffacre School very, very close to the intersection of Lake Ridge and Ridgeview Drive. Lake Ridge does not have any control there. So you're gonna have more people backed up, in my opinion, that aren't gonna wait to turn left onto Plumas to go northbound. They're gonna try to scoot around and go backwards. So I haven't seen any traffic study about how that's gonna impact that intersection, both Plumas and Ridgeview Drive and Lakeside, and then again Lakeside and McCarran. Because the traffic has to go somewhere, and you've seen it's not gonna go the way all of these plans are showing. It's not gonna happen. So before you approve anything, I think there needs to be a much, much more detailed traffic plan and come up with something other than this free right that I've heard is 25 seconds. How many cars can go through on that? It's not gonna happen. So please do your due diligence and make the applicant come up with a detailed traffic plan, not just for Plumas and McCarran, not counting on McCarran being widened at some point in the next unstated time. We don't know. I heard today it's 30% planned. When's that gonna happen? So the traffic is very important. I also agree with what everyone else has said about open space, fire breaks, ingress and egress, but let's take a big look at how this is going to impact not just hotel guests, rideshare people, delivery people, people going to use the pool if they have this kind of membership. I think it's going to be much, much more than 1,700 trips a day, a lot more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Rod Cooper, followed by Kim Backus.
Another
Mayor.
one that we've known for a long time.
You were wondering if I was going to get the
How are
opportunity to come up and
you?
talk.
Nice
Good.
to see
Council,
you.
thank you for allowing me. I'm going to share more observations of what's gone on the last several months on this project that Duncan's have submitted than I am going to share about opposition or for. First of all, my house, my home backs up the 9th green. And absolutely correct, the Duncans do a wonderful job of getting out there at 5 o'clock in the morning and mowing the lawns. And I appreciate that, because when I get up and pour my cup of coffee, I'm looking at a nice piece of property. And I truly do appreciate the Duncans and what they do for our community. I worked with Millie on a board for the Juvenile Diabetes Foundation for a number of years, and I appreciate their support. But I've got two major observations that have boiled up from today and from the or the Planning Commission meeting. One is trust. No trust in this room today. It's getting closer. I have more trust today than I did a year ago when I first heard this. I have one problem on my side. There's still a pencil mark where there's supposedly going to be a 3,000 square foot snack shack. And it shows up on the plans, of which I wish it didn't, but that becomes into the neighborhood of trust. If it wasn't there, I wouldn't even bring this up today. The second one is traffic. Now, Andy, in my career, before I retired, I worked on a lot of projects that your organization, your group designed. Most of them were successful. However, I think there's a lot of problems with the traffic planning on this particular job, and one of them is the layering up of all the other projects, counting the condos on the hill and whatever's going to take place over at Lake Ridge. Now, years ago, I stood here and spoke on behalf of a gentleman that owned the Lake Ridge Tennis Club, talking about his vision, and I think it was even approved, but he did pass away, was how he was going to manage traffic coming out of Golf Course Drive and getting on and getting through that short backup and back onto McCarran. And it was to take the landscape strip that will actually be the access point for the condos or the apartments, and all the way to Lake Ridge, turn that into a lane. Very little work. RTC, the city, the developer of the apartments and Duncan's could create a public-private partnership and figure out a way to widen the lane right through there, and it would ease up. You know, I spent my whole life paying attention to traffic and roads. And once you get to Lake Ridge, boom, or Lakeside, traffic flows. And that's all you'd have to do to take care of all that. But that's somebody else's project, Andy, to take a look at. But you get past, in my opinion, you get past a trust issue and you get past a traffic issue, you got a great project.
Rod, just really quick, you were talking about McCarran, the little.
Yeah, where they had the pictures and showed the two right-hand turns. Well, there's a landscape strip that the guy that owned the tennis club,
Yeah.
when he was going to build the Tuscan Village up where the condos are now on top of the hill, he was going to, at his expense, was going to turn that into a lane to ease that traffic coming out of Golf Course Drive. I don't understand how all these traffic engineers can't just take a look at it and quit worrying about two right-hand turns. You got to spend a little bit of money, but that will ease traffic. And that was talked about in '06 when we stood here.
Yeah. Thanks, Rod.
What else you got?
Nice to see you. And we worked together for a long time. He was mad at me a few times, too. He got mad at me a few times, but he always did the right thing, so I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, council members.
Nice to see you, too. I've known Kim for a long time, too.
Thank you for listening to my concerns. And for the record, my name is Kim Backus. I represent the hundreds of residents in Lake Ridge Shores, the single-family development that abuts the 12 acres in consideration tonight. And briefly, in deference to a fellow who spoke earlier, I held my husband's celebration of life at the 19th hole last year. I'm very well aware of the benefits of the 19th hole. I'm speaking in opposition to the project today on the basis that the applicant has not agreed to protect the remaining 140-plus golf course acreage as open space. While he states that this development is necessary for the golf course to survive, he makes no effort to protect the PGOS zoning designation for it. The applicant's handbook states the goal of the Lake Ridge SPD is to complement the existing golf course. Quote, the SPD approach is appropriate for Lake Ridge as it will ensure that the existing golf course remains. Well, what if the hotel fails? What will happen to the golf course then? In his testimony at the April 4th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting, Commissioner Alex Belto stated it was difficult for him to approve Lake Ridge Phase 2 development because, quote, if the owner of the golf course were at the table and the owner was the one trying to develop it, it would be easier to approve because there might be a condition that ensures the golf course continues to exist in some sort of deed restriction. At the time, he voted against this project. What's changed? At the same time, at that same meeting, then Planning Commissioner Kathleen Taylor, now Councilwoman Taylor, stated that she was, quote, not in favor of rezoning open space. I've heard council members and the applicant just want to protect the golf course and see it thrive. So do we. We want the golf course to thrive and to remain open space. I am certain Mr. Duncan is a stellar citizen, and perhaps he can show us tonight just how community-oriented he really is. Each of you has the power tonight to protect the golf course. Each of you are one of only 7 votes that will determine the outcome of a project that will impact thousands of lives. Frankly, I'm in awe of the commitment you give and the sacrifices you make. I certainly wouldn't be able to do it. If you are indeed concerned about the success of the golf course, make your vote of approval conditioned upon the applicant agreeing to place a deed restriction on the remaining 140-plus acres of the 18-hole golf course and the water rights therein. Those acres with water rights must remain as PGOS for air quality, temperature control, protection of wildlife habitat, for maintenance of property values, and so much more. Only you can protect the golf course, and tonight is the only time you'll have the opportunity to vote your conscience and do what you know is right. I ask that each council member elaborate on how your vote can make each of the findings. Just stating I can or cannot make the findings is not professional, and I thank you for your time.
All right, thanks, Kim.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment registered. I would like to state that we did receive 9 comments from audience members that were registered to speak but did not wish to speak live, and there was 1 letter in favor and 8 letters in opposition.
All right, do we have any more guests out in the gallery? No? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay. Madam Clerk, is there any other presentation? Nope? Okay. I'm going to bring it back to the body, and I apologize. I'm going to just, Leah, if you want to get back up and just kind of do a summary since it's been a few hours now.
Yes, Madam Mayor, what would you like me to summarize here?
Just go over just sort of generalized, anything that you want to get reiterated on the record.
I can do that. So I'm going to go back. We all know where this is located. We've seen the site. We've heard about the background. So I'm just going to go back to the basics here. So tonight we're looking at 2 different things. We're looking at this master plan amendment from parks, greenways, and open space to suburban mixed use, and then we're looking at the zoning map amendment from the parks, greenways, and open space to the specific plan district. We know what this looks like. We know it's going to require a tier amendment. It will go to regional. It doesn't need to be appealed. It will go to regional either way. And again, we have development restrictions on the timeline and related to traffic. Again, we talked about that background. We talked about the overall site design. I think that I have read every single public comment that was submitted. And I worked with the team here, the applicant, to address every single one of these public comments. Every person who said, this is my concern, we sat down, we looked at it, and we provided some sort of measure of mitigation. And I know Andy had that slide up there that kind of showed what the concerns were and what we had done. I want to reiterate too that there's some kind of conception that because this is PGOS, that nothing is allowed. And that's just not true. There are a lot of things that are allowed today on this parcel that are more intense and less restrictive than what this applicant is asking for. Again, I want to go back to the fact that pretty much everything that they're asking for here is already allowed or existing on site. So what we're really looking at is that hotel and spa.
Okay.
And whether or not it can be here. We've gone through this, we've gone through what's allowed. Traffic, we have traffic engineers here to talk. Planning Commission recommended approval. I want to clear the thing, there is no casino going in here.
Yeah, no casino.
No casino, only what we saw there. This would honestly just be an amenity to support an existing golf course.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Those motions are on the board.
Thank you so much. And Leah, just before you jump over there, you said that this is going to regional planning.
Yes.
Correct?
It has to go to the Regional Planning
Thank you.
Commission for the master plan
Explain this, because
amendment.
I was not aware of that. Explain it.
Yes. So anytime we're looking at a master plan amendment, it has to go to the Regional Planning Commission for a conformance review. And that's where their planning commission looks at that master plan change and said, yes, this conforms to our regional plan, or no, it doesn't conform to the regional plan. So we have that. We have they're going to look at this and say, yes, that SMU designation conforms or does not conform. Beyond that, they cannot have an SMU designation without a tier change because it allows for a higher density. Although I know that seems a little bit strange because we're talking about density and this is not a project that involves density, but having that SMU designation would allow for a higher density. So it requires a tier change, and that requires an actual amendment to their tier map at regional, and an actual amendment to the map has to be approved by the governing board.
Okay.
So the master plan amendment is going to be heard by the Regional Planning Commission. The tier amendment is going to be heard by the Regional Governing Board.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that because I was not aware of that. Interesting.
Yes.
Okay. A few things I do want to, there were a few observations that I had, and I want to clear this up before we get into more comments from this body. But I want to make sure, and this is pretty standard at every meeting, and they know this. They've been here many times before us. They're very skilled. I want you to talk about, Mr. Durling, I'd love for you to get up and talk about your community outreach. I always think that is one of the most critical aspects of what we do. There were a few comments that really concerned me that sounded like maybe there wasn't the level of community outreach. Typically, like I said, I've worked with you in the past, you're really, really good at it. But I want to clarify because there were a couple of comments that had me concerned. That one is such a big red flag for me whenever developers are hiding from community members. I think probably a little hard because I bet a lot of these people are on the golf course, and Mr. Duncan's probably running the golf course every day, so hard to skip out. But I need you to talk a little bit for this council, how much community outreach was done and your accessibility to them.
You bet. For the record again, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers. So our outreach strategy was pretty broad. First and foremost, I think, and I had a slide on this in my presentation, if you'd like it up, we can, but the team from Duncan started a website, had a website up that was part of the noticing that went out as part of an RGJ article. And so that had an opportunity on the website to, if you have questions, concerns, please let us know. And we received about 100 or so comments via the website, and they responded to every single one, offered to meet with every single one. Did have a number, dozens and dozens of individual and small group meetings for folks that were interested, whether it was in their living room or at the course. So there was an extensive effort on that part. Then additionally, we did our neighborhood meeting, and I think I mentioned in my presentation, right? Usually we would send out notices to just, property owners within the 750 feet of the affected area. But because we had originally submitted the entire golf course, we didn't want to hide anything, since that obviously had been, made public. Even though we had pulled back to just the 12.5 acres, we maintained our noticing boundary as 750 feet from the entire golf course parcels. So there's 3 parcels that make up the whole entirety of the golf course. It was close to 1,200 notices that went out versus if we would have noticed, just around the 12.5 acres, it maybe would have been a couple hundred. So with that, we cast a much wider net, had about 200 people at that meeting, attended the NAB, had a number of other follow-up meetings with folks, and the offer always stood. If you would like to meet with the team, TJ in particular was willing himself to meet with anybody that would take him up on it.
Okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate the background. Very helpful. Okay, we're going to bring it back to the body. I'm looking for green lights. If I see green lights, I'm going to head directly to you. I'm going to head to you. Ms. Ebert, go ahead.
Yeah, great. So I had some questions just for more kind of context on this project. I know that there was some things that happened before I got here, so I'm not exactly sure who would answer it, but it's my understanding that there used to be tennis courts, a pool, and those types of amenities, maybe not directly at this location, but close by, right? There is actually a Save Lake Ridge group that we had somebody come up and give public comment today. So can I please get like an overview of what was there that's not there now, and is this a replacement of those things?
Thank you, Councilmember Ebert. I think I can clear this up. So a few parcels over on McCarran is where the tennis club and the pool used to be. Mm-hmm. Totally not related to this project at all, just something that is in the same area. So a lot of the same people who came out and spoke about that and have had concerns over that project have come today. But it's not the same project, it's totally different.
Yeah, but it's similar amenities, right? In a similar location. It's not a completely different thing than what was there previously. There was an organization formed to save those amenities.
Okay, hold on. Hold on, you guys. We can't hear. It's really difficult, and it's. We've all been here a long time, so let's not do that.
I understand that different owners and different things, but tennis courts, I would imagine they're a set size. You play tennis on them. They're going to be kind of similar. Also, I know that we have a lot of public commenters today, but I would say one of the other times that we had just an unbelievable amount of public commenters was in support of pickleball. So I know that there is a lot of support in the community for pickleball. So I am struggling to understand the pushback on having amenities like this. And I completely want to support listening to community members. I listen to mine all the time, but I have talked with my Ward 4 residents about this, and it's been unanimous that they wish we had this type of development going into our ward. We don't have this. We're the only ward without a hotel, boutique or otherwise. We have no community centers. We do not have a pool. We do not have tennis courts. We do not have pickleball courts. So to me, I view this as a community asset, and I'm hearing these concerns from the community, but I also feel like this is a lower impact use. You're not going to have the 8 AM commuter traffic. This is going to be, I assume, people checking into the hotel on not 8 to 5. You know, the check-in time's probably not 8 a.m. And there's not going to be kids going to and from school there. So, yeah, maybe my time is up, but I'm just not exactly understanding what.
All right,
What is so
Councilwoman, I'm going to
frustrating
cut you
about
off.
this?
Councilwoman, I'm going to cut you off. Okay. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to thank everyone for being here tonight. There's been a tremendous amount of outreach on this project from the neighbors and the community. I want to specifically thank Megan and Kim, who I had the privilege of meeting with. You didn't sign up for the same job that we did, and yet you've had to learn all these things about planning speak, and that's complicated. And so to both of you, especially Kim, because we talked about the fact that my mom's a nurse of 50 years, I know that it takes a lot of heart. A lot of other people in this room are people that I know. One of my first bosses as a lawyer was Jan Jensen. I appreciate all of you for being here and taking your time. I think the second thing I want to say is that I've been trying to very much intently listen and take notes. And a comment by Mr. Cooper, who I don't have the privilege of knowing, about trust really resonated with me. It is my opinion that a lot of what's gone on over the last several years has been kind of the scars left by the prior experience with people at the Lake Ridge Tennis Club. And so there's just a bad taste that's been left in people's mouth, which is bleeding over into this project, and it's causing people to question, the integrity or plans of Duncan, who by all measure and by most people have said today is a good operator. But there's this belief that if we let them do some part of the smaller project, that ultimately what's going to happen is then they're going to be building, tiny homes on the 19th or 18th green. And so I think that is also in the back of my mind as I listen to my colleagues this evening. This body, of course, is a balancing act. It's a competing interest. Mr. Marshall knows well, because he was responsible for lots and lots of development in this community, that those competing interests mean that we have to hear both the people in the room and the people not in the room, right? We don't get to presume that only the people who show up and who are very passionate about the ones that care about it. It's often the fact that some people who do support a project don't show up because they don't want to be either identified by their passionate support of the project to their neighbors, or they're just not as passionate to be here and they've got other things going on. And so while we represent wards, I think we're all on this body still tasked with representing the best interests of this community. I was the at-large member for the first 6 years that I was on this body. Madam Mayor was the at-large member before becoming the mayor, and now we're all in wards. So it's not that we only think about our own ward. If we did, we'd only have the ward member vote on a certain thing. Fourth, I'd like to make sure that everyone understands I live on a golf course. And for me, that's an important part of why I chose to live where I live. I am fearful, though, of Lake Ridge becoming another Northgate, DeAndrea, Rosewood Lakes, Wild Creek, and now, if you're reading the paper every day, Red Hawk, right? I'm seeing a community in north of Reno out in the Spanish Springs Sparks area that is dealing with this exact same thing, except in a different way, because they are really talking about developing that golf course as a place where they will build homes. And so it's always been in the back of my mind, and I shared with Ms. Bacchus and with Megan that protecting the golf course is integral to how I view and frame these issues. And last, Madam Mayor, if I may, I want to make sure that this group of folks knows that I think to a T, everybody who is on this body opposed the last time Duncan came before us. So Duncan had a proposal to build houses on the current driving range, and it never got here because I think that they did their outreach and figured out they probably couldn't get there. So why waste the money to do it? But I was very clear with Mr. Duncan that I did not want to see them build houses on that driving range. So some of the other comments that have been raised today by some folks are mean-spirited, and I won't respond to them, but what I want you all to know is we take this job very seriously. We all love this community, desperately want to see it get better and make it a good place for our children and grandchildren if we're so blessed by that. So however my colleagues end up voting tonight, I know that they have critically identified these issues and are making the best choice they can based on the information they have.
All right. Thank you so much. Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to go to two of the concerns that I've heard. One is trust and the other is traffic. So, Mr. Duncan, do you mind coming up here? Thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. We've heard what a great community member you are. We've heard how great your family is. You have your community here. There are two things that I see that are different from the tennis club. The first thing is with the tennis club, it was a zoning application. We did not have a project before us. Everything that was brought before us was speculative. So we were believing in a developer to say, you are going to build this thing. That did not work out well. From the planning commission that I sat in to the council. So now we are here again with a different applicant, and the trust is a big issue. But you've brought forward an SPD and you have a project. I need to hear you say to us or to me and this community what your intention is with the 12 acres and with the golf course. Because I believe you are true to this community, you believe in this community, and you live here.
I do live here. We have lived here a long time. We are rooted in the community for more than 40 years. We have been in the golf industry since 1981 in Carson City and in Reno. And God willing, we'll be here for the next 40. I don't know how many different ways or times or.
Now we're on the record, so just say it.
But it is our full intention to build what we put in our application and nothing
A
else.
hotel with public amenities, golf, keep the golf course, just please say it.
Yeah, it's a hotel, boutique resort. It turns the golf course into a destination. It brings people who might have a step up or elevated experience outside of your normal Comfort Inn, Motel 6, and something that is a way for families or those who don't want to stay in the gaming locations or downtown.
What about the golf course? Do you have any plans to rezone or redo anything with the golf course?
I have no intention of getting out of the golf course business or doing anything with Lake Ridge Golf Course. Not only do we own Lake Ridge Golf Course, but we also own Wolf Run, Toyabe. We manage Eagle Valley for the city of Carson, and we own one in Meadow Vista, California, Winchester. We bought that 2 years ago. We continue to grow in the golf space, and we have every intention of staying in the golf space as long as I'm here.
Okay, that is perfect. I'm going to ask more traffic questions, but your word means so much in this community, and we're going to take you to it.
100%.
Thank you.
My word is, we're only as good as our word, and my word is not only for myself, but for my family, my two nephews who are the future of Duncan Golf Management, who are in the crowd today, and to the community. We appreciate the process and being able to have the ability to come here to put forth this project, which we think is a natural evolution of our industry and our business. So I just wanted to say thank you again for the opportunity, and thank you for the time.
All right, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I think that some of the questions have already been asked about traffic, but I was curious, a lot of the comments that were made from public comment, and I just want to appreciate everybody for being here and engaging, not just during the Planning Commission, but being here today and providing your input. There was concerns about fire mitigation, impacts of the wildland-urban interface with fire issues happening in the area, and I don't know if this is a question for you, Mrs. Picotti, or Mr. Durling, if you want to come up and address some of these concerns.
Maybe Chief Cochran.
Or Chief Cochran, who's over there in the
I
back,
think
too, it
fire,
looks like.
Chief Cochran is most appropriate.
Are there any fire mitigation, conditions that are being put on this project, or any concerns that you have from your perspective when it comes to fire mitigation?
I do not have any concerns. So I'll talk about four things. The two specific things that we looked at this project, and that is access. There's 2 points of access, which is required by the fire code, and that's what we look at. We look at, does it comply with the fire code? There are 2 points of access, so it does comply in that way. And then the other more pedestrian requirement is being able to access all parts of the building with 150 feet of fire hose, which we can do as well. The two other things I would add are that if there were any wildland-urban interface issues, we've adopted the WUI code. We would require those mitigations to be made at the time the project is constructed. Frankly, this is not in a position, not in a location where that's going to be an issue. The fourth thing I would add, and I've heard some comments about this throughout the afternoon and evening, is people can misconstrue ingress and egress. We talk about access. It's important for us to have access to the property, but I know that there's a concern about being able to leave, to evacuate. There is a regional evacuation study being prepared as we speak. We're right now in the middle of the public engagement, which I know is important to you, Madam Mayor, process. The Reno City Manager, well, the County Manager, Emergency Manager is leading that effort, but the Reno City Manager is involved. It's been funded through a grant from a private donor. That evacuation plan, which will cover the region, including this project, is due to go before the County Commission in June. So it's going to be in place long before any conceivable ground is broken on this project. So those are the things that we've looked at, and to circle back to your question, no, we have no concerns.
Thanks so much for bringing that to the record. I am running out of time, but I'm wondering if Mr. Duncan would come back up for a quick question in terms of trust. I think wanting to make sure we establish that on the record and alleviate some of the concerns from our community members. Why do you believe this is the best project to bring forward, which I think your representatives have used the phrase to save Lake Ridge, is going to be able to accomplish that goal?
Yeah, I think that the word save Lake Ridge gets thrown around by the group behind me, who's very passionate about the neighborhood, very passionate about the open space, and very passionate about making this project the best project for the neighborhood and for the community. This is the natural progression of our industry. You are seeing not only locally, regionally, and nationally, golf courses have closed since COVID, and we have also seen a lot of projects like this spring up and help golf sustain golf courses for the future. So back to my original point, we believe that this is a natural evolution for the future of the business and the golf course and the open space in town to diversify our portfolio and bring other things that people can enjoy that are non-golfers, skiers in the wintertime when the golf course is closed, and just an all-around benefit to the entire community.
Thanks so much for indulging me, and thanks for the extra time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Anderson, take it away.
You can sit back down.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to respond to some of the concerns from the community today because I've been following this project very closely since it was brought in front of us the first time. This is my first real regional project from start to finish as a council person. I've only been serving you since last November. And so when I first met with the applicant, it sounded really cool to me, and I'll tell you why. Because when I said it sounded really cool, the applicant, and his representation said, settle down. This is not going to be easy. This is going to be a robust communication and process with the community. And so what I'm presenting to you is going to change dramatically. And I asked him why. And the reason I was surprised is I've been in marketing for this community for the last 25 years. We've been treating Lake Ridge as a destination for years. The number of times that the 15th hole has been featured in golf magazines nationally is incredible. Thousands of times. It's one of the best golf views that you can find on the West Coast. And so it seemed like a natural progression for me to have that, a boutique hotel made sense here. And so looking at a local family that wanted to do this investment, I followed the project pretty closely. And one of the ways that I did that was I showed up at one of the community meetings, which was held at the golf course. And that was also where my brother got married. I know that there's already amplified events and things that are happening on that property. One of the gentlemen here mentioned being considered privileged, and I understand why that can be kind of offensive on occasion for those of us who are just middle classers trying to work our way up to a neighborhood that we feel safe in. But I think maybe that became part of the conversation because in this community meeting, there were multiple people that stood up and very, very, aggressively said, I will buy this course, we will buy this course, everybody in this community can afford to buy this course, Mr. Duncan will buy this course. It was pretty interesting. It was a really unique experience to see how many people would do that. And he was very calm and open with you all and said, bring me an offer. So the reason I'm going on about this today is that this is a local family that has protected golf and golf assets. Golf is very important to my family too. And so the natural progression of this project makes sense to me from a business perspective because the hotel and the amenities around the hotel seem like they have to have a vibrant golf course to make the hotel even marketable, and vice versa. The hotel has to be incredible to make the golf course marketable as a destination location. So I think that there's a lot of integrity that's built into the business plan here, and I just want to respect all of you. You guys are amazing advocates. You are incredible. You are a force to be reckoned with, and I have been very impressed with the way that this project has been brought to the community, how often they received your feedback, how every single time that I have called with a question, they have met with me and answered, and they've been challenged. And there's been a lot of projects that have come in front of this council in the last year, and oftentimes people are berating these developers for not listening to the community, not making adjustments, not making any kind of adjustments based on the community's feedback. And it seems to me like there's been at least 10 adjustments made based on your feedback. And so I just want to thank all of you for being a part of this process and a part of this community conversation, because it really does help to inform the rest of us in this very, very important decision.
All right, thank you, Ms. Anderson. Okay, heading to you, Councilwoman Ebert.
Oh, Stewart.
Oh, I thought you wanted to go last.
Well, per round? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I need to speak
Okay,
now.
per round, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay,
sorry.
go ahead.
So I want to start out, as some of my colleagues have, by saying thank you to everyone, including the applicant and all of the people that have weighed in pro and con on this project. It's really important to hear your perspectives. I want to clarify a couple things. We are not here voting on Mr. Duncan. If we were, I would probably be one of the first in line to give him an award as a community humanitarian. Absolutely. I have been on those golf tournaments. I've been a volunteer for many years on different types of ones. We are here on a project, but this is also not about Mr. Duncan's role as a business owner. What it is about is what can he do with the property that he owns that is also meets our master plan and zoning requirements. So all day long, he can add amenities to the golf course, which I think would be highly appreciated. And by that, I mean, he's proposed swimming pools, pickleball, tennis. He has proposed, I think, even additional walking areas. Restaurant. He has a restaurant. He could expand that. He could build a new one. He could do all of these things with either no permit or just a building permit. Maybe a minor site plan that would be reviewed by staff. The problem comes down to the hotel and villas. That is what triggers all of these changes. That's what triggers a tier change. That's what triggers a master plan change. That is what triggers a zoning change. So I wanted to speak, and I know time is short, we're all tired, but I want to speak to four things, and I'll try to get through them as quick as I can or go to a second round. The biggest thing to me that everyone has said is about compatibility. And what I'm concerned about is all of the detail presented in this plan ignores the issue of compatibility. This is a very intensified use centered in the middle of a housing development. And what I think has happened is that we've missed the forest for the trees. And what that means is we've focused on specific details, and we've kind of missed the big picture, in my opinion. The big picture is, from my perspective, is that putting a hotel in the middle of a residential development that can be 50 foot away from a property boundary, and it is surrounded by property boundaries, means that everyone will have to participate with this hotel. They will see it. It is proposed to be 55 feet, 4 stories. I went out there. 4 stories means that the people that live on the houses adjoining will look right into the 4th floor. they will see a hotel full of lights that they don't have today, noise that they don't have today, traffic that they don't have today. And in my opinion, it will degrade their living experience. The second thing for me, and I'll go on to second and come back for 3 and 4, is the value of open space. We at the City Council and historically have prized open space and green space in particular. We are in the fastest warming city. Converting green space to built space is only going to accelerate our warming. We have a letter from Mr. Paul Smith that was very interesting to me, and he goes back to the origin of Lake Ridge, and he speaks about the fact that it was not going to be allowed to be approved without the construction of major green space, particularly golf course. It had to have it to offset the new houses. It had to have it. And I think if we take away a portion of that green space and develop it into hard space, that is a hotel and villas, that we are going against the original premise for this development. Further, in 1972, he provided us with an article. There was a proposal for a hotel on this site. It was denied unanimously by the county commission then. It was in the county. The reason being is that it again went against the principles on which Lake Ridge was built. And there's been many concerns about opening the door for further development, and my almost 12 years on the council says that is a realistic probability. The reason why, and I am not disparaging Mr. Duncan's commitment to have a golf course, it's not about that. What I've seen is many people come to us, including represented by Wood Rogers, and they have changed their plans over time, over 10, 20 years. The unmitigated loss of this open space does not protect existing neighborhoods, which is one of our key principles that we have to look. In the interest of time, Madam Mayor, I will stop here, and then I will like to bring up 2 more things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not sure who should take this, but where the proposed site is of the hotel, do you have like a picture of the area, like an actual photograph of the location?
Andy Drilling for the record. Can I have my presentation back up? Just to maybe, again, the site plan here.
Yeah, but nothing street level?
Yeah, we do. But
Okay.
just maybe to clarify here, we were strategic in where we located the hotel. If you look to the west or the left side of the screen, we tried to tuck the hotel next to the 10th tee box and 18th green there. Those homes that are then further south sit up on a hill and look over the top. And likewise, we didn't locate it on the east side of the site next to the hilltop homes for the same reason. We tried to kind of have it strategically located kind of in that saddle there. We did do a view shed analysis that was provided to staff. So this is, there's a couple images here I can share. This is a cross-section looking through, as you can see, the yellow line there on the site plan.
Yeah.
So going from left are the homes on the west. So the 55-foot hotel sits down below them, sits down below the residents that are to the east on Hilltop. And as you can see, from the second story on the folks to the left, they can see over the top, and it's essentially at that bottom floor level.
Okay.
We also we included this back into the SBD as kind of
Yeah.
part of the input from the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
And then
Okay,
this
so-
is a view shed analysis. So this would be looking from those folks to the west, looking north, kind of northeast. And so we kind of outlined what the size of the hotel would be there. It sits quite a ways back.
Would
so
those be some of the trees that were retained if this
Yes,
project goes forward?
Correct. So
Okay.
those trees you see in the foreground are actually in between the 18th and 10th holes.
Okay.
So they're in the golf course, and then there will be additional trees beyond them adjacent to Golf Club Drive.
Okay, so
and then
I'm
the-
almost out of time, and I
Yep,
had some
sorry.
things I wanted to ask. Okay, so, now I'm lost my train. So, it's my understanding that you did meet with the residents was it as a group? Did you meet with people individually? Or how did you take this feedback from the community and incorporate it into the design? Because I know that that there was parking that was removed. There was an entire row of parking. I know that's going to have a significant impact on trips per day because people won't be able to park there. That will reduce the people coming in and out, things like that. So how did you have that interface with the public?
Yeah, to Madam Mayor's question earlier, I kind of went through that. We had, a website, we're responding to emails and offering meetings. Mr. Duncan in particular met with a number of, individuals and small groups. We had the neighborhood meeting. Additionally, anything that, as staff mentioned earlier, Leah would take comments from the public, come to us, we'd meet and work through how we could address those. And
Okay.
so it was pretty multifaceted.
Okay, so from my perspective, this is how the process is supposed to work. Property owners want to do something, they have rights to do certain things, they want to change things, they're coming to council, they're interfacing with the community. Kind of something I've learned on council is somebody's always going to be unhappy. That's just the way it is, unfortunately. But I've seen through this process that this plan has made significant changes in, density for parking, what would be allowed there. You've offered to reduce the hours of operation for the restaurant. I know that you are currently allowed to have a restaurant, correct?
There's currently a restaurant there.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you're willing to give up some things that you are currently allowed to do, and I think that we need to acknowledge that. And I appreciate that you've been willing to accommodate so many changes for the residents. And I completely understand being unhappy with change. I deal with it so much in my ward. It's not that I'm unsympathetic to it, but I have had so many instances of you have to make the best of it. So I think as much as possible, have that communication with them, make this as best you can, because we all have to coexist. We want this business to be here, because if they go out of business, then what happens to this parcel? Does it end up being houses? Is that a better use of the land? So I'm trying to be big picture here and what's the best possible outcome for everyone. So I also want to say thank you to everybody for showing up, and thank you for the modifications that have been made in the plan. And I hope everybody can kind of take a step back and think about that, if this project doesn't work, what could potentially happen there? And would that be better? Would you be happy if something came down the road that was, tall apartment buildings? So I want to call that out.
Sorry, Councilwoman Ebert, you are 3 minutes over. So I apologize. Anyway. Okay, Councilman Reese, or did you? Go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to talk about traffic. Dale, do you mind coming up here from RTC? And the reason why I'm asking Dale is because McCarran is not, it's an NDOT road. RTC is planning a project. And while you're coming up here, I'm hoping that you can tell us what you have planned on McCarran, what the level of service is, and what the expectation is for, the way I see it is this intersection and the intersection east of it are already failing. It's a regional problem. It is not the developers. We cannot make the developer satisfy a condition to make it better for a regional problem. But we can ask that they don't worsen the condition. And one of the findings is that there has to be improvements now or in the future. So there was a commenter that talked a little bit about what's going on in the future. I think in your RTP, we have a 5-year plan. We're advancing the 30% design. So if you could just tell us a little bit about what you have planned in the future as RTC to mitigate some of the traffic concerns.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Dale Keller, Deputy Executive Director and Director of Engineering of the RTC for the record. So I'm going to take a quick step back, and really the McCarran project is moving forward on a very deliberate step-by-step way. This all started on a planning study back in 2020 that really identified the needs for the entire loop and where we can improve safety and traffic, and that prioritized different areas to look into. Soon thereafter, the RTC board, as well as this council, prioritized this segment, as well as others, to move forward. And so we've been moving forward. Last year, I was in front of council, and we talked about very similar as what the status of this project was, and it was at a conceptual level. Now, fast forward to another year, we continue to advance that to this 30% intermediate design, where that means that we're fine-tuning what the design looks like, developing what the cost will be, and make sure that is ready for construction. As you mentioned, Councilwoman Taylor, yes, this has been prioritized in our 5-year plan lookout, and funding has been identified in that window. And through the prioritization of our RTC board members, we will look to find how can we best fit this project into construction and prioritize and balance out all the other needs of our region. So that's where we are right now. This continues to progress in that methodical step-by-step way.
So Dale, a follow-up question to that is, for in simplest terms, will there be mitigation traffic-wise to McCarran and Plumas within the next 5 to 7 years in the future when this hotel or improvements are going to be built?
So we recognize the traffic issues that we have at McCarran and Plumas and McCarran at Lakeside. And when this project gets constructed, we'll have an acceptable level of service in the region that helps out not only with McCarran, but also on the north-south movements on both Plumas and Lakeside. So those are improvements. When they get constructed, it will improve it and be an acceptable level of service.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Don't go anywhere. Explain to me, because if I can't remember what the year is, but Mr. Gordon might remember the year when Lake Ridge first came to us for the apartments. We were told then that there would be widening and construction at that time. I'm trying to think, how many years ago?
It was 4.
Was it?
Roughly 4.
Was it 4 years ago?
2021.
I think, yeah, I remember we were on Zoom and all those things. So it's been 5 years, I think 4 or 5 years now. What happened? Because that's what frustrates me looking at this, because, here same process, same everything else was happening, and we were told one thing, and it still hasn't come to fruition. Why is that, Dale? And that's where I think, again, when we've talked about trust up here, that has been something that I think a lot of people in this room are skeptical of. So maybe you can elaborate on that. And I should be kind to you, Dale, because you were not in this position at that time. So it might be very hard for you to answer.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, I appreciate you sharing and expressing your thoughts and opinions on it. And yes, like we talked about back in 2020 and then 2021, I believe we prioritized this back in 2022. And understanding this is an in-dot roadway, and we have to understand how we right-size this and understanding what the problem we're trying to solve. And it's both safety and then operations. And if we've done so well, now we have this concept now, hey, we are almost going to be shovel ready. And I know your involvement with the RTC board, and it's very frustrating that we have a lot of these projects that take such a long time to deliver. And fortunately, I wish I had a better answer that we can go through this, but also it's very important for us to ensure that we have public process. And so when we talk about the planning study, that we buy into what those proposed solutions are. Now, as we start refining this concept, and for example, this one at 30%, we want to go back and get public comment to ensure that us as staff, that we recognize and we're still implementing what the public wants to see. So there's different steps along the process. I feel your frustration, but it's making sure we are delivering what the community likes.
Yeah, and I would just say this is so important, and people, I don't think they realize that there's an opportunity. Quite honestly, I'm surprised at how little public comment we have at RTC. It's a really big opportunity to shape a lot of the ways that we invest, the things that are prioritized. There's a lot. And so I think we need to do a better job getting that out there so the community can be part of that public process. I do want you to put on the record, because I think this is important. When you say this, you say Plumas and Lakeside. You do have jurisdiction over those areas, but I want you to clarify for me on McCarran, who has the jurisdiction on McCarran?
McCarran Boulevard is a state route, the whole loop around. And there's an intersection between local government and state government. And we all try to work together, and so we're coming up with these proposed solutions, and we've been the leader of addressing these solutions and making sure we're bringing NDOT to the table. It not only help for the design, but also the funding aspect of this as well.
And wait, but I understand that just to be sort of the intersections, everything else is the state. I tried to get it annexed. I thought it was appropriate for the city to have control over this state road. There's a lot of issues on that road. We've seen a lot of deaths. We see a lot of motorcyclists. It's a really, really challenging road. Matter of fact, I had a lot of frustration whenever we had the concrete wall that was taken out. That took 5 months. Totally unacceptable. And I won't get into that. I'm just saying that it's a cluster. So don't even let me go down. The other piece of that is all of us that live up there, and I don't live in Lake Ridge, but the biggest concern, especially for me, is the fire access. And when we're all trying to get out at the same time, it is so challenging. It is so frightening. I want to be really honest here when I have a lot of people in this room that actually I'm good friends with. I've known Lina for forever. My mom used to date her dad. Garrett's grandmother used to babysit me. And so what I'll tell you is I have a lot of friends in this room. This is very, very hard because there are people in here that I genuinely love and care about. I'm going to start off with Lake Ridge caused a lot of PTSD when that facility was leveled, when that was taken down. I grew up swimming there. A lot of us use that facility. That never, ever should have happened. But that caused a lot of PTSD. The good thing that kind of happened, and I think a lot of people, you guys just get to see maybe a 2-3 hour council meeting. Tonight it will be 7, no, I'm just kidding, meeting, but there's so much that goes into it, so many meetings that you meet with people. And this is what happened. They came to me and said, Hillary, I know it's been hard on the community to lose a lot of those amenities. And what would you feel if we could restore those amenities? And I thought that would be amazing because there was so much heartburn over it. It just didn't need to happen. It wasn't necessary. It almost felt like spiteful. That's how I felt about it. But then they came along and said, what do you think about putting amenities? And I said to you, I think that's incredible. They know that, right? Which I do, and I think that that's the intent, and to be good neighbors, and everyone's, marveling at your watering ability. And by the way, your father was a wonderful, wonderful man. I got to work with him. He did great things for children, right? And so, and then reality for me starts to set in, and that is really, really hard on my heart, and that is that fire capacity. And I have had too much experience with NDOT. I quite honestly, I think there is a huge lack of responsibility on their part. I know that I'm going to get in trouble for saying this. Probably Lombardo's not going to be happy with me. But there's a lot of frustration there, and I think there is a limited amount of access. And the most important thing, even right now, the time, even peak times, it's really challenging and it's stressful. So I have to say, I feel like when we say 7 or 8 years, that might never happen, but we can't wait. Things happen tomorrow. They happen today when we all go home. Those things happen now. So for me, I just have a really tough time with this traffic. And I just, I need to sympathize with both sides. I can totally understand where you both come from. But as someone that drives that road every single day, I have legitimate PTSD when we're all up there, and the biggest fires in our community have happened up there. And I know, I can't even tell you how hard it is because you see a great project, but at the same time, the level of discomfort that it can put into all of us. So I wanted to address the traffic because for me that is such a pain point. It's just way too painful. So I apologize for going on. It's just, tough. Anyway, go ahead, Councilwoman Anderson.
It's an important project. We need to get all the feels out on the record. One question that I wanted to ask was about the private road, the road where everybody enters and exits to get to the golf course. And I live in a neighborhood that is brand new. Well, it's 20 years old now, but everything in Ward 6 is new, and everything has been under construction my entire time that I've lived there. So I'm pretty sensitive to people and what they have to go through with construction traffic. So the private road that everybody accesses, how did it work when those hilltop homes were constructed? How did they coexist with the construction traffic and they're moving in and out safely? Because it seems to me like we're going to have to recreate that type of a pattern if this were to get to approved and you guys break ground.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. For the record, Garrett Gordon today on behalf of Duncan. So that easement was recorded in 1989. The hilltop townhomes were not there for a long time. It was actually zoned professional office. This easement was recorded, which certainly says bars, restaurant, pro shop, maintenance building, and whatever other facilities may be constructed. So it's anticipated that more would be built, including potentially a hotel, on the golf course, on this golf course drive. So then fast forward, the Hilltop Toll Brothers upzoned that property from professional office to higher density residential and put them on that golf course drive, knowing that that easement was recorded to the golf course with additional amenities could be constructed one day. As far as interference, part of that upzone and building those townhomes, Duncan lost his driving range, because of those homes. You can't hit balls up into the homes anymore. So it wasn't him who created this idea for a new concept. It was the homes that went in. And so in addition to the, I'll pause here until we can have.
Okay, you got to wait for your comments because you'll get to do public comment later. So just let Mr. Gordon finish.
So for construction impacts, the Duncan family waited patiently. The hill was pretty much cut off. There was 23,000 cubic yards of dirt taken away for the townhomes. That's 1,800 truckloads taken away from the townhomes. Of course, there had to be golf traffic coming in at that same time. So they made it work. I'd also note that Toll, to meet their parking requirements, added parking on the street. So it wasn't Duncan, it wasn't city, it was in order for them to make that pencil and meet the requirements for parking. Now they have parking on the street. Again, not us, we have our 30-foot easement. So we're confident, our traffic engineers are, for a 30-foot wide private driveway can accommodate 4,000 trips a day. We're at 1,700. We're half what that road can accommodate with a 30-foot easement. So we're absolutely confident we're covered under the easement. We're absolutely confident we're covered as your city staff, Public Works, has recommended approval. They have no concerns with this driveway. And as far as if and when this project is built and there's construction activity, we will be the first ones, I'll put on the record, at the Hilltop HOA to work with that HOA and figure out how that would work as far as jointly using that road, just like we did when their homes were built, in a way that works for both parties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Okay, Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, thank you. Just to recap, I brought up incompatibility, and I just wanted to mention that this council recently denied an application over on Plumas and Mount Rose Street, not far from here, because the roof pitch and the height of the building did not conform with the zoning, and they were not willing to have an SPD to change the zoning to allow a third story, to allow a flat roof. That's a pretty small change as compared to what we're talking about here. This is an entire 100-room hotel. You can call it boutique, you can call it small, but it is what it is. It's a pretty massive thing to have plunked into a development. The second issue I brought up was about the value of open space, and I also wanted to mention that it's been brought up here before that many golf courses have hotels. But the thing that I've observed, and I could be wrong, but most of those were built contemporaneously. They were designed to have a golf course and a hotel, and people that might have moved in nearby understood what this was. This was not rechanging zoning and imposing a new commercial operation. I mentioned the value of open space, and we really can't gloss over that. there was a proposal to change 1 acre of open space over by the university to accommodate potentially a historic park instead of a 1 acre of grass. And we voted no. It did not go through for a variety of reasons, but many people opined that we could not lose 1 acre of open space. So moving on to property rights and tax revenue. Mr. Duncan, as the developer, has a right to expand his property within reason. But we have zoning, and zoning is there to provide people with certainty about what will be built. It should mean something. Zoning should mean something. People invest in reliance on zoning. We've heard people here today say that they've lived in the Lake Ridge area 10, 20, 30, I heard 50 years today. That's how long they've been paying property taxes and investing in this community and improving their properties. So they have a property right as well. And what I'm concerned about is there's a perception, and I think it is real, that property values of these individual homeowners will go down. And I could say, I'll just say myself, if a hotel was to be built 50 feet away from my house, I know it would devalue my property. So my question is really, I think about it this way. We have laws that talk about runoff from property, stormwater. You can't increase the amount of stormwater on your neighbor's property. But what I see happening here is if this is approved and built, we are increasing noise, light, traffic, and degrading views. We are imposing those impacts on property. And I think an analogy can be made to the stormwater story, and I don't think those kind of impacts should go unmitigated. Finally, I wanted to address the traffic issue, and I'm glad Dale's still here, and I appreciate my colleagues bringing this up. What I had heard, Dale, and maybe you can address this, is that the funding for this McCarran widening is not in a current funding cycle. That NDOT, and you feel free to correct this, that unless NDOT's coming to the table, RTC is not taking this on their own. Is that correct?
Councilwoman, that is not correct. I think that's going to be the priority of our board as we talk about when this project is shovel-ready.
Okay.
Is this something that we want to spend local dollars on and funding?
Thank you. And what is the estimated cost of this?
We're roughly about $10 to $15 million for construction.
Okay. I wanted to address, thank you. I wanted to address Golf Club Road because we got letters, and I also have toured the entire area extensively. And it is now about 20 feet wide. It barely passes, I'd call it a lane and a half, even though it is 20 feet. But I see a safety issue on this road today. So we've had some near misses. We have testimony and letters about almost a head-on collision just from new residents just pulling out of their driveway. We heard about funds that will be contributed by the project. $250,000 is what I heard. May not be the right number, but that's what I heard Mr. Durling say. Obviously, $250,000 as compared to 10 or 15 million is going to make a small dent, but it is not going to change, getting funding to this project. There was proposal to have a right turn on green, a green protected arrow. It was mentioned, I have not heard RTC say that's a proposal that they would support. Here's what I do know. Just today, I got a letter from a resident, and she said that she was at this intersection today, and she was just going straight on McCarran, no turning. And she spent 10 minutes just waiting because it was a traffic jam. It was a parking lot. There was no movement. So even if we add a right turn on green, a 25-second as proposed, there's nowhere to turn at certain times of day. It is just a parking lot. You cannot turn just because you have a turn lane. I have been there myself many times, and I cannot turn onto McCarran from Plumas. Even though there's a green light, there's nowhere to go. I'm concerned about the heavyweight vehicles on this little road. I mentioned to the developer, I've already met with them and said I'm very concerned about the impacts to the road and the fact that the HOA is responsible for maintaining the road, not the golf course. Okay, well, at our meeting, that's what was said. I think that bottom line, this fails the infrastructure test, especially any kind of concurrency. There's impacts that are not mitigated. So Where I'm at is, I really can't support the project at this time. I think there's too many fails. I'm not going to get into all the detail. There's many other issues, fire evacuation, trees, the height of the building, the fact that people that live there today will be looking directly into the windows of this hotel, that it will be fully lit. There's signage 24/7 on the front. I've discussed this with our staff and ways that we can mitigate that. I guess what I would ask is that if the council wants to move forward with this project, I'm not supportive of that, but if they decide to, then they should take a hard look at these issues that need to be mitigated in addition to the things that have been offered by the developer. And with that, Madam Mayor, I think that summarizes some of my biggest concerns.
Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, I do also share Councilmember Dewar's concerns about trees and warming, and I wanted to use that as an opportunity to say thank you for saving as many trees as possible. Was there any, I know we have code rules about how many trees need to be planted. Are you planting more than what's required? Are we just following code? What?
Andy Drilling for the record again. So in addition to the tree preservation, there's a tree mitigation plan that has a 2-to-1 replacement value if we do disturb any trees, which is outlined in the SPD. And then the landscaping for this would be 20% of the site. That's what code requires. We're landscaping at minimum 25%. So by
You're
virtue
above.
of that, you're going to have more trees.
Great.
And I would add also, we added in all of the sustainability elements,
Yeah.
which address, the hardscape and the buildings and things like that. There's a number of sustainability
Yeah.
elements that address those heating
And
aspects.
I also wanted to call out the covered carports with solar. I appreciate that. That was something that I asked if that could be accommodated. I think that's really great for sustainability features. It's something I've asked essentially every development that's come through since I've been on council, and this is the first project that has agreed to do it. So I wanted to say thank you for that. It's a big first. And also, I think that we need to focus on the amenities. We had an item earlier today for the ACEs, and the city of Reno is giving them RDA funds to support them because we realize the importance of having business in the city of Reno. And I think that we should equally support this amenity to the community. I know that there will be people that are upset with their views, but I think overall it's a great plan to have there, a really good project. I know that the views that I get obstructed in my ward are gigantic warehouses with truck traffic 24 hours a day. So I am sympathetic, but I do feel like that the benefits of this definitely outweigh any of the negatives. And this is a better fit for the area than SF-15, right? I know it changed a while, but this has a lower impact traffic-wise. I think this is probably about the lowest traffic impact you could probably ever hope to get with a hotel use. So I just want to say I understand people being upset, but they've done a lot of work to make this the best project possible.
Since we're way over. Councilman Reese. And
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Madam Clerk, am I
If
on
you
my
guys have-
second round?
Wraps up.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you so much. I wanted to maybe circle back with Mr. Keller at the RTC, if you want to come forward, Mr. Keller. Look, I heard a lot of words, but I'm not sure I heard the exact thing that I, as a lawyer, want to hear, so I'm going to just see if I can't walk you through it. At the RTC, Madam Mayor and I have the privilege of serving there, and we have placed a priority on this roadway, moving it into the 5-year plan, which has then been supported by this body. Is that how it works?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so in the next 5 to 7 years, this roadway will be improved. Is that your opinion as you stand here tonight?
That is the plan.
Okay. And of course, plans can go off if the economy collapses or something else happens. But of course, and this maybe is not a question for you, so now that I've gotten the answer I want to get out of you, I'm going to ask Ms. Picotti, if the RTC does not make the improvements to the roadway, then that's when the mitigation that the Planning Commission asked for. So if in the next 5 to 7 years, RTC does not make widening improvements to McCarran, then the trigger is the right turn that was requested by Commissioner Giacomin. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So part of why I am not hung up on the traffic along McCarran and why I have other issues with the project is that I think those things will be mitigated by the RTC's work, which we have advocated for and we will push to conclusion. And so I'm not worried about that because I know what I can control in my vote at the RTC, and Madam Mayor has already pledged to do that. I suppose for anyone who's concerned, again, I'm not a traffic engineer. I know there's been a lot of anecdotal things about who sat in what traffic jam. I think, you know, Reno's changed a lot in my lifetime, and so I don't think so much about it being an inconvenience or anything like that. I just think about it as being part of daily living. And so, again, my issue has never been traffic. The issue that I continue to have and have had with the project from inception, and this is, Ms. Picotti, is not directed at you, it's going to be directed at Mr. Gordon. And Mr. Gordon, because you are a lawyer, I may speak to you in a more lawyerly way. It's no offense. I'm not trying to offend you, but the condition that I have to have in order for me to support the project moving forward relates to the thing I've told you from the beginning, which is a deed restriction. And you have consistently told me that a deed restriction is not on the table. But I heard Mr. Topol, whose family was responsible for developing this area. I heard Ms. Crowley, who is a person who I have an incredible amount of respect for and have known almost my entire professional life. And I've heard Kim Bacchus say, they're all focused on the deed restriction. The concern that I've had from the beginning is how to save the golf course and to hold your client to the promises of doing that. And so your client stood up and he answered some great questions. Ms. Taylor, wrestled from him about his commitment to this community. And quite frankly, sir, I believe that you're absolutely true to your word. But for me as a lawyer, I need a deed restriction. And so I don't know if that's just who I have, how I've decided on the project from inception. And we've just been riding this roller coaster. I know I've asked for it before to you in the meetings that we've had. I'm going to ask now in a public meeting. I believe that there should be a deed restriction. It should be a part of the handbook. It should be required for not less than 25 years. That requires it to be maintained as a golf course along with the water rights attendant to it. So, and again, how we make sausage in this room is often anathema to what people want to see, right? I'm not trying to wheel and deal with you from the dais. What I'm telling you is I'm not voting to move it forward if we cannot get there tonight. So that's something that you've got to have to, think about.
May I respond, Councilman, through you, Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
For the record, Garrett Gordon, legal counsel for Duncan. So a couple comments, and then I might ask the indulgence of the mayor for a brief recess to talk to my client about that big ask. But let me just say, it's always been the intent to preserve the golf course, right? The idea was to put the SPD on the golf course, not to rezone it for some other use, but to memorialize in the SPD that we are maintaining it and keeping it and preserving it, and you can't have a golf course without a hotel, and you can't have a hotel without a golf course. So then we pulled the SPD, off. So we've always, from day one, which I've represented to you, Councilman, is to preserve the golf course, and you heard from Mr. Duncan tonight. But if you're asking me for a deed restriction, which certainly is a huge property right, as you know, as a lawyer, right, in the bundle of sticks, removing one of those bundle of sticks and putting a deed restriction on the property could devalue the property and a number of other things. But I will, out of respect for you, of course, Councilman, have a little recess with my client, and if you give us 5 minutes, maybe, Madam Mayor, I'm happy to talk to him and come back and report the final answer, if I
And
may.
Mr. Gordon, let me be clear on something because there's like some equivocation. This community has felt a lot of scars from the Lake Ridge thing, and I started my discussion with you with that tonight. There were promises made and the bait and switch has happened, and there were a lot of people who felt just absolutely devastated by that. I was a member of the Lake Ridge Tennis Club for nearly 20 years, and I think what I've learned is that what we can get in writing is what we can enforce, right? And it's not that I don't believe that your client has the best intentions and wants to have a golf course that supports a hotel and a hotel that supports a golf course, but it's more about the fact that your client might not be there in a year, that it could be, and again, I think there's all measure of ways that this has been said to you privately, and I just want you to understand, I'm not, you have done a good job of advocating for your client. I have not been angry with you in the position you've taken, but it has not been the position that has moved me. And so take the time at the mayor's discretion, of course, to have that conversation, and we'll have a conversation, I suppose, after that.
Councilman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this isn't a question for you. This is a question. The deed restriction brings up an interesting point or condition, because in my briefing with on this project with legal, I asked our legal team, can we ask for a deed restriction? And the answer that I received was, sure, you can ask for it, but it is not enforceable. So I need to understand, if we ask for a deed restriction, can we ask for a deed restriction? Because I was under the impression that we would not be able to do that and get enforcement.
Yeah, just as a general, for the record, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office. So with our land use law, what we're talking about is an exaction. And the rule with exactions under a couple different cases, Nolan and Dolan, requires that the exaction, whatever you're requesting, has got to ameliorate a condition, an environmental condition or whatnot, that the property causes, and it has to be reasonably proportional to
Jonathan,
that.
I'm sorry. Can we ask for a deed restriction, and is it enforceable? That's what I need to know.
I'll answer
Please.
The straight legal answer is you can ask for it. It may not be defensible, and it might be stripped, and you might have to pay a lot of money for it.
So as legal counsel, what would you recommend?
Again, if the applicant is willing to voluntarily agree to a deed restriction, and it's not tied to the approval or the denial of this particular item in front of you today, that's fine. If we're not moving forward because we are not getting a deed restriction, you are at legal risk.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. All right. I don't see any other green lights on, so we are going to go into 10, 15 minutes, Mr. Gordon.
5 or 10 is fine.
Okay, let's go.
Mayor, may I suggest that while Mr. Gordon handles that we clear the deck on RDA?
Yeah, that's totally
I'd like to suggest that we move items B2 and B3, given the hour, to the next RDA agenda item, and you
Sure.
just close out the RDA.
Perfect, yeah.
Can I be excused?
Yes.
Madam Mayor always has the ability to change the agenda, no? So
Yeah.
thank you so much. And we'll just all grab a bio break.
Hold on, you guys stay right there. You guys can leave. Madam Clerk, can we vote on wrapping up the RDA, closing it out?
Motion
We'll-
to- or-
We'll take the other
Okay.
two next meeting. Okay, go ahead. I have a motion.
Adjourn?
From
Wait,
Kathleen
wait,
Taylor.
Sorry, hold
Councilwoman
on,
Taylor.
hold on. What you're moving, no,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
So just to be clear, we're removing or withdrawing items B1 and B2? B2 and B3. Sorry, thank you. Yep, items B2 and B3 from the RDA agenda. So we're on item D1, which is redevelopment agency comments.
Okay. None?
Okay?
Give me a motion.
We're on item E1, closing public comments, so we have none of that. So I'm on a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
So, please, thank you. We still have a couple hours to go after this. I'm losing my voice.
How do you feel?
I feel fine. I'm not sick. It's too much talking.
I know. I know.
Do you need anything?
All right, everyone, thank you so much. We are going to head back into our regular city council meeting for items.
Use your gavel there.
All right.
It's right there, girl.
Yeah, there it is. It's in front of all my. All right. Don't make me use this. Okay, Madam Clerk, for the record, we are back. We are back from recess, and we would like to resume the meeting.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're reconvening at 6:12, and at this time, all members are present. And we're on item H1, H2, and H3.
Okay, I am going to send it back to Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I do owe my colleagues some greater explanation, especially Ms. Taylor, who I think very rightfully asked the question of legal counsel and have given good advice. I want to be very clear with my colleagues that I was not exacting or extracting something from Mr. Gordon or his clients. I was basically trying to say that I cannot make specific findings that are related to this project in the absence of a deed restriction. So there are things in the, for example, in the specific plan district findings, we have 4 findings essentially that we have to make. And the first one was related to the conflicts with NRS 278.25 subsection 2, which is a zoning regulation including development standards related to the protection of trees and open space. So if I cannot get a mitigation against that in the protection of it, I cannot make that finding. The second one is about the conformance with the master plan. While I do find that the project supports the master plan because it provides responsible growth and compatible transitions, the question for me was always about the preservation of open space. So that was regarding item 2 under the SPD criteria. And then the last one is that the SPD handbook can provide a unique situation or substantial benefit to the city, incorporating different innovation and design and configuration that would be accomplished in the absence of having that deed restriction. On the master plan findings, I would not be able to make in the absence of a deed restriction. I would say that there are a number of them, and I won't identify all of them. But I will say that we're under the proposed development has to be consistent with our master plan, and it does not weigh often the competing plan goals, which I identified earlier with regard to the policies and strategies. It offers an economic benefit and community benefits, as Ms. Ebert indicated, including increased tourism, local business opportunities, but it has to do that in a balancing way with public access and amenities. And then the last one is related to number 4 in our ability to make general criteria findings. The project has to provide a safe environment for our pedestrians and the areas for bicycles. So those are, again, areas where in the absence of a deed restriction that would prohibit the development of the golf course for some time, I would not be able to make those findings. And so I propose this as a way to mitigate against my inability to make those findings. So I think and I won't speak for our legal team, they advised me similar to how they advised you, which was the ability to push back. I suppose I'm thankful that because I'm a lawyer, I don't always have to follow even my lawyer's advice. I'm just going rogue on my own here. Okay?
Just thank Councilmember Reese for clarifying. Those were a lot of the same findings I was not able to make, so I appreciate that.
And for my part, Ms. Stewart, of course, I believe your information was instructional, and I was trying to mitigate against those things. Right. It would, of course, be my hope that if the motion were made that included the deed restriction, that would answer the concerns you have, but it may not, and we'll see how it goes.
We'll see how. All right, Mr. Gordon, do you want to get up and comments on the record?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilman Reese, for the record, Garrett Gordon, legal counsel for the Duncan family. So it was certainly a big ask. We went out to the lobby, and fortunately there are 3 generations of Duncans here, from nephews all the way up through the family. So it was a family decision. And Mr. Duncan, on the record, committed to this body, committed to this community that the golf course would be preserved. And they're willing to put their money where their mouth is and agree to a 25-year deed restriction effective upon issuance of a C of O of the hotel and I will work with your staff to memorialize that in the handbook.
Wow. That's a big one.
Madam Mayor, I think we're through our rounds of discussion. I'm guessing that Ms. Dewar can not support or maybe would hazard a motion.
I'm going to ask Ms. Dewar for a motion.
Yeah. I got to weigh that. First of all, let me just say, I think that's incredibly generous and the right direction. I think that does a lot for the community. I'm going to be honest. I was mulling when we took our break, is that enough for me? My issues, I didn't bring up that request. My issues were about the open space that is being impacted, not the open space that's necessarily being preserved. But I think that's a fantastic condition. I want to look at Mr. Duncan here. There are some other issues that I cannot make the findings on. And so we're basically informed, we're supposed to balance everything, right? It's no perfect answer. It's not like a math equation. But I'll tell you the ones that I'm struggling with, and maybe there's a fix there. The Golf Club Drive issue, which speaks to the general criteria 4, which is provides a safe environment, I don't believe that it does. Being in substantial conformance with the master plan priorities, there is a ton in the master plan about open space generally. And, I just feel that this hotel, that's why I made it my first comment, is incompatible. I believe everything else, the hotel and villas are not compatible, but I believe everything else is compatible. And that's my sticking point, just to answer your question. And then, it speaks to private and public benefits. And I do believe that it will increase the value of your company. But at the same time, I'm very concerned that hundreds of homes may be affected in terms of devaluing. That's obviously up to an appraiser, and I'm not an appraiser. But the issue here is that I know we have to think about property taxes, right? And we have to think about financial impacts of everything that we do. And I think it's a balance. I think it's a win for you and your company and your family. And I think it may be a loss for, let's say, the 50 closest homes to your hotel. I'm just going through these very quickly because I didn't know what you would say. And I want to be very clear. I think it's a very generous and appropriate offer. There is a section on the, I spoke about the general criteria about mitigates traffic impacts. Unfortunately, I just don't think spending $50,000 on a traffic head and changing some timing is going to fix McCarran or Plumas. So I'm not being able to make that finding. And there is something on number 3 called the Master Plan Concurrency Management System. And this is about public services and facilities being built contemporaneously and having to wait another 7 years, 5 years, 3 years, I think is a real challenge to our entire community. I don't want to go on, but there are several other findings that I'm challenged to make. And one of those is M under zoning map amendment, which is to ensure the protection of existing neighborhoods and communities. I think what you're offering goes in that direction to preserve the golf course so that it doesn't become homes or a second hotel or whatever that might look like. But I don't think we've gone quite far enough to me to be able to say I believe that we've ensured the community values. So I guess what I would do, and I understand if the council's in a different place, and I totally get it, and it does not take away from the generosity. But my recommendation is to move to deny the application. I would love for you to come back with a different application, or even just submit to staff. You don't even have to come back to us. But I'll just list out quickly the why, which I have to do, put on the record, the findings that I cannot make. And I can make quite a few findings, including, based on what you just did, that helps me actually make some findings, to your point earlier. So the ones that I cannot make, I don't believe that it's consistent with the Reno Master Plan. That's one under general criteria because of the open space, the 12 acres. We talk about under B, 1B, about public and private benefits. I think it's weighted to a private benefit over a public benefit. On mitigates traffic impacts, the mitigation that you've offered, it was not offered by RTC, NDOT, anyone. And I don't believe it's been analyzed. Maybe the one chair of the Planning Commission felt it was sufficient, but I haven't heard any of our staff or anyone weigh in on that. Number 4, the safe environment. I mentioned already Golf Club Drive does not meet it for me. Being in the master plan amendment, being in substantial conformance with the master plan priorities, again, so many speak to open space, parks, et cetera, that I think this would be a diminishment. And again, this is all personal perspective, right? How we read things. Is it compatible with nearby land uses? I don't think the hotel and villa are. I think the other things you presented are, so I can't get there. And I've already mentioned the master plan concurrency management system. And then that's number 3, under the zoning map amendment, this is to preserve the quality of air and water resources, which really goes to climate for me, and I've already mentioned about my deep concern about the climate. It talks about promoting conservation of open space and protection of natural and scenic resources. And number C says to consider existing views. I think the 50, 60, maybe 70 closest people are going to be severely impacted by a hotel and villas. And then running down to M, which is to ensure protection of existing neighborhoods and communities. I'm not being able to make that. And then lastly, the sections under specific plan district, we have to make findings that we have, in fact, under number 1, protected open space. We've protected a significant amount of it, but not sufficient for me, where I stand, the history, the 50-year history. And that's why I'm challenged with number 2 as well. And number 4, which substantial benefit to the city. I think that you've gone a significant way. I don't think we've gotten there all the way. So on those bases, Madam Mayor, I would recommend denial of the application.
Okay, thank you so much. I will second.
Okay.
So I have a motion and a second.
For discussion, Madam Mayor.
Yep, discussion.
Thank
Go
you so
ahead.
much, and I'll be brief. I think, Ms. Dewar, you have identified a lot of issues
Yeah.
which are important. And of course, the beauty of our human lived experience is that we sometimes see the same issue, but
Exactly.
very differently.
Totally understand.
And so it's no disrespect to you that you believe those things. I understand where you're coming from. I was looking at very different things, and I've sort
Right.
of identified the counterweight to it. So I will not be supporting your
That's fine.
motion, but I'm hopeful that if it does fail, that we'll have a second motion, and I'm happy
Okay.
to hazard that.
Okay.
All right, any other discussion? No? And for me, this has always been, is the fire access. I don't know where our fire chief is. He's over there, I can't see him. And here's the other big issue, is that we don't control McCarran, like I've talked about. And that is really challenging. And therefore, I've always felt we don't have enough fire access on that road. And I just have experience working with the state. It's been really painful on McCarran. And so in good conscience, and I just hate, I don't even want to put it out there, but I always just feel like we are this close to the next event up there. It's really, really distressing. So I can't support this due to the lack of fire access. So go ahead. Go right ahead.
I just wanted to say that the deed restriction is wonderful that they're willing to do that. I think the concerns that I had would be that this project wouldn't move forward, that they would get the approval for the changes, and then a different project would go in. But having that assurance that this is what has to go in there really makes me feel more comfortable. And I know that I've felt like I've had the rug pulled out from under me with projects that were supposed to be one thing. I'll give Stonegate as the example, and then just everything went out the window. And traffic, water, nothing mattered to anybody except for the constituents. So I'm definitely extremely sympathetic to, the public having a voice in what happens in their community. But again, I'm also a big proponent of working together so that everybody can live with the final result. And I think that this is probably one of the best projects that can be at this site. And I think with the deed restriction, that gets rid of fears that I have for another type of project going in. So.
Okay. All right, thank you. And I do want to recognize Mr. Duncan and all your work. You have a stellar reputation. You should be proud of that. Reno's small. We all know each other in this room, or grew up with each other in some way. And I want to say thank you. I've worked with a lot of people, developers particularly, and that was incredibly generous. I'm sure it was not easy. I'm sure, because I've been following closely. So thank you very, very much. All right. We're going to vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay, opposed.
Okay. That one's always a tough one. I think I know, but Madam Clerk, let's do a roll call.
Councilmember Taylor?
Nay.
Dorr?
Nay. I mean, yeah, aye. You mean my
Aye.
motion, aye. Thank you. Sorry.
Martinez?
Nay.
Ebert?
No.
Reese?
No.
Anderson?
Nay.
Shivi?
Aye.
Motion fails.
Fails. Okay.
5-2.
Madam Mayor.
Would you like me, Councilwoman, do you want to try it for another motion, or you want someone else to?
I think Mr. Reese has, stepped up to the plate in this instance. I'll just go on the record as saying, I would, if we're going to move forward with a hotel and villas, then my preference would be to lower the height of the hotel, even if you keep 100 rooms, so that the views, which are critical to the residents, are not blocked. I mean, they're going to be directly blocked. We've done the math. The other issue is that if you do lower it, and that if you don't put if you still have a flat roof, recommend you don't put the heating, air conditioning up top there, or have it sheltered in some way, so that that's not what they're looking on, is like some commercial building with heating and air conditioning. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On item H1, I move to uphold the Planning Commission's recommendation and adopt the master plan amendment by resolution and zoning map amendment by ordinance with the added conditions as follows. Number 1, the applicant shall be required to have a minimum of 50 parking spaces be covered and designed to include solar panels. And number 2, the golf course shall record a deed restriction requiring that the property be maintained as an 18-hole golf course for a minimum period of 25 years, including requisite water rights commencing on the date the hotel receives its certificate of occupancy.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a
Second.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
From Councilwoman Anderson?
And discussion,
Any
Madam Mayor.
discussion?
Yes,
Oh,
Madam Mayor.
Looks like there's maybe something.
I apologize, but for the record, I think we're comfortable with the deed restriction on the property for the use, but water rights is a completely different statutory creature, and we ask that that be removed from that language.
How do you maintain an 18-hole golf course without water rights?
I don't know how many water rights we have, and if all of them are being used at the golf course. I think deed restricting all of our water rights without a thorough analysis of how much is being used for the golf course, et cetera, I think it's.
Mr. Gordon, I only included the ones that were requisite to maintain a golf course.
I don't know, I mean, Counselor, I don't know if you can legally deed restrict a water right interest. But I leave it to your discretion.
I suppose I'm going to stay with my motion, and if there's an issue with it, we'll have to resolve it.
Okay. So I have a motion, I have a second. Any other discussion?
I have discussion.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I want to be clear on a couple of things. Number one, as regards to any requisite water rights, it's only for the maintenance of the 18-hole golf course. I make no opinion as to how those water rights were held, whether they're in fee simple or dedicated or wet water rights. I am not a water rights lawyer, but the proposed hotel and amenities are accessory to the golf course use and typical for many golf courses across the country, and therefore I can make the findings regarding both the SPD and the master plan. The specific plan district provides additional regulations that guarantees the hotel and associated amenities are developed in a way that does not negatively impact the adjoining neighbors, including regulations on signage, trees, building height, lighting, grading, and design. And finally, I can make the findings with regard to the master plan requirements and SPD requirements that the proposed use maintains open space zoning designation for the remaining portion of the 18-hole golf course.
All right. Councilwoman?
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question real quick?
Go ahead.
I'm going to support the project. I've never been involved in a project where we have asked for a deed restriction in a development project, and I don't know if I understand where you're going. Is this something our legal team for the 5th time, are you comfortable with?
For the record, John Shipman, no, we stand by our prior advice. I mean, I think there's potentially legal risk in going. Mitigate risk.
So, Mike, have we ever done this before?
No, generally, again, covenants on land for this type of thing are private property rights. The city doesn't enforce, the city doesn't get into that. Our zoning regulation and our regulations relative to land entitlements are totally separate.
I guess I'm going to support my colleagues on this, but I want everybody to understand that I think this gives me pause to vote on something like this when we're asking a private developer. I get that it's public space, public open space, it's private land, they own it, and then asking them to deed restrict it is not something that I would normally request. So, sir, thank you very much. That was just for discussion. Appreciate you.
Councilwoman Eber, your light on?
Yeah, we're going to vote. I'm just waiting. Yeah, thank you.
I don't want you to think I'm forgetting.
No, yeah.
All right.
Madam Mayor, would you like me to do a roll call vote?
Was that?
So just to be clear, we have a motion from Councilmember Reese and a second from Councilmember Anderson. Going into the vote, Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Dewar?
Nay.
Martinez?
Yes.
Ebert?
Yes.
Reese?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Shivi?
No.
Motion passes 5-2.
Okay. All right. And then I believe we have the next motion.
Yeah.
Which
Item
is
H2 is it the ordinance or the resolution, Mr. Hall?
H2 is the resolution.
Okay. Move to adopt?
All right. I have a motion to adopt. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Say nay. All right. So
As to item H3,
Item H3, we need the city attorney to read the bill.
Item H3, ordinance introduction, bill number 7325 for parcel action, case number LDC 25-00061, Lake Ridge Resort, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 1802 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning, a 12.5 acre site located within the northern portion of the overall plus or minus 84.61 acre parcel located on south of South McCarran Boulevard at the terminus of Golf Club Drive, 1200 Golf Club Drive, from parks, greenways, and open space to specific plan district, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith, Ward 2.
move
Great,
to
thank you
refer.
very much. I have a motion to refer. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. Motion carries.
Okay.
Okay. Madam Clerk, back at you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're closing out our H items, and now we're going back to our department items. We're on item C2.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, C2, Madam Clerk, correct?
That's correct.
I don't know. What am I missing over here?
Do you need a paper?
Oh, that's because I'm in the RDA. Get out of there. Okay, Jackie, what am I missing over here?
It's just out of order because we moved.
Okay, at this time, we have a presentation discussion on the city's Reno General Fund and finances. This is an update. I am so sorry.
Let me ask, I mean, I know that we're here for all of this, but I know we're all tired, and I want to hear the presentation. I had a preview of the presentation. I just wonder if the official presentation could be in 2 weeks. I don't know if it affects anything. with
It
budget.
does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, yeah, this one is a timing issue when it comes to budget. So I appreciate you so much, Vicki. You're the best. Okay, go ahead, take it away.
Okay, thank you so
The floor
much.
is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. This month, this is a monthly update to you for the finances. Today, we're talking about the general fund again. This is in alignment with the strategic plan. And today I have before you the mid-year review. This is July through December, so the first 6 months of this fiscal year. And then we'll be talking about the working draft of the fiscal year 27 budget and really focusing on long-range planning. That's going to be really critical as we go into this budget cycle. And so this is kind of the kickoff to this long-range planning for the upcoming budget cycle. So looking at the current year, we're in current year fiscal year 26, so this is the first 6 months of this year. Property tax right now is trending 2% above budget. C-tax is 4.7% above budget, showing a little less variance month over month. I have the next slide following this will have some more information on C-tax. So for now, it's 7.7 above budget. 4.7 above budget. Franchise fees are 5% below the prior year. So this is the third year of either flat or declining revenues in that space, and we'll talk about that one a little more as well. And then other revenues are actually tracking as anticipated. On the expenditure side, salary and benefits are running 4% below budget right now. We have a number of vacancies, particularly in public safety, where they're waiting to start academies. So you have more savings until the academy starts, so there's some vacancies there. And then in service and supplies, we're running 8% below budget. So I think that will level out a little more as we get toward the end of the year, and it's probably going to end around 5% below budget. But tracking as expected, we're seeing normal things in those areas of expenditures that we would anticipate. Now, I want to focus a little bit on C-tax. This is the same slide that I brought before you for the last few months, so you can see the trending as we go along month by month. We have 5 months worth of distributions from the state in this area. I really want to focus on that right-hand column on the side that shows you the gain or loss over budget. So we're comparing what we actually received in the distribution for the month compared to what we budgeted for that amount. And so you'll see those first couple of months, July and August, those were the ones where we had a lot of variation there. That was because the Department of Taxation was switching back from modified accrual from the accounting and that whole year's worth of change that went on at the state with their switch from their financial system. From that point forward, so September, October, and November, you'll see a lot less variance, but it's still not giving us a good idea of what the economy is doing. You know, -1%, 8%, and then 1%. In total, when you look down that column all the way at the bottom, that's where the 4.7 comes in, because in total for the year, that's really where we're at compared to budget. We're 4.7% above. I do think it is going to level out more what we're seeing in November, that 1.6, and we'll probably end the year around 3% is what I'm anticipating as we're building the budget right now. We will continue to watch these data points and all revenue data points as we continue to build out the budget, because it is a working document. December will be a critical data point for us, because December is the highest month that you'll see on here from holiday shopping and such. So December is going to be a very critical point as we start to finalize the budget for next year. We won't have that December information until the end of February. So I'll have it for the next meeting. So now I want to shift to the draft fiscal year 27 budget. Fiscal year 27 budget, I brought the first draft to you back in November, and it showed a budget gap of $24 million with that first roll-up of that budget. In December, I came before you and showed you this slide, and this had some ideas on how to bridge some of that gap, bridging about 20 million of that gap and still leaving about 4 million unidentified at this point. What that looks like when you roll this up into the slides that we've previously looked at before, you'll see that projected difference now between sources and uses, revenues and expenses really, of $4.4 million as the difference now. This roll-up that you're seeing here anticipates current staffing levels. So currently budgeted and funded positions are included here. No new positions are anticipated with this roll-up, the way it's presented here. We're budgeting for the vacancy and service and supply savings that we talked about previously. Those are savings that naturally occur during the budget year as departments don't expend their whole budget. They have vacancies or they don't spend all of the money they have allocated for supplies. So naturally occurring, capturing those. This is a methodology change for the budget. We have not done this previously since I've been here. And it is typical for governments to do this or agencies to do this. Sparks and Washoe County do this as well. It does bring a little bit of risk into the budget because you won't have as much savings during the year to really weather any storms that maybe come up. So we will have to be more diligent about watching the budget. But it does give you the ability to capture the savings in the year that it's occurring, instead of waiting for the year to close out and then saying we have some savings that you could use for some one-time projects. So doing this kind of on the go forward will help us get back to that structurally balanced budget where revenues ongoing match expenditures ongoing, and that will help to do that. We did anticipate using some one-time funds for annual capital projects. You'll see the very last line on here that says capital does not have anything for the current fiscal year or next year because we're using one-time funds. This will be the last year that I anticipate being able to do that. So on the go forward, we would have to fund annual maintenance, which would be like building, parks, IT, those things in the future. We will have to plan to do that. We've used zero-based budgeting to really dial in to see where we're at to justify every dollar with the departments. Not included here, and really want to highlight this, we're in current contract negotiations with two groups, IAFF, and they have contracts open for 26, the current year, and for 27, and then Local 39 for fiscal year 27. So the other groups have multi-year contracts. We built that, all of that into what you see here, but we have not included anything for those contracts that are currently in negotiations because we don't want to make any assumptions at this point on that. So really circling back here to talk about long range. Long range, what does this look like? Long range planning. This slide is going to show you the general fund balance. Fund balance is basically the cash balance in the general fund. We like to have about 15% of the expenditures for the year in this fund, basically a reserve, so that we can have the cash flow necessary for the operations on the day-to-day basis. A lot of our revenues, particularly large revenue sources like property tax, only come in quarterly. And so in between receipt of those quarterly revenues, we have to have cash flow in order to do payroll and pay invoices and things. And that's really what fund balance is. It's like your checking account, basically. You can't spend it to zero. You still have to pay bills in between paychecks. So fund balance here, I like to target 15%. That's about 2 months' worth of the operating expenses. You'll see that as we build this out and building out kind of known things that we know PERS is probably going to go up, so we built some things in every other year. Workers' comp, fleet, the debt payments that we have out in the future. Annual capital maintenance would start full on in fiscal year 28 because we wouldn't have ongoing one-time money to fund that. So that's why you see that bigger drop to fiscal year 28 from 27. But really what this isn't anticipated to capture absolutely everything exactly, but we're capturing everything that we know within a range that is reasonable to show you what it's going to look like long term. What this tells you is short term, yes, we know we have a problem, and we've known that, and we've been solving it for a couple of years now. But this is really showing you that this is not a short-term problem. This is a very long-term problem, and it's mostly because costs are outpacing the revenue growth. Revenue growth is very slow. When it slows and flattens, it doesn't get that compounding effect year over year, and that's what we're starting to see as we continue to move forward. When we go below 10% on cash flow, we start to have cash flow issues, and that's one of the lines you see on here. And then the NRS minimum for fund balance is 4%, and obviously we would breach that in fiscal year 30 in this slide. So that's why it's really critical for us to plan for the future and really look out and forecast what's going on so that we can give you the best information to make the decisions that affect and impact the future. So how did we get here and what does this mean? I just talked about slow revenue growth, and that was due to the loss of compounding revenues, and it's been especially damaging over time. This started back in fiscal year 23, where a lot of the large revenue sources flattened or even declined in some cases in fiscal year 23. We've been able to weather the storm up to this point, but now we're at a point where we really need to look long-term and to look for some long-term solutions, because going year to year, even a couple years out, it's not going to solve the problem that we're seeing in the future. So when that momentum is disrupted in the revenues, the city not only misses out in that year, you miss out in all those future years. And that's what the chart is really intended to show. And because of this, it is not just a short-term problem, it's a long-term problem. There's only 3 solutions. You can reduce expenses, you can increase revenues, or you can do a combination of both. That's really the 3 options that we have. Seems pretty simple, but then you come to this slide and you say, okay, expenses, what's already been done? Well, in the current year budget, just to balance this year that we're currently in, $16 million in reductions were done to expenditures just to balance, and that also included freezing 20 positions at that point. And subsequent to that, 8 more positions have been frozen through the reduction in force during this fiscal year. You can see that salary and benefits are the biggest piece in the expenditures, and they capture 81% of all the money being expended in the general fund. So not a lot of room to look for space here. What are the priorities? What do the expenditures tell you when you look at them? What are your priorities as council? It really tells me, and it should tell the community, that public safety and a safe community is a priority for you as council. 64% of the budget goes to police, fire, and dispatch for public safety, and this is to fund their departments as a whole. Again, they don't exist in a vacuum, so like example, finance, manager, IT, HR, they also support here and are not included in the 64%. 64% is just their budgets for their departments. So when you think about that, it's a lot of money going to that to support that priority. So what are the opportunities on the revenue side? We talked about we got to reduce expenses or increase revenues or both. Well, looking at revenues, where are the opportunities? There aren't a lot of opportunities here, and that's why local governments are really struggling right now. Consolidated tax and property tax make up almost 60% of the revenues coming into the general fund. Those are set at the legislative level. would take reform to change those, and it's not a quick change. Franchise fees, those are the next largest, and of those, only one of those do you as council have the ability to change. So today I really want to kind of focus on that one because the larger revenue sources will really start to move the needle if there are spaces where you want to look at increasing those. And that's really long-term what I think we need to focus on. So I want to focus there a little bit. So the four major revenues at the top comprise 80% of the general fund. So that'd be C-tax, property tax, franchise fees, and business licenses. Franchise fees are the third largest, and they make up 11% of the total revenue. When you look at the franchise fees here, this gives you a look back from fiscal year 22 up to what we're projecting for 27. As I mentioned before, they flattened in fiscal year 24 and have declined 25, and we anticipate to decline in 26. A lot of this is due to the weather. When we have really mild winters, the consumer usage is not as high, and you can see that in that electric portion of the bar, and the natural gas really is the bigger piece that you see shrinking, and that has to do with the weather and the usage in that area. Franchise fees for the city are paid as a percentage of the gross receipts, so if people are not using as much, then our dollars go down as well as a percentage in the franchise fee.
Where are they?
To give you an idea of what's included in franchise fees, we have 6 different fees in here as franchise fees. All of these are set at the legislative level except for sanitation, which is the trash. And so you can see that sanitation grows year over year. It has that compounding effect on it, consistent growth. The others tend to either be kind of sporadic, like electric and natural gas, or telephone and cable, where people are tending to change the types of services they use. Those are declining year over year. When you go to sanitation, this is just the sanitation or sanitation franchise fees here. We're projecting about $7.1 million based on the current 8% franchise fee amount. And so that's approximately $900,000 per 1%. Other local jurisdictions, like Reno at 8%, Washoe County is also at 8%. City of Sparks increased theirs to 14% last year with their budget process. And because of a lot of the same challenges that we're facing. There aren't a lot of revenue sources that you have control over that can make a real significant impact to the budget. And so Sparks raised theirs to 14%, which is 6% above where we currently are. If Reno were to raise to match Sparks, raised by 6%, that equates to about $5.5 million of ongoing revenue each year. I want to give you just some quick examples of what it looks like for a normal average Reno residential customer. This shows you service level for customers based on the size of trash can that they have and recycle can as well. And it shows you how many customers have the particular types of services. The real thing I wanted to point out in here is 65% of the customers' residences have that very large 96-gallon trash and 96-gallon recycle bin. So zeroing in kind of on that majority of the customers have that service. If we look at them, what is that service for the 96-gallon, both totes there? They pay $75.60 per quarter. The city gets 8% franchise fees currently. If the city were to raise to 9% for the franchise fee, just 1 percentage point, it's an increase of about 23 cents a month for that particular customer. It's an increase of 70 cents per quarter because this is billed per quarter, so I kind of put the differences on here so you can see them. If the city were to go up to the 14% scenario to match the same as Sparks, it would be about $1.40 per month for a customer or about $4.20 per quarter increase because, again, it's billed quarterly. So not a lot of dollars. It is an increase to the customer because this is passed through to the customer. However, dollar for dollar, it is a large dollar to the city on the backside. Because again, as I mentioned, 14% increase would result in an additional $5.5 million. So now this is kind of what the next to last slide that I have here. This one's just going to show you the same chart that I had before, but if you were to approve an increase from 8 to 14% in the sanitation franchise fee, that would start in April. We have to coincide the change in rates with when Waste Management is going to change their rates. So the next opportunity would be April 1st to change the rates, and so that's why this item is so time sensitive right now, to kind of get discussions going and talk about it. If it's not done as of April 1st, it would be an entire year before you could review this again to change those rates. Again, same things are not included, like the CBAs that we talked about previously, but you do see that the cash flow issues are better here. I wouldn't say they're great, because in the middle you still get down to about 10% where we start to have cash flow issues. But it does give a little bit of runway, and I think that's the whole point to this slide, is saying doing things in the spaces where we can, and then giving a little runway for maybe some larger reforms to take place that are going to be needed in order to provide the services that all the local jurisdictions are expected to provide. And we're not alone in that. Everyone is looking for different ways to generate money, decrease costs, but at the same time, you still have to provide a certain level of services. And to do that, there may be needs for reform in property tax and reform in C-tax and how that distribution works. Consolidation, maybe fire regionalization, things that are coming up. But those things aren't things that are going to happen overnight. We're going to need time to get to those things. And so that's what this model is really showing you, that we will have a little bit of runway to see what happens with some of those other things until we get there, and we won't completely lose our fund balance. We'll have flexibility to move forward. So that's where that is. So next slide, summarizing. Not a short-term, long-term, slow revenue growth, and increased costs that are just increasing. All the jurisdictions are saying this. How do we get to attaining fiscal sustainability? We've got to pursue operational efficiencies, restructuring, doing everything that we can do, which we've talked about many times, controlling spending across the organization, pursuing regional collaboration. And then, we really have very limited alternatives for meaningful fiscal impact. And so with that in mind, we are exploring every revenue opportunity that we can. And on February 11th, I will be bringing forward the sanitation franchise fee increase for your consideration based on what we're showing today, but I will have more in-depth information on it based on the conversation today. This item does not require a motion on it. It's just for discussion, but the feedback I hear today will guide me on what you want to see on February 11th. So glad to take questions.
So much. Great job, Vicki.
Quick question.
Okay, go ahead.
Slide 19, if you could go there. I just wanted to commend you on your analysis. And when we met, you said that if we do the maximum franchise fee, just so we can get our head together for a couple weeks from now, that you've incorporated in your analysis here that we'll pay off some bonds, right?
Yes.
And could you explain the other things you've incorporated? You've anticipated, I think, labor changes. Could you just say what those are?
Yes, thank you for that question. Yes, we anticipate PERS rate changes every other year, and those would impact the even number years. We've also anticipated that we won't have one-time funding like we have last year and this year to do annual maintenance. So that $4 million that we need to contribute to annual maintenance for parks and buildings, that's back in here. Workers' comp, we look at how that trends over the years. It increases going forward. It's not going to be flat.
So you've included some pro things and some cons.
Absolutely.
To come up with a most likely, at this moment, what we know, layout for the budget. So I just want to say that I am supportive of increasing the franchise fees. What the number is, I don't know, but what I'm concerned about is with the sewer fees, we had the last increase in 2011, and then we failed to do any other increases for, 15 years? Almost, or 15 years for sure. And so I think it's important to look at CPI. I think it's important to get settled into a regular rate increase. I don't mean every year, but maybe every 5 years, that there's an expectation that we have to make an adjustment due to inflation or whatever that looks like. So I'm not going on record as picking a number. We'll have to do that next time. But I am supportive of the direction you're going. And I also want to say, in my opinion, we don't need to solve this just on the back of one thing. I've talked before at council about transferring some of our land to RDA, getting paid for it, and keeping that money, and then RDA can cut whatever deal they want on the land. They can request it at full market value, they can cut a deal, whatever, but it won't affect the general fund. So there's other ways to get additional revenues. I know we're quite handcuffed or hampered, and I'm glad about your positive kind of creative thinking. And I just want to say there's some other things out there too I think we can do. And I also just want to commend you on kind of the things you've incorporated to make sure this is correct. So, or as correct it can be at this moment in time, you know, with a 10-year look. So
I didn't mention, and I do want to say, if I can, that this model doesn't anticipate any increase in staffing either. So.
No increase.
No, because we wouldn't know that as we build this model. You just have to kind of know that this is, based on current staffing, this is what it looks like for 10 years if we don't change any
But
staffing.
also no decrease.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes.
Go ahead. Councilor Reese, go
Oh,
ahead.
thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to look at with you page 7 in the. Okay. So a lot of different things in your update, incredible work. Number one, I think you had some new data points that had just come in, and so that informs a lot of this. We're still waiting on a data point, though, for December, I think.
For
And
CTAX.
And for CTAX, and that data point is often very important for modeling because it's a very big month, is that correct?
That is correct. It's the largest month.
Largest month, and when do we get that?
We'll have it at the end of February.
Okay.
So I will have that before I come back for the next update.
So, and Vicki, you've been so gracious. We're now going on our 9 of city council meeting, and you've been here since probably 7 this morning, I'm guessing. But it's sort of like burying the lead here on this slide in my mind. And the reason I say that is because the projected difference you have now here, when we started maybe 6 months ago, the headline all over Reno was we had a $27 million or $28 million hole.
24.
$24 million hole. And now we're down to the point where we're talking about the numbers having come in, the adjustments being made, all the work that your staff has done and the decisions we've supported. We have shrunk that hole down to 4 million, and that's before we get the most recent data point. And you're projecting a growth model that says that the trend for the year will be around 1 to 2%. I know you've been very conservative with it. So I guess my ask of you is, like, we should be shouting from the rooftops, and I wish the media hadn't already left here because they've already got stories to write. But this is a big deal to me. I hope it's a big deal to our colleagues. We've done the work. Your office is continuing to do the work. And by the time we get to May, we will, of course, submit a balanced budget. And so is there anything else I should take away from slide number 7 that I mean, that's
I
my
think-
high-level takeaway.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. You're spot on, and it's great that we can balance, you know, as we're moving through these years, we can figure things out. But again, long-term, we have some real structural challenges. And so that's really the concern that I have as we continue to move forward, because we're going to be here every year doing this unless we can figure out some reform in property tax or some of these other things that just make bigger impacts for local governments. All of us are going to continue to struggle.
Sorry, that's because you've used one-time monies to shore up this thing, and so we don't continue to have one-time monies, right? So maybe this year we're going to be A-OK squared away, but next year we're having even harder conversations. You've said, hey, don't wait till next year to start having those conversations. Do them now. And of course, I suppose in a Pollyannish way, you always hope for better days coming on the financial horizon, but we plan for what we have in front of us, and we plan for the realities that we face, right? Thank you so much for doing
Thank you.
that with us together.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate my colleagues' comments, and good job to you and your team. I guess I'm maybe not as optimistic because I see this as a compounding problem. And while we continue to see an increase of about 2.5%, I think the city really needs between like 4 and 6% in our CTEX to keep up with what we need to grow. So great work. I don't want to knock that down. But my question, when we met, we had, actually, it's just a little bit of direction for what I would like to see when you bring back the franchise fees. You said that we have three options moving forward long-term for solutions. We need to increase revenue, we need to decrease expenses, or we can do a combination of both. So I see the franchise fee, which I am fine with, I understand that, but I also would like a very clear picture of how we are getting into number 2, which is decreasing expenses. If we're gonna be asking people to pay more for anything, I want to have a clear picture and let them know what we are doing here at the city to make it a combination of both, so we're hitting that, all three of those with moving forward in our budget.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Director Van Buren, for all your work and your update. I was curious about your slide 7. You're still here, so that's perfect. On the one-time funding, I appreciate the comments from my colleagues, but I'm curious to understand that it sounds like about 4.5 million of that is coming out of the capital expenses, and you're sort of using that to make up the deficit. Where does the other about $5 million come from for the one-time funding that you've pointed to here in this slide?
Well, on this slide, kind of the biggest things that we're doing are the vacancy rate savings. You'll see that on the bottom, the negative 5 million for vacancy savings and the negative 2.6 for the service and supplies, capturing that savings within the year that it's actually occurring. So that, and then the item that you mentioned, the capital, not funding capital this year from this, it would still be funded from other one-time sources, from other capital projects that have closed out. So we have those funds that could be used toward that instead of coming from here. And then also not funding OPEB or workers' comp, the long-term additional funding that we were doing previously to try to reduce those liabilities. It does not mean that we're not funding the retiree benefits and those things, or we're not funding workers' comp. What it means is we're not building up the reserve to try to decrease that liability in the future. We're still covering that year over year. We're anticipating it's going to increase year over year in that 10-year model, but we're not anticipating putting any extra dollars into it to try to build it up, like the OPEB trust, for example. We just wouldn't be building that up. And again, those would be one-time monies.
Okay, and speaking of that 10-year model, if you could go to the next slide, on slide 8, I'm wondering if you could just walk me through again what sort of happens in fiscal year 34 through 36 that is causing that uptick, because it doesn't seem like the franchise fees, this model is different than if the franchise fees were to get increased. So I'm curious to understand that net positive
The
change.
uptick that's really occurring out there is because we're not adding any people to this. This is considering the same staffing level from this year all the way out. We're not changing that factor because it would be hard for us to determine how many to add during the year. Doesn't change that. At that point in 34 and 35, that's where you start to see the compounding effect of the revenues start to outpace the compounding effect of the expenses. And that's only occurring because we're not adding any new positions. That's the only reason. So it is a little deceptive in that, but you have to recognize that's going to occur out there because it assumes the same staffing level.
Okay, and then my only ask, I guess, would be moving forward, if you could model out what increases would look at different various levels for the franchise fees, not just jumping up to that 14%. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, any further questions?
Just one.
Go ahead.
Vicki, thank you so much for always keeping us educated on how the budget is moving along. I had requested this in my briefing, and I thought I'd bring it up one more time in case the rest of the council thought this was helpful. But I think it would be helpful not only for us, but also for the community to see visibly represented or even by line item, these one-time monies that we've gotten by with helping to balance our budget last year and then coming up. What sacrifices did those one-time funds represent so that we know what we haven't funded and we prioritize it moving forward, making sure that those projects get prioritized that got sacrificed for, kind of helping us limp along here? Would you be able to pull together kind of a visual representation of, what we're in the rears on and what we're going to need to prioritize as we move forward?
Yes, thank you for that question. Yes, we will be able to. We are working on that actively, and we will have that for the workshop. So the first workshop will be March 4th, and we will have that for that workshop.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Your light is green. Okay, with that being said, I don't think we need to take a motion, just presentation. Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I know, Vicki, go home.
I think she has one more.
Oh, you have one more? Sorry. Yeah, right, exactly. What else do you have for us?
We're on item
Next
C3.
Augmentation.
Okay.
And I don't know if you need a presentation on this or not.
I don't require a presentation, so I'll
We
move
don't.
to the,
Thank you so much. So I have a motion.
move to adopt.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Get home safe.
Okay, we are going to head into, I believe, item D2,
D3.
or D3, sorry.
We're just jumping.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, we're
Oh.
on item David 1.
I want to make sure, because we have someone here in the gallery, correct?
From D3.
What item are you guys here for? D3. You guys have stayed here all day, too. I thought you were with Lake Ridge as well. No. So you're D3? Yeah. Okay. Yep, we're going to head into item D3. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we do not have any, oh, I'm lied. We do have public comment registered for this item. We have Randy Reynolds, followed by Greg Morrison.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Reno City Council, thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure today. My name's Randy Reynolds.
I like how nice you are. It's been a pleasure today. I know. What did you learn?
I have
Have you been before?
I have good morning on my paper, So thank you for your time and for the work you and city staff do to balance the public interest in decisions like this. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on case ABN 26-00005. I am the homeowner directly adjacent to the portion of Ring Road being considered for abandonment. This area sits behind my property and has never been constructed or used as a functional roadway. In practice, it has become an unmanaged edged area rather than a public facility. In a wildfire-prone region like Reno, and unmanaged vegetation along residential edges creates real risk. If this abandonment is approved, I am prepared to assume full responsibility for ongoing maintenance, including regular vegetation management, fire fuel mitigation, and erosion control. So this area is actively cared for year-round instead of remaining an overgrown corridor. I also want to be clear that approving this request does not interfere with utilities or city access. I understand the city's requirement that utilities be identified and that a continuing easement be included to allow city and utility company access for maintenance, and I fully support that condition. I will maintain this area to a defensible space, standard consistent with local fire mitigation best practices. This is a practical, low-cost solution that transfers an ongoing maintenance burden and potential liability away from the city and places it with an adjacent homeowner who is motivated to steward the land responsibly. It improves safety, reduces fire risks, and results in cleaner, better managed property edges for the neighborhood. I respectfully ask for your support in approving the abandonment. Thank you for your service and for all your consideration.
Thank you. All
Thanks, you guys.
right, good job.
Thanks.
I have Greg Morrison registered, but I don't believe he's still here.
Okay.
All right.
He's not
Closing-
here, correct?
Closing public comment, and for the record, we did receive 2 comments directly associated with this item prior to 4 PM yesterday. 1 letter in favor and 1 letter in opposition.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Madam Clerk, at this time, I believe, let the record reflect that we are opening the public hearing. Was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given and 2 letters of correspondence were received.
Okay, perfect. Any disclosures from council members? No? Okay. Ms. Stewart?
Yeah.
Did you want to?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Well, thank you. However, do you want to say anything? You've been here all day. Thank you so much.
Just working upstairs, so no problem. I don't. If you're ready to make
We
a
were on
motion,
a
I am
flight together
totally
not
fine
too
with-
long ago, and I didn't even recognize him. I was, because he had a hat on. You always have a suit on. You always look great, but you had a baseball hat on. I was like, wait, I know you. Anyway.
When we were
Well, while you're
flying
here,
back, yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to compliment Jeff because of his willingness to brief me, I got to fully understand what's going on with this, which is a pretty complicated history, without which I could not have understood what was going on, even with the staff report. So appreciate your time. I wish you had been able to present to the NAB. We ran out of time. And that would have been very helpful, to get the rest of the community to understand. So think about that if it ever comes up again, that it's to your benefit. But with that, I would like to recommend a motion for approval.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'll second,
I
and
have a
I
sec-
can make all the findings that the public is not materially injured by the proposed abandonment, as
Right.
Ms. Dewar
Thank you.
indicated.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I also wanted to
Motion
thank
carries.
you for being willing to take on this land. I mean, it's a pro and a con, right? Like, you're going to, I don't know, get 30% more land for your property, something like that. And at the same time, you're taking care of land that is the city's responsibility, but is almost landlocked, So it's hard to get to. We can get there, but it's hard. So I think that's great.
Yeah, honestly, people that do that, it's really, really helpful. And they make it so much better than I think that we do. They care about it, they maintenance it, it's like, their own sacred, little piece of land. So thank you so much. Come back and show us what you've done.
Okay.
You will?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, anyway, motion passes unanimously. Okay. Madam Clerk, where do you want us next?
Item D1, David 1.
Okay.
This is an ordinance introduction.
Right ahead.
Well, do we need Mayor to open the public
Oh,
hearing
I'll
first?
open it, sure. It's been a long day. I'm so tired. I think because of the NyQuil I've been taking the last few days, gosh. All right, let the record reflect that the council is opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given on item D1, and no correspondence was received on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, go ahead, Carl. The floor is all you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance introduction, bill numbers 7326. Case number LDC 26-00025, 386, Holcomb zoning map amendment. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 1802 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 0.17 acre parcel from professional office to mixed-use downtown Riverwalk District, and removing the Wells Avenue Neighborhood Planning Area Overlay District designation from the parcel. The site is located at the northeast corner of Holcomb Avenue and Stewart Street, 386 Holcomb Avenue, and has a master plan designation of downtown mixed use, Ward 3.
All right, thank you so much. Ward 3.
Madam Mayor, we don't require a presentation unless any of the other council members
Okay.
have questions. Okay, if not, then I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and refer the bill for second reading and adoption.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
All right, if you'd like to open the public hearing for item D2.
Sure. Madam Clerk, at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing. Was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, for item D2, proper notice was given. 2 letters of correspondence were received, 1 letter in favor and 1 letter in opposition. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you. Any disclosures from council members? Seeing that they are none, I'm going to send it over to Ward 1.
Madam Mayor, I have a few questions.
Go right ahead.
Okay, I guess for Mr. Gordon. Are you representing the alley abandonment?
I represent Jacobs, yeah.
Yeah. And they're the one who applied, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I just had a question. I remember that the last time we were here talking about this, that there was a conversation with the AME Bethel Church, and Mr. Jacobs made some really nice representations about working together, and I just didn't know if progress had been made or where that stood today.
For the record, Garrett Gordon on behalf of Jacobs Entertainment. We withdrew that prior abandonment application, which
For Bell Street, I think it was.
which included Bell, included the east-west alley and then the north-south alley.
Okay,
Their concerns were abandoning Bell Street, even though we were providing an easement.
okay.
So we pulled it back, amended the application, and now are strictly on, can I pull up my presentation? Are strictly just on the east side of the block, where our property is contiguous to the whole alley. So Bethel is not impacted at all.
Okay. And then, so do you think, they're still there. I don't know how many landowners or property owners, I guess, are still on Bell, or if any of those back up. Like, I remember the building at the end, which was at the north end there.
I don't have.
Used to be the architecture firm.
Yeah.
Cathexis.
Yeah, we have that,
You own that
we
now,
own
is that right?
We own that building, correct.
Okay, and you have tenants in there and.
Correct.
Okay, but they don't have a say. I don't know if they, is that what you're showing here, Field 1? No, in front of Field 1.
So here's the alley abandonment. You can see the T is the
Yeah.
abandoned area, so,
Or the proposed?
the proposed abandoned area.
Gotcha.
So the 2 properties on Ralston Street, Reno Real Estate Development, Reno Property Manager are both owned by Jacobs. And then on the other side of the street is also owned all the way by Jacobs. So we own both sides of the street, both sides of the alley on the east-west, and then also on the north.
Okay. And then I think I saw you had a slide about the fields. Is this alley needed to construct the fields? Or somebody told me, I think on our city staff, that the fields did not require the alley. But I just want to get confirmation from you.
So here is a depiction of the 4 fields. There's currently applications in with city staff for minor conditional use permits for all 4 fields. You can see the proposed abandoned area in pink does not include the field. So Field 3, or in other words, the abandoned area is not necessary technically for the Field 3 field. However, you can obviously see for connectivity and public safety and pedestrian safety, moving families from Field 4 across Ralston to Field 3, then eventually up to Field 1 and 2. It absolutely helps with connectivity and safety and pedestrian movements.
All right, I'm willing to support this, I just don't want it to be construed. I've asked questions earlier about the fields, so I still have those questions, but you own the land on either side, as long as there's no material harm to the public, right? I think that's our standard.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thanks so much. Councilwoman Taylor, go ahead.
In the matter of case ABN 26-0005, I move the council make a determination that the public will not be materially injured by the proposed vacation, approve the abandonment subject to the conditions in the staff report.
All right, thank you. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're now moving on to item I1, City Council comments.
All right, I would like to hear from council members. Councilwoman Ebert, I know you had a few.
Yeah, so I'm having an issue with my NAB. I know we've been given like a hard stop at 8 PM, and it's just not adequate time for all of my NAB members to ask questions and provide feedback, and also have my community members that are there ask questions and provide feedback. So I would like to find out how we can maybe change the process so that maybe I can end the NAB or something, just so that we don't have to have a hard stop at 8 PM. I know we have budget constraints, but I'm looking for a way that maybe we can work together. And I don't know if the rest of council is having a similar issue, but I need to find a way to get to having longer NABs. And you know.
Jackie, will you go and look at that and look at some solutions? One of the things that I thought could be very beneficial, and I think it's really good for these kids at UNR, they so badly, especially the ones that are in political science, it would be great if we could get some interns, maybe use discretionary funds for them to have interns so that they can be there, so you're not using staff. So maybe something like that is a possibility.
Or even that, I mean, I also, because I know we have to pay interns too, but if I can shut meetings down and that kind of takes some of the pressure off and there's no additional financial burden, I'm more than willing. But I'm having, frustrated comments from NAB members and members of the community that are like, this was my one chance to talk to this developer about this project, and I didn't get to ask a single question, so it's really kind of, in my mind, defeating some of the purpose of having the NAB if we don't give the public or the board that opportunity to interface, when it comes time to talk to developers.
And if, before you answer, Jackie, if I could also, I've already shared with you my scene. They end at 8, but we end at 7:30. It's 2 hours. And 2 hours has just not been enough. And I've already talked to you about it. And I think even one of my NAB members sent you a letter about it. That's how strongly they felt. This last project that we just experienced, they couldn't come to the NAB and they didn't want to come back, right? And so then I had to go get a special briefing from our staff, which took their time, another hour. And so you had said that you were going to bring it back in March. And what I offered was similar to Councilmember Ebert. I offered to get training and the meeting myself. And the final thing for consideration is this. We've also had NAB meetings canceled, but we're not getting the benefit of that. So that saved 2 hours of time, or even travel time, 3 hours of staff time. And it seems like that could have been reapportioned to the time that we are at the NAB. So in other words, there's savings along the way. And it's in the interest of having the communication with the public that we give it enough time. And then the final point I just want to make is, for 11 years, we have not ended at 8, even though you said that in a memo. We have ended at 8:30 at my NAB, 3 hours, and it always worked.
So I'm just going to remind the body how we got here.
Yeah.
One, there was a robust conversation about how to allocate resources, and council made a decision, and actually I believe it was you, Councilmember Dewar, who made the recommendation that there was a 2-hour cutoff.
No, I think it was the mayor, actually.
Mayor, and then you supported it, or there was...
Look, I want to be supportive, but it's
I
just not
understand, but the
working.
reality is...
I just didn't want to exhaust staff's time.
We do not have enough staff and resources to do all the things you want to do. We must cut back.
But we offered
You
to
can
step
choose
up.
where. So, and yes, we can train you, but that means that you have to have the IT in a box.
Yeah.
Back by 9, the minutes have to be recorded. I mean, there are very technical criteria that must be met in order to accommodate the law. So I can give you options. We are bringing it back in March for council to consider. That has always been the plan. But as you heard from Vicki, our ending fund balance will be below the required maximum in less than 6 years.
Or do you mean
The required minimum in less than 6 years. We have got to kind of get our heads around that we can no longer do all the things we want to do. And this is just one example of those areas where we talked about eliminating the NABs. That wasn't what was desired.
Right.
So we put in a time frame, and now we want to change that. So I'm foreshadowing unless we learn to cut back, we are going to continue to have problems.
Heard.
Councilwoman Taylor.
I had a different comment. It's nothing on this.
Okay.
Is
Yeah,
that okay?
go ahead.
Okay, so I've been working with businesses in the downtown on 4th Street, and we have some safety concerns with the food distribution, with community members resulting in trash, unsanitary conditions, and loitering. I'd like to understand what we can do in this space with the city manager's help and attorneys, and look for some solutions,
Yeah.
please.
Also, I think, I would think with something like that, that's a health department
It is, Mayor.
request.
It is not within the purview of the city of Reno to regulate food distribution organizations. It is within the health department or the county's purview. Nevertheless, we can initiate a conversation with the
Yeah,
county.
so I don't care if it's nuisance or whatever. I was
Yeah.
down there on 4th Street on Friday night, and it was very unsettling, and I think I fought. So I think we have an
I
understanding.
understand. I'll initiate a conversation with the health department and the county.
Thank you, Manager Bryant.
Okay.
I just want to
Go ahead.
finish up. I know we had a meeting. I'm not saying we didn't thoroughly discuss it. I just want to say that as time progresses, I think maybe we need to adjust a little bit. And if you can help us or help me understand, like, is there an NRS that dictates what our NABs need to abide by? Like, I just was saying it during this time frame in case anybody else on council is having a similar issue. So I know you've been following our direction. I'm just kind of saying we need to adjust it a little bit for my NAB. So, thank you.
Okay. No more comments, correct? Okay. Then, Madam Clerk, I think we go into public comment. Do you have any public comment? This has been
We
the
do.
weirdest, like, back and forth today agenda.
We have public comment registered by Linda Cross.
Okay, Linda, come on up.
One more time.
Yeah,
This is a safety thing.
that's okay, good.
Linda Cross, 6133 Greenbrook Drive. I'm talking about the off-ramp at Second Street, and when you're heading southbound, the one that comes and actually is a 270. And it is very unsafe. I did not know it had been changed, and the first time I went around there, and I guess I was going a little more than the speed, but I almost went over the side. There's no, like, a curve sign with a thing showing that you're going to be in a horseshoe curve. There's nothing, and it's a terrible, terrible, I've seen people slide there. I don't go there very often, and like I said, the first time was about 6 months ago.
Bless
and
you.
I almost landed on the other side, and it's a big drop-off, and there's no barriers there of any kind. It comes around, and then there's all that Indian stuff, all the artwork and stuff in that
More
area.
specific about Second Street and what?
What?
Second Street and what?
Second Street, the off-ramp that goes to, the off-ramp of 395, 580, whatever you want to call it, that goes around to Second Street, and then you go right over here to Walmart.
Oh, yeah, I've run into the same problem. I have. I wondered about it
Yeah,
myself.
yeah.
It's terrible. I mean, I don't think going much over 30, you couldn't go over 35.
Yeah.
And that was in my Buick that I
Okay.
don't have anymore.
Yeah, right, okay. We will let RTC know and NDOT. You said NDOT.
Yeah, I
It's
wasn't
NDOT.
sure who to get on that.
Yeah,
And the
it's
only other thing is the same thing on Lakeside. I'd like to find out to whom I need to present a petition so that I can get it put properly to keep from having parking on both sides of Lakeside. People are now, there's more, I don't know, there's more people around or what, but the Lakeside Apartments, on the one side, there's parking always for the people there.
Okay.
But on the other side, on my side, you would be, if you parked there, if I went back there to that row, you would be that far from my bedroom window, if you parked at the curb. And plus, egress is terrible anyhow. As you know, during the big fire, the fire department was on Lakeside. They couldn't get up the hill for all those houses.
So you're Lakeside and Greenberg?
Lakeside, well, between Lakeside and Karen and Lakeside and Ridgeview.
But what street do you live on?
Oh, I live on Greenbrook, yeah.
Greenbrook.
And then
Okay.
Greenbrook, and
Got it.
also on Stone Creek as well,
Okay.
because I take care of my mother's house as well.
Oh, bless
So-
your heart. Well, Jackie wants you to reach out to her so she can help you with those concerns.
Yeah, because if people start parking there, my mother's house was robbed that way about 10 years ago. They came over the fence right across when Simon's was still there. And they came over the fence and into the back side of the house. And then again, it was just robbed in November.
Oh, no.
I was in Stanford, and the house was broken into, and people spent 2 days emptying everything out.
Oh, no.
So it's
Oh,
it's
Linda.
not good, and nobody, if you see something, say something.
That's right, that's right.
Nobody did, and
Well, Linda, thank you so much. We appreciate it. So Jackie's going to reach out to you.
okay. And the
Okay.
only other thing I'll tell you is the guy that was talking about the coyotes, I'm not real fond of them either. They ate my cat.
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that.
2 days after the break-in.
Don't tell me that. That's awful. Well, Jackie's going to give you her number. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment registered. For the record, we did receive 41 additional comments received after 4 p.m. yesterday. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are a part of the permanent record.
Okay, thank you so much.
And with that, we're just looking for a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
He's like, okay, I have a motion. I have a second, I believe, from Brandy. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.